Second stream. What up, dude? We good? What's up, Ominous? As you guys can see, up here on our second little bit here, we're gonna be able to watch Fippy Fest as we're going. What's up, V-Rend? Let's get our characters logged in. What's up, Fat Dad? Monk time? Nice, dude. Hope you guys are doing alright. I know it's been like an hour and a half since I hopped off, but you know, here we are. You're not going to be out enjoying that sun today. It's already a bit hot. Yeah. I ate some food and sat down and out in the sun. I literally took my shirt off, laid out in the sun for about 5 minutes and was like, nope. Nope. Frog. All right, I got you. The only frog I can be right now is undead frog, so I hope that's okay with you. But we can be an undead frog. We can do that. Let's get us some new spells. SK's level 70 now. Nice. Burnout 5. Let's buy all the spells that we can mem first. Ominous, what you up to, dude? Oh, dude, I gotta get some more coffee in a second. Playing Magic the Gathering. Sell. See, 65. We'll get a couple levels at a time here. Up to 47 in Final Fantasy, still dying to that mud puppy. So there's got to be something you're doing wrong, man. Because those events are supposed to be, like, really pretty easy to understand what's killing you. Are you standing in, like, the AoE or something like that? That's the only thing I could think of, man. Because there's like AoE outlines that are like bright orange. I have like 3 full hotbars and I only use 1 button. So that might also be I might have to have you just like stream to Discord or stream it sometime, dude, so I can watch what you're doing. There's got to be a problem. What's up, Double? It was a short little break here. I was playing some games with a buddy, but he got called into work, so signed off. Literally, I ate breakfast. What's up, Scar? We're back, we're back. We got our little Fippy Fest window up here. Over here in our little corner. We're just waiting for things to go live. What's up, Ion? This way we can watch stuff live. We're going to be taking things nice and slow because this stream today is supposed to be pretty long. Hit 56 last night. Dude, nice. What's up, Day? You're not hopping in and immediately calling me a bitch. It's a good day. Nothing much. I was going to say there are 3 other streamers showing Fippy Fest, and I doubt they got permission because they're nobodies in the EverQuest world. I don't know about nobodies, but... let's see here. Get girl drink drunk. I did get a little drunk last night. One of the best groups, and turned into the worst in the last few minutes. RIP. I don't know about compared to me, man. But I appreciate it, though. In my head, I'm still a nobody anyways. I'm just a tiny boy in the grand scheme of things. I know this is not the place for election crap, but my cousin had someone ask if they would put the sign up on this property since it was along the highway. He told them sure, as long as it wasn't for some orange-haired geriatric. Papa, I'm sorry, that's pretty hilarious, actually. I shouldn't laugh, but that's actually pretty fucking funny. I shouldn't laugh, but that's pretty good. Can I get your opinion on this? Yeah, sure. I can't guarantee it's going to be an opinion that you're going to like. Hey, V, that's not what Ominous says about you. What does Ominous say about me? EQ isn't a hard game. It's very punishing if you don't pay attention. No, EverQuest isn't hard at all. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. Compared to other MMOs, I think EverQuest can be quite difficult. Because every other MMO almost always either A, has some sort of an easy mode version of what you're doing, or B, it holds your hand from the start to the beginning, or start to the end. EverQuest can be very difficult compared to other MMOs, but is EverQuest still a difficult game? No. Oh, dude, the fellow is that my fellowship that I put down here? Oh, this is the same fellowship. Let's fucking go. What's up, Truzito? Yeah, it's very what's the word I'm looking for? It's not difficult, but it is still very tedious compared to a lot of other games. I hope that makes sense, because as far as I'm concerned, that's exactly how EverQuest is. It's not really difficult of a game. It's very tedious because there's not a lot of quality of life improvement stuff that other MMOs may have. However, compared to other MMOs, it's definitely difficult. Gonna make an argument in your script? Did you stream this morning? I did, yes. I streamed for about 2.5 hours. Bitch. What? Maybe you should have been here. an elite EverQuest player isn't skilled per se, they just pay really good attention to what's going on. Well, an elite EverQuest player these days, I would just say someone, A, who has lots of experience and they're familiar with the content, so most of it's secondhand nature. So a good EverQuest player is almost always just someone who has lots of exposure. But as we have all seen, there are still very bad EverQuest players. Well, why were you still asleep? Why were you sleeping? What's wrong with you? Why would you ever sleep? We got a better pet haste at this point. Sleep is for when you die, also true. As of late, 90% of the bad players I find are attempting to box and failing on so many levels. That is also true too. I think a lot of EverQuest players, whenever they tend to fail, it's because they're just simply... what's the word I'm looking for here? Not paying attention like they should. I think a lot of people also get so used to the current quality of life live servers that they fail to give classic EverQuest the respect that it kind of deserves. Sounds like me. I just put my other accounts on follow and occasionally cast a heal and send my mage pet in. That's why I hate to box in groups. I can do it and be better than the majority, though. Would rather have an active player to engage with. Always. I'd always rather have another player to engage with. Saw someone 32 box in Shardock yesterday. Mage pet armies, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. I wish I could say I was surprised. And that's on a true box server, too. How much do you want to bet he's not actually using 32 different computers? Working as intended. China farmer, yeah. Why don't you go ask China? I think they realized they weren't making any money on Tormax, so the rest of them came over here to Teak. That's a nice little teleport. We should shrink here. That's much better. Should have opened Tormax with the extended box rule that we get later on. Maybe that could have helped it stay alive. I think that would have probably helped a little bit. The thing is the people who are playing on Tormax right now, it's hilarious because people were saying that they were talking to them in general about how they think that their server is better. Want to make the box crew, we need to do anniversary tower stuff? Yes, we do. 100%. Easier to do it as a level 2 mage than a level 60. Also doesn't really surprise me. Really, really doesn't surprise me. No, Day, you're not welcome. I'm joking. Yeah, you should always join us, man. I'm always happy to have extra people come along. Especially if we actually have like a full group of people. Hell yeah. Every time I log into Tormax. Invite me? Okay. Invite. Sliver. Was it asking UV? I was asking Ion. Ooh. Someone's giving me some lip this morning. Every time I log into Tormax, there's someone complaining in general chat about the lack of people, and it's usually a level 1 troll. Yeah. It's taking me a good solid 4 hours per level at the minute. That, I mean, if you think about it, comparatively speaking, let's put this in a little bit of perspective. Back in the day, what were the hell levels? Was it 39, 51, 55, 59, right? Those were the hell levels, right? If I remember correctly, those individual hell levels used to take at least twice as long as the previous levels. Legit way on Teak after I get 60. Yeah, 56 right now. Yeah, I think he's boxing on Teak is what he's talking about, Truzito. But if we think about the old school legitimate hell level, then it was at least twice as long as the other levels. And I remember hell level, I want to say I think 55 at the time took me like a week of grinding to get to 56. And 59 took me an entire summer to grind through because I was soloing. I was solo kiting as a druid. Original level was 50 and 55 if I recall correctly. I remember it was a couple of different levels. But it was not a good time. It took forever. Kunark release, yeah. And a lot of people don't even know it these days, but there's still hell levels that exist. It's just level 115, level 110 to 115. Like 110 to 115 took me like 3 times longer to get through than 115 to 120 or 120 to 125. $80 to 95 was kind of hellish at times on Mischief. Yeah, doing work. People are talking about how getting up to 95 is absolutely horrendous right now. Ominous, are you a tank? Or are you a caster? I ask because I don't have graphics turned on, so I don't know what you look like. Wizard? Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Hey, what's up, Super? So nuke once and sit at AFK for 10 minutes? Yeah, not much. Just got done stuffing my face. Dude, same here. It's taken so long for 60 and 75% of faceless has been there a week. Oh, like leveling to 60? Imperative focusing. Oh, hello. Most of the guild has ults that are 60 now. Jesus. Them statics are strong over there, yeah. I was like, wait a second, who's healing me for what? They're solid on the raid grind now? Yeah. I saw, What was it? Dirty Old Socks. I saw him raiding in some, what was it? Vision's Peak last night. Good old VP. Bearded's in a raid guild. Good for him. I know he wanted that to be his home. With Panthea. I don't plan to raid in Konark, so I've just been cruising with my enchanter. Yeah, the earliest interest I have in raiding at all is going to be Valius. Played with Gender a few times too. Ooh, nice. All my EverQuest friendos are finally in their groups and guilds. Meanwhile, Ominous is over here running an entire raid force, an entire guild on his own. This is going to be 2 Kriegers. While we're focusing on these 2 kills here, I'm going to grab some coffee and go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, guys. Almost forgot my coffee cup.
We must be near the island.
Okay. So the anniversary stuff is broken. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I saw people selling full sets for, what was it? Like 1 chrono? Yeah, super broken gear. Better than anything from Valius. A lot of it's like better than stuff you'd get from Luckland. It's amazing for bars. Is there any like focus stuff on it? Or at least you get enough mana regen as Luckland Vexthal, yeah. Super broken though if everyone else is indulging, yeah. It's very broken. And I talked about this before, but whenever they introduce a weapon, it's going to be insane. I can guarantee whenever they introduce a weapon, it's going to be best in slot too. You get enough to permacharm. Oh, it's 12 o'clock. We're live. We got about 4 minutes and 35 seconds. But good. I'm glad it's broken. With that and out of combat mana regeneration, we were talking about on stream earlier about all the other quality of life stuff they should bring in, and a lot of people agreed with what Ominous said before, is that we should have the Bazaar available from day one. I said that Fellowship should be available from day one. Just a couple of things. Bazaar, 100%, yeah. And Common Lens Tunnel, maybe. I mean, they could do something like that. I mean, there's stalls over there. How canon would that be? Just put a couple extra stalls in the Common Lands? Boom. Make it fucking canon to the game. That's what I was thinking. Can't be that hard to install there. Yeah. $65. Let's go. $1,600. Why is... That's faster cast, less mana? Oh, it's got a pushback. Teak had like 600 people in main commons earlier. Nutty lag, yeah. That's particularly why I will actually... I'll actually just turn off graphics. I'll turn off human like graphics and everything like that. Can someone link that EverQuest Dark Paw channel here? That looks familiar. It does indeed. I think it's about to start up here in just a couple minutes. Oh, dude, somebody buffed me with some really good buffs. And our pet can now take buffs too. Let's go. I got you, Chizito. No worries, man. Schedule for Fippy events is pretty mad topics that I've heard 100 times. So here we are. Supposedly, we're going to get some big announcement today. According to Fading, whenever he was talking about it. Did your pet get them? Yeah. Oh, was that you, Retro? But wait. There's going to be, yeah, Rob Ellis, Fading. Oh, here. We can turn our music off. Got some EverQuest music playing here from the stream. Pretty sure if he wasn't the host, I wouldn't tune in. Yeah. Nom in the bot house too. Yep. We'll blow it up here in just a second, so it should be easier to see. Not to be salty per se. Honestly, Ion, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of figured that they were gonna reach out to you. I would have expected that they would have reached out to you before they reached out to him. Swung my heroic character shaman by the buff, not gonna go Mo. Well, thank you very much for the buffs. I appreciate it. That's super kind of you. I was like, wait a second, I see someone over here buffing. Got 2 million views. He's got like 400.
Want to hear my EQ story?
Okay, so here is my EverQuest story.
This is my EverQuest story.
And this is my EQ story.
This is my EverQuest story.
And this is my EQ story.
Okay, here we go.
EverQuest 2 story. And this is our EverQuest story.
Here we go. Yeah, Ion. That's another reason why I said I'm kind of surprised that they didn't reach out to you first.
online game of all time.
Here we go.
In developing EverQuest,
Hi, my name is Mark, and I'm an
over
addict, yeah.
100 artists and game designers worked for over 5 years to bring an unprecedented level of cinematic immersion to the game. To power
It's been getting nuts too on Teak. What, people recognizing you?
Infrastructure equivalent to one of the world's top supercomputers runs 24 hours a day, 7 days.
Getting
a
recognized
week.
too much? Are you
The
Ionic?
real driving force behind the phenomenal success of EverQuest is the devoted community fan base.
It's
Here,
interacting
let's do
with
this.
people, it's making real friendships.
Let's turn off the sound.
Changed my life forever.
I met some
No,
of the coolest
nope,
people
not me.
and made friends from all around the world.
Proceeds to train the whole group.
And I heard we're going to attempt the Avatar of War in KO Draco. I was ecstatic.
Every player is part of our EverQuest story. How is EverQuest a part of yours?
Here, we're gonna blow this up just a little bit.
My EverQuest story? It's awesome. Started playing EQ1 in 2002. I was 12 years old.
Time to change name to Clean New Socks, yeah.
With Lyme disease, and I had to stop playing baseball. So my friend showed me EverQuest.
Did
showed me how to play.
accidentally train and wipe a group yesterday? Bro.
Run around and you attack stuff. It was
Bro.
pretty boring. I mean, I didn't get it. I died. I lost my corpse. I got ready to quit. And then a high-level guy, this awesome guy, like, runs up to me. He gives me, like, 10 platinum and a sword and these awesome buffs. And I was like, you know what? I want to be that guy. Like, turns out it was the top paladin on the server. And I was like, well,
Accidentally or accidentally, yeah.
I played EQ1 until level 80, and then EverQuest 2 came out.
Reputation destroyed.
And I had a guild, and my friend is like, oh, you know, so why did you start playing this game? And I told him this story. And he's like, you know, you're not going to be that guy. You're not going to be the best. That's not going to happen. And I was like, well, I mean, I could try. I learned the game. I learned all the lore, I learned all the classes, I learned how to raid, I learned all the content. I started playing with some people that were way over my head. Next thing I know, I got a message from the #1 guild in the world. They paid for my transfer, and I've been there ever since. Marigoth Memorandum, #1 paladin in the world. That is that.
How do you even try to make the title? Like, how do you even try to make the claim of the title of being the best in the world at something? What?
Not in theaters.
Is that Mr. Beast? Can tell with the EverQuest graphics? Yeah.
Not on television.
Like, how? That would be like me trying to claim I'm the best rogue in the world.
Living, breathing fantasy world, live on the internet. Embark on
#1 on Magilo doesn't make you #1. Exactly.
To form alliances,
what?
Friends, and enemies. Arm yourself with a variety of fantastic weapons. And
I'm the
magical
#1
spells.
illusion collector in the world.
Then prepare for an adventure.
Bow before me.
No other.
Back then he could have won best of the best, so he was #1 20 years ago.
Any logical
Mr. Mister is the best rogue pet in the world.
I guess we really never did for it to go this big.
Yep.
It was very hard, but it was rewarding.
And just
No,
being able to
yeah,
sustain all the players,
no way to tell
provide
you're
enough
prove you're #1 in a
content and
PvE
things
game.
to do.
I've been #1 on
It's been
Magilo
fun
several
being a
classes several
player.
times. Doesn't mean I was the
got
best. Yeah.
job Through playing EverQuest.
All the people on the team are actually players still.
A bunch of us come in early in the mornings and play.
I am
love seeing
#1.
enjoy playing what we create. The entirety of the game pulls people together.
EverQuest players, you rock! EverQuest my favorite game by far.
We got interested in online gaming together 4 or 5 years ago.
I've been playing EverQuest since March 20th, 1999.
I'm a Dark Elf Necromancer.
Oh, ominous! Come with me. I'm gonna rebuff.
Paladin.
I've been playing EverQuest for 2 years.
This video I'm working on is gonna be beefy.
Welcome to EverQuest Fanfare.
We love beefy. Ooh, they got the jams. Like maybe a few hours long? Damn, dude. Here, let me... I think we're gonna put the merc up. I don't think we're gonna need the merc up anymore. Let's put taunt on for the pet. That should be more than good enough to tank for us now. Yeah, pet's more than tank enough.
Gotham, Quadra. I now pronounce you husband and wife in the lands of Nora.
Then again, I'm guilty of watching an 11-hour YouTube video. Is it mine? It's gonna be a playthrough of Kunark to Pop. Ugh. Dude, that music, dude. That freaking music.
Thank you, EverQuest, for all that you've done for so many of us, and the differences you've made in our lives.
If it wasn't for EverQuest, my life would not be
Pop
what it is
intro
today.
song, yep.
Because without your game, I don't think I'd be here where I am today.
Man, right in the feels, yeah, retro.
Thank you, EverQuest.
Happy birthday, EverQuest. But that is my EverQuest story.
And that is my EverQuest 2 story.
So nostalgic, dude. That just makes me feel like a kid all over again. Without this game, I wouldn't have made so much money because of selling variety. Oh my god.
Adventure it has been
Yes,
for the
yes,
last
indeed.
2.5 decades.
21 when I
And the
played
adventure
EverQuest when it first
continues.
released.
From here in beautiful San Diego, California, home of Daybreak and Dark Paw Games, to the super fan ambassadors, you guys that are here with us in person at the San Diego Comic-Con.
There's at least 20 of them.
To our players and fans that are watching this live stream all over the world, I want to welcome all of you to Fippy Fest.
Fippy, Fippy, Fippy.
So now you're wondering, okay, what is Fippy Fest? What is this all about?
You're exactly
well, you
right.
might think that this is a celebration of the legacy of EverQuest and EverQuest 2. And it is. The numbers alone are a testament to the strength of this game. 28 years of development. It is the longest running MMORPG with continuous development.
Let's fucking go.
25 years of a live service game on EverQuest, and a sequel that is approaching 20 years in its 20th anniversary later this year.
Poop sock didn't really smell in there.
50
Yeah.
expansions have been released across both games, an incredible number. And every year since launch in 1999, for 24 consecutive years, EverQuest has released a new expansion, and in some years, 2 in 1 year. And for the 25th year in a row, Darkpaw is expected to continue that legacy this year. Absolutely. You're going to hear a little bit of info.
Oh, there's
about
one
these
guy in
latest
there. Excuse me,
expansions
this
for
isn't
both
not classic.
games throughout
Oh.
this live streaming broadcast, and for our fans that are watching this live stream. And you're going to see a few cool things as well. In the game, over the past 25 years, in EverQuest, over 9 million characters that have been created to adventure across Norath. Nearly 900 zones are available to explore.
9 million,
400,000 NPCs to accidentally hit auto attack like I seem to do every single time.
5 million of those are mine.
160,000 items in the game. It's over
160,000
2.5 decades
items?
of the world of Norath.
Ominous,
And
that's got to be
Fippy
your
Fest
bank.
Is a celebration of
Ominous,
that.
that's just like your bank,
But
dude.
that's not what's at the heart of Fippy Fest. Fippy Fest is a celebration of the
Excuse me, God,
tenacity
through
of the
Lorian
Dark
song,
Paw
not classic, yeah.
Now, I don't mean the team at Darkpaw Games that is here. Yes, they keep the games growing strongly, and they are a part of that pack. But I mean you, the players, the fans, those that have joined us in person, and all of you that are watching and
Can you
streaming
guys
from
hear it
around
just
the
fine, by
world.
the way?
The developers, too. You are a part of that. Fippy Fest is about the EverQuest community.
Okay.
The community that, like Fippy Darkpaw himself, is tenacious and
It's a
is
tad low.
passionate. And like the game studio that shares his name, like EverQuest, it just keeps going.
Let's try that.
I want to tell you guys a little bit about that community. But to do so, let me introduce myself. My name is Rob Ellis, and I'm a super fan of EverQuest. Thank you very much. Some of you know me as Fading in game. Some of you from the EverQuest show as Fading. Like all of you, I love this game. I love this community so much. From that first moment that I stepped foot in the game, seeing the Fadark city of Kelethin, this huge forest with all the elven splendor, and adventuring across those wooden platforms, you know, the rope bridges, and then subsequently falling to my death and going splat. We all did it. We know we all did it.
Relatable.
That first woolly mammoth that I saw in Everfrost Peaks, it was huge. It stood 3 times the size of my character. I was playing with my childhood friend Kevin back then, and he had moved away after college. EverQuest was our way to continue to play together, even though we were several states away. Both of us outfitted in the best banded gear at the time, by the way. We attacked it, and with 2 mighty swings of the gores of its tusks, I went splat yet again. I was a ranger back then, by the way. I quickly learned that ranger was synonymous with splat. And very quickly I learned that that's the life of a ranger. So, the very first raid I went on, in Luckland, we were going to a place called Akiva Ruins. I was a level 42 enchanter. I decided to change to
It does kind of sound like a eulogy.
It settled into
Yeah.
my main as Fading. It was my first interaction with the larger EverQuest community.
Stuck between
I had
staying
met
on
other
Project
people in the game,
Lazarus
online
or
world,
fire up a
my
various
first
box
guild.
size group.
They invited me
Do
along
it.
to this raid.
Join us on
We were
FV.
engaging something called the Itrier Vius. I know some of you know it. The IV, they called it. This terrifying, huge, cloaked figure. There must have been 50 of us gathered
Jokes on you,
around,
sunsetting game.
trying
Yeah.
to work together
Perhaps he
to
announced no,
accomplish this goal.
no elsewhere. You take that
I
back.
stood there looking around, kind of at the spectacle of it all of these people working together, not really paying attention that my hit points were
EverQuest the
slowly
finale.
dropping due to the AE.
Could you
guessed it,
imagine?
I went splat yet again. I found out that enchanters went splat a lot faster than rangers did, at least back then they did when I played. But the community, my guild, they were there. The battle raged on. They continued to fight. Ivy's hit points dropped very, very slowly.
The finale, one new reskin zone. It's a reskin of Kelethin.
They rezzed me back into the fight, right into the AE, only to go splat yet again, and again, and again. Now, after 25 years of playing, we've all gotten a little bit better. At least I hope so. We've all learned a little bit. I've learned a little bit more about playing an enchanter and raiding. But that community spirit, it remains. Now, I've been fortunate enough through the EverQuest show to be able to interview some members of the community to showcase some of these amazing stories. Stories from Vetarica, which we saw in our introduction
Ion,
video.
did you get interviewed?
The EverQuest player who suffers from MS, who plays the game to escape the pain in real life, and can jump and run and play in the world of Norath and can play with her grandkids. She became her character, Vetarica. Stories from Linda Carlson, who you also saw. Brass, we all know her and love her. I have big shoes to fill by hosting this event in her place. Went on from a player in the game, meeting her real-life husband, to becoming a games developer herself, all because of EverQuest. Stories from numerous other couples that share that same online story. They met as characters in an online world, but realized they wanted to share their real world together, get married in real life.
Genders drop faster than Rangers, not
Their
for my
children
accounts.
exist because of EverQuest. Stories from the developers who are as passionate about the world of Norath as the players are. Recently, I had a chance for the EverQuest show to interview over a dozen of the developers, and I asked the usual questions, the EverQuest stuff, servers, code, NPCs, zones, dragons. But the final question I posed was this: why do you think EverQuest has lasted as long as it has?
Viagra.
Why does this game endure? Interview after interview, they all gave the same answer. Worded
Viagra.
slightly differently, but in general, the answers were all the same. The fans, the players, the community. At first, I thought, wow, their marketing team is really good. They've prepped them really well. But that same day, I had a chance to interview several other members of the EverQuest developer community and other members
People's
that
big
were not a part
imaginations
of
in
the developers,
fantasy and RPG
even
for
from
sure.
former years
Yeah.
of EverQuest. I posed the same question.
If your erection
Why
lasts
do you
longer than
think
24 hours,
EverQuest
please see a
has
doctor.
lasted so long? They weren't prepped by a marketing
24
team,
years.
but their answer was the same. The fans, the players, the community. Because
24
it's
years.
obvious. EverQuest and EverQuest 2, the community is here, what we are celebrate today. Community. This is what Fippy Fest is all about. Now, while this is the first day of Fippy Fest for all of our Fippy Fest live streamers, for some of you, for EverQuest and EverQuest 2's biggest fans that are joining us here in the room today, Fippy Fest is now in day 2. I want you to check out some of the experience our Fippy Fest ambassadors had yesterday in person here in San Diego. Take a look.
Oh, they're going to advertise what the people who paid $1,500 got?
We are here in beautiful San Diego, California at the San Diego Comic-Con Museum for the start of Fippy Fest 2024. All right, it is the start of day 1. We are here for breakfast, and then in just a moment, all the attendees, the developers, the players, the fans, they're all going to go inside for a little welcome reception to start our big
Hey, what's up,
journey
Arngrim?
throughout San Diego for Fippy Fest.
Thank you, thank you. So, I mean, we're getting all the nostalgic music, and we got an interesting eulogy, like Ion put it.
I've been playing EverQuest since 2001. My mom bought it for me as a Christmas present back in the day, and probably the best thing she ever did because she probably saved a lot of money. I didn't have to go out and do anything. So just kind of seeing an in-person event for the first time.
Fucking relatable.
I think the thing I was most excited about was meeting the devs. Just thanking them for the time that they put into the game and all the care that they take with it and all the things that they've done to kind of keep it going over the years. I think 25 years for EQ1 is a lot of time and a lot of effort that's been put into that. So just meeting them and thanking them is worth it enough for me.
We spend all year making stuff and trying to be creative, but we don't get to see the faces of our customers when they experience that content. So seeing them in person, seeing them in something like this, it means
I'm gonna
a lot
come
to us.
buff my
It recharges
pet real
us.
quick.
It gives us energy to hit that next thing we're doing.
Having a pet that get targeted by buffs is so good. Our backpack's mandatory. No backpack, no entry. I think it's just a nerd thing for sure.
So we've all arrived here at daybreak and tours are going on, but this is what is really the star of the tour. It's the Keith Parkinson and other artist artwork, incredible stuff. These are the actual original oil paintings that the Fippy Fest attendees have had a chance to see. It's incredible artwork. The detail is really difficult to describe until you see them up close, and our Fippy Fest attendees have had a chance to see that today.
They have an idea of what Daybreak
Get a chance to talk, VB. I'll pick your brain on my group box decision if you don't mind. Absolutely, dude.
About these paintings. I've been thinking
I don't
about
mind
the
at all.
history of this, and they get a glimpse of that. The really cool thing about Fippy Fest is we get to meet with these players who have spent so much of their life in this game, and they get to see that we are real players too, and we really care about the EverQuest franchise, and we hope to keep it going for another 25 years.
There we go. Just started back this year. It better not be a eulogy. Oh, it's definitely not, dude. We're just being sarcastic. I don't think EverQuest is going anywhere anytime soon. In all seriousness. Rogue, 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 tank, merc, healer, merc, perfection. I couldn't agree more. Rogue, rogue, rogue your boat. Gently down the box. Needs more cowbell. Ding, 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 ding. Got a fever, and there's only one cure. 66, let's go. Let me summon a new pet here in a second, dude. Up to 50.5 on my Vexar crawl with my 56 mage. Nice, dude.
It has been an awesome couple of days so far here at Fippy Fest. I think our players and developers have enjoyed themselves. Wouldn't you guys say? It's really been incredible to have everyone here in San Diego that's enjoying the celebrations for 25 years of EverQuest and 20 years of EverQuest
EXP really slowing down at 47.
It's been a wonderful
Oh yeah,
way
it
for
will.
the developers, past and present, to thank them and for them to thank us
People
for
said
the 25
people that paid
years,
$1,500
this
to get a gourmet
wonderful
meal. Everybody
gift
else
of
gets a
this
sack
online
lunch,
world.
bologna
Now, some of those
sandwich, no
past
cheese, and a juice
developers
box.
and members of the community
An
couldn't be
empty
with
juice
us
box.
for Fippy Fest, but they did want to send along some messages to all of us for this event. Take a look.
Hey everybody, I am Jeffrey Zetkin, or GZ, or as you may know me, the Archmage of North, and just wanted to say thank you to EverQuest for an amazing 25, or in this case, 28 years since I've been there for a while, and congratulations to everybody.
Hello there, it's Linda Carlson, or Brass the Dwarf.
Darnazon, go to
I'm
Plane
here
of Justice.
to thank the EverQuest franchise. 25 years of EverQuest, and EverQuest 2 entering its 20th year.
POJ
Thank
is
you
going to
for
be the
bringing
spot
us
to be.
all the ability to share an online space. You've given us careers, you've given us families, you've given us comfort over some very difficult years. And here's to the next 25.
Hello, I'm Scott Hartzman, former technical director of EverQuest and tech director and later head of EverQuest 2.
Geriatrics of Destruction,
Working on
God
EverQuest and
2.0.
EverQuest 2 was one of the greatest honors of my career. What made them so special was the friendships between players, with players, and with other developers. Lifelong friendships that really withstood
POI
the
is
test of
also
time,
pretty good too.
just like the games themselves. Happy 25th birthday, EverQuest. Here's to the next 25.
Plane of Justice is just a really easy spot.
Absolutely. Now, like any good pack, any good team, it's only as good as the leader. And for Darkpaw Games, that leader has to know an immense amount about a very immense set of games in a very immense world. It's not just a technical sense that they need to know about, but a business sense, good game development sense, and because the longevity of the game is tied to the community, they need to have a good sense about people. A good leader knows and understands this. Now, she's not only the leader for the team of developers, but also a leader in the community inside and out. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the head of Darkpaw Studios, Jen Chan.
Yeah, buddy.
Hello, and thank you all for
Hello
being
there.
here. It's an honor to celebrate 25 years of all the multiverses of EverQuest. And first off, I would like to thank all of you, our players and fans, because without y'all, the game wouldn't exist today. And I'd like to thank the past and present team keeping the game thriving with new expansions, new content, and new features every single year. So please, join me in a round of applause for
Oh my
everyone
God,
that has
ominous.
helped make this celebration so special. So I'd like to take a moment to talk to you about why EverQuest is so special to me and why I'm honored to still be serving all of you. Reflecting back on my sweet 16 years as a developer on EverQuest, one silver cord shined the brightest. And that silver cord was connected to the people. The communities that you have built, the lives that you have saved, and the families that we have all found. All of it wouldn't be here without all of you willing to lend an ear or a hand to those that are struggling through something. You have all truly changed people's lives for the better. It's been a wild ride, and we have a bright future ahead of us. And I hope to celebrate another 25 more years.
Couldn't agree more. Let's go. 25 fucking more years.
Thank you so much, Jen. I have so many questions now as we get into this next day of Fippy Fest. A lot of things that I want to bring up. Let's start with this year, 2024 being declared the year of Darkpaw. There is so much that is happening. What can you tell us about what's been happening this year?
So I'd love to talk to you first about our soundtracks. So we've been releasing soundtracks of our previous expansions every month.
Mm-hmm.
And Jay Latterwasser, our audio engineer, he's been lovingly going through and organizing all of the music. And for him, it was like sifting through a time capsule, or even reading the rings of a tree stump. The evolution of games became very transparent.
Accurate.
Especially with EQ. You could see the way the technology changed and progressed throughout the eras. A quick stat that he had provided, EQ currently has 400 pieces of music, totaling 13 and a half hours.
That's about the size of one of my playlists.
And EQ2, not to be outdone, has over 700 different pieces of music, totaling for 15 and a half hours.
I know some people don't play with the music and sound on. I am one of the people that does play with the music and sound on, so I appreciate every second of that music. One of the things that we've been talking about for Darkpaw, for the year of Darkpaw, is the anniversary tower. It's been a big success. But talk to us a little bit about that, because it's been so much fun to enjoy.
So about last year, May, June-ish, I prompted the entire development team to think of things that we could do to celebrate these milestone anniversaries. And normally, big content release ideas come from the design team. But the anniversary tower came from a relatively new environment artist, Chris Merlot.
Where's Chris? Where's Chris? Right there.
You're the reason
So
you
this
ruined
story
tea.
is from them.
How dare you?
So when the challenge came up, there was one big question, and that is, when you're trying to honor so much history, where do you go? And the natural answer is, well, everywhere. So we did.
It's been incredible.
Yeah, and so the tower is a love letter to the series. It's also a great sightseeing tour across Norath because it features 11 locked magical rooms that are recreations of places that you can visit in Norath today. It's also a gigantic art gallery featuring some of the never-before-seen concept art from over the years. I know the first time that I went through the gallery, I was like, are we sure that's ours? I've never seen that. And it being a year-long event with a new tower every month, it's meant to be savored, not inhaled, very much like a party that you never want to end.
And we certainly don't want this
Relatable,
party to
yeah.
end anytime soon, do we? All right. So we've talked about EverQuest, the anniversary tower, but EverQuest 2 has its own set of events that are going on for the year of Darkpaw. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Absolutely. So the biggest event that we are doing in EverQuest 2 is the Masquerades of Divinity. And this was really the brainchild of senior designer Carlos Mora.
Where's Carlos? There he is. He's over there.
I'm sure it's scripted at first, but I'm sure there's going to be some
So we
non-stuff
asked him, what
later
was
on.
the inspiration for the masquerades? Where did you come up with this idea? And he recalled the feeling of seeing the avatars of the gods back in Echoes of Fëanor, back when they were the new hotness. And it was also that same feeling that he got from all of those GM events in EverQuest. And so it was that awe-inspiring feeling, and the fact that they were interacting with us, just mere mortals, and that amazing feeling stuck with him all of these years. And so with the 20th anniversary, we are trying to recreate that feeling from before by having the gods, new and old, participate directly through their avatars, challenging the player's mettle.
I'm not going to lie.
Very
I didn't
cool
even
stuff.
know there was an event
Very cool
going on for
stuff.
EverQuest 2. I had no idea.
So this is the question that I really want to ask, because in the year of Dark Paw, you've brought back one of the things that me, as a super fan, as a collector of all of the EverQuest swag, I've been really excited to hear. Bringing back the swag store. Are there any plans
EverQuest
for
2,
the
what
year
is
of
that?
Dark Paw as we continue to expand that?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I have...
Oh, she's a magician. I didn't know she played a magician class.
Oh my god.
I have these lovingly drawn new commissions of the cloth maps from the original artist Rick Schmitz.
I actually
We have
want one of those.
from EverQuest 1, and these are amazing. They feel great. And
I really
obviously
want one of
they're
those.
pretty large. And then we also have one for EverQuest 2.
And these were done by Rick Schmitz, the original artist.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
And they look incredible, and they do feel quite nice. And these are going to be available in the swag store?
Yes, they're available in the swag store right now.
So they went live this morning.
Oh shit.
So
Okay,
if
I'm gonna
you're
have to
on
go
the
buy
stream,
one.
you
Yeah, I'm
can hit
gonna
the
have to buy
swag
one of
store.
those. I gotta get one of those.
Very cool looking. We don't even have copies of these, so this is amazing. One of the things that people are most anxious to tune into Fippy Fest
For $200
is some new information.
Yeah,
New information
buddy.
about the games,
Info,
what's
info,
coming for the
info.
future. One of the things that's been happening over the past several months is the beta that's going on for the next EverQuest 2 server. That's gonna be
Nothing so far
launching. Do you have
hyper.
any information on that
Just
for
some
us?
nostalgic
Well, I'm
music
pleased
so
to
far.
announce EverQuest 2's Origin server Anashti Sul will go live next Wednesday.
Oh shit. Next Wednesday, EverQuest 2 Origin. Let's go.
June 19th at noon.
So
Fuck
these
yeah.
guys here, they've been waiting for
They're
the
dropping it
server,
on
so
June
You guys
10th.
can't see them here, but they are definitely waiting for it. Of course, one of the things that we really want to hear, is all the players want to hear, is what's going to happen with expansion releases for later in the year for both EverQuest and
Yes.
EverQuest
Let's
2.
go. Let's go. Info, info,
we've
info.
passed this big milestone as we head into the future. What's in store for us?
Well, so for EverQuest, our 31st expansion is named The Outer Brood.
Oh,
Everybody
okay.
got that?
Outer
The
Brood.
Outer Brood.
Okay. That's about dragons, right? That's gonna be dragons.
And for EverQuest 2's 21st expansion, we're calling it The Scars of Destruction.
Okay, so
All right.
also dragons.
So there's your tease. It's been an exciting time. Great information that we have all throughout the day here. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Jen Chan, head of studio.
They're both 20
for
bucks
Dark
each.
Paw Games.
Super nice. That's good info. I'm gonna buy one of each.
Now there is so much more in store for Fippy Fest. You're going to hear a little bit more about the expansions. You're going to get a little bit of a tease. We've got a lot happening for Fippy Fest. We've got some incredible
Let's go.
panels. We've got incredible EverQuest art. There's an in-game hide and seek that's going to be ongoing for both EverQuest and for EverQuest 2. And the devs are going to answer some of your community questions as well as questions from the community that is here. But up first, now that you've gotten a little taste of what Jen has told us about the expansions, how about something a little more visual? So up next, our making of EverQuest and EverQuest 2 expansions. We're going to have developers on the stage to talk a little bit about what it's like to make expansions.
Oh, I hope they show us something. Like, actually show us something new. How blown would your mind be if they announced a new
Fippy
class?
Fest is a
I would actually be
celebration of
fucking
the
jaw
passion and the
dropped
history of EverQuest and EverQuest 2. Now, as fans, we all have our
after all
special
this time,
memories
dude.
and our favorite aspects of the games that we love. But what about the developers? They have their favorites too.
My name
4
is
zones,
Daniel
2 missions, 1
Hosford,
raid.
and
Shut up,
I'm
Day.
the engineering
Shut up,
manager
Day.
for EverQuest 2.
I'm Lucy McLaurin. I'm the engineering manager for EverQuest.
Hi,
Shut
I'm
up,
Ryan Shannon. I'm a senior game designer on EverQuest.
My name's Carlos
The
Mora,
newest
and I'm
EverQuest
known
1
as Ninja,
class.
and I'm a senior designer too on
That's
EverQuest 2,
Berserker, isn't
mainly
it?
raid content.
My name
Berserker's
is
the
Robert
last one.
Fouts. I'm the lead system designer for EverQuest 2.
And what would you say
Gates of
is
Discord,
your most
2004.
significant contributions to the game or games?
Well, the servers are up, I think. I think that there's a lot of cool things that we've done together on the code team, and I wouldn't try to take credit for them. I would say that some of the things that we've worked on in the past few years that I think are really awesome are randomized loot, level
He's
up
great.
progression,
Dude, I'm
things
loving
like
this
the
so
server
far,
loot
though.
bonus, and most
I'm
recently
easy to
alternate
please.
personas.
The single biggest thing that I've ever done
I wish I could have gone to
is
this.
the Overseer system. But the Overseer system is interesting because I didn't actually get to design it. I got brought onto the team as it was being started. And I ended up kind of like, well, I guess I was overseeing its development because it
I
took
see what he did
many
there.
months for us to get it out the door. And that was, but it was a very big project. And it's probably the biggest single contribution I've made to EQ so far to date.
This just NVD
I guess
is
if I had to
easy.
choose, though, it'd probably be
You've
Tower
never been
Frozen
more
Shadow.
right.
I was a huge fan of that in EQ1, and I lived in there for probably years combined. And when I got the opportunity to work on it in EQ2, I was just like jumped at it. I was like throwing blows, trying to get everybody to know that's my zone. So yeah, I really loved the way it turned out, and I put a lot of effort and time and personal story and stuff into it to kind of further it along what had already been done.
So let's kind of talk about some of your favorite things in the game. Let's start
You're
with,
damn
do you
right,
have any
Day.
favorite zones in the game?
Yeah, so my totally favorite zone of all time is definitely Plane of War. It has
Plane
a
of
lot of
War?
really challenging content, and it's also like nostalgic and cool that they added that so much later on in the game.
That's actually
what
fair.
about favorite NPCs, or it could be the actual NPC because of the story, or NPC models because it looks really cool in the game. You have any favorites there in either game?
I mean, I'm a big fan of Lucan because he's so iconic for one.
Probably in Echo Caverns, when the gnome is like trying to get your help to fix the dirigible, and something spawns behind you and runs at you, and he's like, "What's the McGillicuddy is that thing?" And it just was like so jarring and out of place, but was
Why am I not
kind of
surprised that you like
diversion
Pain
to
Mommy?
the dialogue to make something attack you, and I really
I'm not
liked the way it
surprised at
turned
all,
out. It
Day.
was just humorous.
Did I read somewhere that there's a specific NPC that you like to use for testing certain things?
Oh, like the Paladin Pig, or it could be. I mean, I usually spawn a pig, and it was one I think put in by Rob called we could test pig, or I think one of them's called the Paladin Pig, and we just spawned this thing and set it invulnerable, and I think we've probably killed that pig over 1 million times by now.
He's been
Luck one is
subject to
Bay.
torture.
Absolutely. But he gets the job done. He helps us, excuse me, find and fix the bugs.
This is a big year for both games, milestone year. Why would you say that this anniversary is special to you?
Well, this anniversary is special to me because it's been 20 years since I started playing the game. It's
fair.
It's just one of those groundbreaking milestones of getting this far and this long with a game that stays this popular.
I mean, 25 years is pretty awesome for any game, and 20 for ours. And but I mean, EverQuest has always held a special place in my heart. It's always been the game that I keep playing, whereas others I tend to play for a bit and move on. I can always come back to EverQuest and have a good time. whether it
EverQuest
be
always
EverQuest 1
accepts
or
my
2.
credit
I
card,
think
so I always keep
25
coming
years
back.
is a really incredible accomplishment for any game, and especially for EQ. I think EQ really keeps impressing all of us, players and developers, with how well it continues to do after so long.
What is it you would say that you like the most about the community for both EverQuest and EverQuest 2? It's all about the community, but what is it you think that really embodies that? What is it about the community?
Passion. I mean,
No.
the community, what makes our community
EverQuest,
special,
like the girl who asked me if I was looking for a date when I was running through the sketchy part of
the
town.
passion. It doesn't matter if their passion is sometimes in agreement, sometimes it's in disagreement, but they're always passionate. They love the game, and they're passionate about saying, "Hey, we want it to be better. We want it to continue forever," and that helps us be passionate about trying to do that exact thing with them.
Passionate
Make
is a
it better,
very nice word
make
of
it last
putting
forever. Do everything you
obsessed.
possibly can to do both of those things, because their passion is what helps feed our passion.
Obsessed.
They're the most passionate and just dedicated fans that you could hope for. I mean, the fact that this game has been running for as long as it have is obviously due to the community, right? And they help us on all levels. I mean, they help us
67.
Find bugs. They help us, basically just keep the game going. I mean, we couldn't do without
Stalkers
them.
are also
So,
passionate.
I mean,
Yes, they
their
are.
passion and dedication has got to be, at the heart of it.
When you have been playing a game for like over 2 decades, right? There is a difference in how much you care about it and how much it means to you, than there are in other games. And I think that like matters. I think that that's an important thing to keep in mind, like as developers, right? When we're working on the product, that how the depth of how much people actually care about this game is a very important thing for us to respect as developers, and to also care about and to like nourish to the best of our ability. And like, I guess I hope as developers, like, we can continue to provide the experience that these players, have been enjoying for decades, for as long as they want to keep playing the game.
One of the things that made the fan conventions for a long time so successful are the panels. And with this milestone year, we thought we'd talk about what it's like to go into the making of the 50 expansions that are now available for EverQuest and EverQuest 2. So here to talk about those expansions, I have a panel here. I'm going to introduce them all. Adam Bell, Design Manager for EverQuest.
Passionate, equal bat stuff crazy at times. Dude, very real. Very, very real.
Kyle Valee, our creative director for EverQuest 2. And Nathan McCall, our lead content designer for EverQuest 2. I've got to give you this stat. So on this couch, collectively, there is 87 years of experience working on EverQuest. That's incredible.
Dude, they're almost as
They
old
don't
as
like when I
Ominous.
mention that stat, but the players like when we mention that stat.
You're welcome, Ominous.
So
I love you, buddy.
At the beginning, and Adam, I want to start with you. How do you start? Where do you begin when it comes to developing an expansion?
Well, it's a relatively simple process. We all give a little warning, and then we start with a set of pitches. We review all the pitches and then decide which pitch we want to work with. Once we've found the pitch that we like, we refine the story, make sure we're telling the story we want to tell. And then we continue going from there. Then we figure out what zones we're going to do and figure out what stories we want to tell in each zone. And just keep iterating on that for a few months. And then we start making the game.
And what is that timeline like for EverQuest specifically? What's the timeline of developing an expansion look like? How long does it take?
Typically, it's the whole time for an expansion is probably a year and 5 months.
Jesus Christ.
There is some overlap. We will still
V's
be
going
working
to suffer
on
now?
the previous expansion
Nuh-uh.
while we're working on the next expansion.
Ominous loves me.
So
He wouldn't
there
do
is
that.
overlap time where we're mostly writing stories while we're finishing up the previous expansion.
So I posed the question for EverQuest. So Kyle, I want to go to you and pose it for EverQuest too. What is that timeline like for you? How is it different and how is it the same?
Whoa, it's pretty similar. We everybody kind of on the team has ideas what they want to do for an expansion, so we do pitches like what they're saying. But sometimes we also have passion projects. We've had a couple expansions in the past 5 years that were passion projects that we've been talking about for years that we wanted to do. So we pitch them, we talk about them, and then typically once we've decided, what the expansion's going to be, we turn it over to this man, and he kind of goes and does all this incredible, research, and then we kind of come back and talk about it and decide what direction the expansion's going to go and who are the baddies and who are the goodies and what's going to kill you.
That's actually really
And Kyle,
interesting to
is
know.
the
It takes
timeline the
about a year and a
same?
half.
No, our timeline is a bit different. It's about a year. I mean, it's
And a
more
year
like-
for EverQuest too. So that
No,
means
it's
a lot
not
of
a year.
times
I mean, we
that
start
they're already
planning
planning the next
December,
expansion before the
January.
next one's even released.
So we launch the expansion in
That's actually
November,
kind of
right?
impressive.
And then we start planning December, January, and then we have to get all the zone documents done and stuff ready for art so that art can start as soon as possible, on the overland zones or dungeons or whatever we're doing.
What is it that takes the most time? Where does your time go? What is it that takes the most effort?
Well, I mean, it all takes a good amount of effort, but I mean, the art definitely takes the most time. I mean, and every year our artists raise the bar. Like every year, it's like, oh, last year this is the coolest zone I have ever seen, and then guess what?
That's fair.
They're
Yeah.
like, oh, you like that? Well, watch this. So
Very
yeah,
cool.
it's pretty cool.
Alan, I want to ask you. We talk about the content that has to go into these expansions, and one of the things that you have to do is tell a story. That's something that you have to come up with. So,
There's
what
a
type
story.
of stories do you enjoy telling? What are the things that you like to
A
talk
dev
about
experience
when
means
you're
anything.
developing
70%
these
of the time,
expansions?
if any, of anything, is pointless
Expansions
meetings.
Always about
Fair.
some large overarching, like you're saying, what's the big bad? What are they going to fight? And all that's important. And you need a great setting. You need fantastic artists, which we do have, to set a scene. But for me, the key to link a person to a story is someone talking about it, some real person. Like you can see a dragon flying over and destroying things. That's cool. But unless somebody's being affected by it, it isn't as interesting of a story. It doesn't link to the player. And for Veil of Valeris, which is one of my favorites, we normally reward
choice.
people for doing the expansion with loot, cash, whatever. This time we decided to give them story, and the fun part I got to do there was I'm gonna shorten this because I know that you're looking at me like, hurry up.
No.
But
no, because I know we have an asset for Veil of Valeris, and if they want to bring that up, that's what I was looking at. Because I know we have some of the art for Veil of Valeris. If they have that available, we'll bring it up for you. But continue.
Yeah, but for me, I wanted to tell. So the Norathian gods are creatures created from a magical plane. They exist regardless of that anybody cares that they're there.
Yep.
Most fantasy lore has gods that are powered by their worshippers. So if you worship the god is stronger, then the god gives you the power back as magic, more or less. The Illyrian gods are those kinds of gods. The Norathian gods are not. So we wanted to
That's fucking
show
cool.
the difference between those two kinds of gods and get that lore out there in case people have missed it, because I thought people had. But the fun part was I got to write stories about each of those individual Illyrian gods becoming gods from normal Illyrians, which are not normal Norathians, but different story. And they as they become more and more famous, they do more and more notable things. They become more and more heroic and then more godly. And I got to write a
That's
bunch
cool.
of stories for those and then give them as rewards.
Yeah, Mayong was
for
the
those
later,
finished
not the
expansion.
former. Yeah.
And they talked to these.
Mayong was deified by
Some
us,
stones are now off
so.
screen again. And that's how
And
they get the
technically,
stories,
Saren
'cause those
was
stones
too.
have been there forever.
Saren was
They got
actually
across from Alaris when they
a human.
And VOA is one of my favorite expansions. If you haven't had a chance to play through the content, it really is one of the real big stories. Its storytelling is intricate in that expansion. Nathan, I want to go to you for a moment because you're so enthusiastic about the quality of the content and the stories that you guys tell in EQ2. You're so passionate about it. How are you able to tell those stories in EQ2? How is it different?
Ooh, how's it different? Well, everything sets the stage for a story, right? You've got everything around you, whether it's the location, what you're fighting, what it is you're actually doing. The quest
Yeah, I'm gonna blow
journals,
this up a little
there's
bit.
Every part of it is is going into the storytelling, right? All of that should be part of it. And but one of the complex things about EQ2 is that I'm working with a history that is shared between the two games. And so having to parse through
Jericho?
all of the known history
I'm not
of
sure who you're
both
referring
games,
to,
you know, our
Tardy.
shared one timeline, and trying to figure out, you know, like what happened in their timeline that I have to still honor because it happened before Planes of Power. So it better be part of our same shared history.
And how do you keep that all straight?
Oh, I don't.
Oh. The song, the fucking spell I'm casting over and over again? That's a good question.
I've got a database. I've
That's a good
got search
question, yeah.
engines. I have got that. And that's what Kyle was
I have no
referring to
answer
when
for
he
you. I'm
said,
sorry.
like, okay, we then give it over so that he can go over and do his magic. That is all investigation work. I look into what is it that players know? What is it they think they know? What is it that in-game has shared? So I have to look at all of that. And I love those little tidbits that I can find out there that might be like threads that were kind of just like, maybe it was a statement said on the side and not really thought about as being serious. And then I can pick that up and go, oh, no, this is something.
Alan, I want to go back to you because the VOA totem there is now showing. So we were talking about the gods as well, and just
So what have I
telling these
missed?
stories.
They
It's
announced
just
the
so
next
interesting
the next
when we
expansion
talk
for
about trying to
EverQuest and the
keep
next
some
expansion for
connectivity
EverQuest
between
2.
the games. But you know, the pantheon of Norath, not just what's going on in Alaris, because that was a whole new pantheon. How do you talk about that kind of pantheon, the gods of the game?
It's hard. First of all, I want to
Forgot about it and just started listening. It's like I think the EverQuest expansion was
and I try not to because it would just confuse me. So
it was
I
something
appreciate all your
of
effort, I really
Brood.
do.
Thank you.
I can't remember.
I don't
Skies
know
of
how to-
Brood or something? No, it wasn't Skies.
That's a really interesting
I
question.
already
No-
forgot the
no one really
name.
thought about it that way.
The gods play such a role in the stories. I feel like you may kind of go into telling a story about the gods and then maybe back off of it a little bit as well.
Both EverQuest and
Well,
EverQuest
so
2's
unfortunately,
expansions.
because
The
players
Outer
are more
Brood,
become
that's what
so
it
much
is, yeah.
stronger
The
than
Outer
us, and
Brood.
They're sort of static entities.
Sounds
because of what
emo.
you just said. They're born of the planes, and we could obviously just.
Well, like
back
considering like the
make
dragon
them more
visage I
difficult,
have is
but
visage
they
of the
are sort
Brood,
static
I'm
entities,
guessing
so
it's about
They are
dragons.
no longer the key features in the EQ universe, at least in our version of it. I don't know about you guys, but they've had to fall off because players can just beat them now, that probably can't happen again, as I was saying, in another universe where worship makes the gods stronger. As your followers get stronger, you in theory also get stronger. But the gods of Norath theoretically are static. So
The Brood Mother in the game is
they're-
a spider,
I think they're
also
fantastic
true.
characters, and they're really fun to play with.
Like
and
in
it's fun
WoW,
to instigate stuff.
Brood has to do with dragons or dragonkin.
But I don't know that they're major enemies anymore.
Oh.
They're just there in the background going, what happened to us? Like me, the old people in the universe. Where are we now?
They needed another
Adam, I
Planes of
wanna come
Power
back
level
to you
experience
because,
expansion.
you know,
They do.
Some developers
Serpent
make
Spine.
AA titles. Some developers make AAA titles. Adam is going for a quadruple A title, and that question leads you to
Ambleshift's amazing automated amalgamator. I was a new designer at the time, and I'm like, I'm going to make trade skills be what they are and be just accurate. And I made this abomination with more than 31 combined steps where you could fail along the way, and it was glorious and horrible. And I learned as a designer that while this may be fun in my
AVIAC
head, it's
expansion
not really
confirmed.
fun for
Please
the
no.
players. So I learned the good lesson of think of what's fun for the player over reality.
I love how your experience over time changes as you develop the games. 23 years of experience for Kyle working on the games.
Trash
I assume
Panda
the
expansion
process of
confirmed.
creating
No.
zones and kind of
No.
content,
No,
you've,
thank
you've
you.
settled into a method of doing that, but that was not always the case, was it?
Yeah, it's like second nature now, but there's this story that I tell people because it's like my design horror story. Is we were working on Kunark, Rise of Kunark, the 4th expansion for EverQuest 2, and I was so excited about it. I was super excited because Kunark was like my favorite expansion in EverQuest, and they're like, we're gonna give you your own zone. I was like, rad, my own zone. It was Jar South Wastes, and it was a massive zone. And when they gave it to me, there were no POIs in it, points of interest.
Yeah, this is the
nothing.
$1,500
And,
ticket thing.
So I kind of started working with the
The
artists.
people
you know,
that are there in
from the
person paid
gym,
$1,500.
drawing POIs. on
Can't
a
find the video on
whiteboard in
YouTube.
his
Here you go.
cubicle, Like, okay, I want this, and then he'd go build it and stuff. But during this, I was populating the zone, and my computer was really terrible. I mean, when I say terrible, I mean it was one of those old, really bad Dells, and it was taking me. I was using a new tool called Designer Dashboard. I wasn't using.
Should have let people use Chrono to attend. Be
And,
like,
it was taking
this,
me about 15 seconds to drop a single spawn camp. So you would drop it and you would wait.
this ticket
And
was
then the bell would go
sponsored by
off.
MacroQuest.
Okay, that one's in. And
I really wanted to
the
go and have a
zone, when I
T-shirt that
got
said that.
to a certain point, which is this is also a
But I also
detail
don't want to
that
get
not
banned,
do.
so I wouldn't say that.
I had about 3,200 spawn camps in that zone, and which, by the way, like when you brought the zone up, it would not run with 3,200 spawn camps in the zone. The zone would tell you no. So, but I had not done a check-in in about 2 months, and I lost my hard drive.
Bro.
So, I went back to my lead, and I told him what happened, and I got chewed out, pretty good. And but the funny thing is like, you know, getting new computers was like a hierarchy thing. It was like, oh, you haven't been here long enough to have a good computer. But they had a couple sitting in the coder's office, and they gave me like this old coding computer, and it was 20 times faster than the one I had, and I put it all back in about a week.
Wow.
So,
Did the work with the dog ate it, use that excuse before?
But it was terrifying because it also at that time it took a week for them to reload your computer to get everything back on the hard drive, like the game and everything. So I was basically sitting around for a week doing lore documents or whatever I was working on. But and they were this also happened like 4 weeks before the launch of Rise of Kennard. So they were freaking out because and I'm like, don't worry.
I want to ask you very quickly, this is kind of a sidebar. One of your favorite zones is what's in the newest expansion. I just love talking about it because I think it's so beautiful as Aether Rotlands.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that. Make sure they can hear you when you speak too, because I want you to talk about, I know you love this zone so much.
Well, what's so ironic about Aether Rotlands is I really had very little to do with it. I mean, it was designed by Chris Gerlich, and then, of course, Tim Hadelar was the artist that did the zone. But the whole time they were building it, I was going, this looks terrible. Like, I don't know what you guys are doing. Like it's really weird. I don't like the design. And Tim, of course, was like, shut up. It's going to be great. So, which this is a pretty common conversation we have. And, but like, he's like, okay, check it out. And I went in there and I was like, holy crap, this is the coolest zone I have ever seen. And it's just the colors and how it changes as you travel through it from just completely, I mean, it's not like subtle changes. It's like, you know, now it's gold, now it's all emerald, now it's like silver. And my favorite part is this golden forest that they did that's like got this cool golden lake in it. And they actually like did something to make the water ripple really slowly, so it looks like it's like a liquid gold lake and stuff.
I'm not gonna lie, I've never seen any of these zones that these guys are talking about
It is
for EverQuest 2.
absolutely stunning, and you've definitely got to check
Place
it
of
out.
honor for me is my design path script, which is the zone we use. We all kind of have our own zone that we use to design stuff in.
Kind of makes me want to play EverQuest 2 just to see it. Yeah, I want to see what these zones look like. I've never seen them.
Aether Rotlands became my design zone going forward until Tim totally blows it away.
Nathan, you kind of have a similar story about development where it's you know, the Tears of Vishan expansion.
Oh yeah, that threw us for a curveball, and particularly for storytelling. We had gone. The plan was to do a different expansion altogether, like theme, location, everything, and really close to last minute, art-wise, something happened. And all of a sudden, we can't do that. We can't make the overlands that we had planned. And so what are we going to do instead? And Tim Hadelar spent a weekend working on an overland. We had no idea. He came to us, he pitched it the Monday morning and said, okay, this is what I think you guys should do for an expansion because this is what we can support. And it was amazing. But I went through these that's Tears of Vishan was the expansion, right? So you're looking at the dragon area of Vesper Isles. Yeah, but I was thinking like what's the Aetherneer. Yeah, so it was the dragon area of Aetherneer. And so Vesper Isles, it was just beautiful, beautiful take. And I went through these stages almost like of mourning, where I was just like, no, I'm angry at this change. And then it was like, well, maybe if. And so I started doing the bargaining, right? And then the acceptance.
You were at the stages of death, is what you're talking
Yes,
about. Yeah.
yes. And so then I was
Stages
like,
of
well,
grief.
okay, after bargaining came the, like, oh, okay, well, if
That's
we did
that's
this, that would give
an
me an
interesting way to
opportunity
describe an
to,
expansion
you know,
you're
go
working
back
on.
to all sorts of dragons
Like the
that
5
we've had in the
stages of
past
grief.
and that have died, and now maybe your conflict of like, you were the one that killed them. What do they get to say to you? And yeah, it turned out to be really exciting. It was really beautiful. Blew us away. So yeah, it was such a dramatic change to happen within that period of like, nope, you're not doing that. Do something else.
One of the things that I really kind of find fascinating is and I want to pose this to the EverQuest team and to Adam as well. I want to say, when you talk about development of expansions, you have stories that you kind of need to weave together, but there is kind of a pendulum that swings from the nostalgia, especially in EverQuest. We've seen a lot of that lately. And then that pendulum has appeared to swing a little bit into Lorien's Song. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, and it's just a fairly organic thing, and it's a definite feels thing. You know, for a while we were thinking that more and more we were getting calls for nostalgia, so we started making these expansions that brought back nostalgia. You know, the Plaza Vishan and going off into Lucklin, and we just wanted to really bring back the nostalgia. But then we start hearing, well, but we've already been in these zones. What about something new? So we listen, and we swing the other way, and thus we came to Lorien's Song.
And yes, and there's more to come to that question. He's trying to cue me to something, but I really quickly want to pose that to the EverQuest 2 team, because I want to ask you: do you guys have a similar pendulum that swings for EQ2?
I wouldn't call it a pendulum so much for us as I think of it as a spice that we add. And so like you get some expansions like Kunark or Fadewar, and like that's going to be a 10, right? That is super spicy. That has got your nostalgia.
This feels like a trade skill combined.
and then you've got something else, you know, like Vitrovia, which is going to be like a 1 on the spice level, you know? Like that's going to, it doesn't have as much nostalgia. It's still there. If you know what it is that we're referencing,
almost gated out.
Like those threads are still
wrong
there.
clicky.
But it isn't as in your face. It's not as present, right? So we tend to do kind of the, okay, where on the scale is this one gonna land? And we would much rather do the 4s and the 6s range. You know, that's where we're comfortable. Now you want Thai food, yeah.
So we've teased the expansion names. Jen teased those. The Outer Brood for EverQuest.
Outer Brood.
And Seeds of sorry, I'm not going to mess it up. Scars of Destruction.
Yes.
So let me start with Adam or Alan.
So Seeds of Destruction for EverQuest 1 and Scars
you teased
of Destruction for
something big
EverQuest
at
2.
PAX East. You teased
Very
something
similar
big.
names as far as like old
What
school
can you
expansions.
tell us about what's
but
going
Outer
on
Brood sounds
with the
good.
I don't want to say it's dragons, but please tell me it's dragons.
Yes.
Yes, it's dragons.
Yes. I was fucking right. I love being right.
We're looking at an ogre. I'm waiting to see if Adam wants to set this video up at all. Do you want to talk about what this is that we're going to see?
Dragons.
So this is at the top of the actual end zone. And we're going to meet
Full
some
meat brood.
invaders that
Full
actually
coffee
came
expansion.
to invade Norath.
Ooh, dragon invaders. Bro,
Yeah.
what?
Too many. I have to say that is not as big as the dragon was delivered. I had to shrink it down a little bit just to get it in there. That thing is humongous.
Bro, what the
I
fuck?
asked the question, is this the biggest NPC that's ever been in the game?
It's the biggest current NPC in the game.
It's bigger than Quarm. Holy
Living
shit.
NPC. Yes. The Mechamantic Guardian itself is bigger, but that's right. And yes, Vishan.
Can I play it one more time for everyone? Because that is so cool.
That
I want to
it's a
play it one more
multi-winged
time if we
dragon
could.
that's bigger than
And
Quarm.
while we're doing that, talk a little bit about, give us the opening story of what you guys have set up for this now.
That was very
we
good.
Can't talk too much about it, but we really wanted a species of dragon that wasn't Narathian, clearly.
So it's a
the
non-Narathian
iteration
dragon.
between
That's fucking
horns,
sick.
Wings, limbs, it's all, yeah, that was a fun time.
That's really cool.
Another one of those cases where I turned to poor.
Anyone boxing on FA on a regular
wanna
basis,
do
more or
something
less.
really weird.
Ominous for sure. Elsewhere.
He was all for it, so I'm good with that.
So there's your tease for something a little bit visual for EverQuest. How about a round of applause for that?
That's
Very
really
dragon.
cool.
That is cool. I'm gonna hand this down the line here to Nathan because I want to talk a little bit about, to both of you, to Kyle and Nathan. Scars of Destruction. Is there a play on Scars of Velius?
Yes.
Oh shit.
So give us a sense of kind of where we begin.
So Scars
How
of
do we get to
Destruction
where
to
we
play on
are
Scars of
in
Velius.
Scars of
Nice.
Destruction?
Well, it's going to start here coming up in August with our Prelude event. So we are going to be helping a small band of healers and concerned citizens that are like followers of Quellius. And so they're called the Open Hand. And you're going to be helping them try to put at ease all of a sudden there's all these little conflicts around Norath, and as we always do, Norath is never burdened with peace, and so we
So
get
EverQuest 2 so has it
but
incorporated with Scars of
there's certain ones
Alias?
that are just like sparking up
Because a lot of EverQuest 2's
recently,
expansions are
much like
plays
the
on EverQuest
Knolls
1's expansions.
that we had in Antonica, right?
Other directions.
Dude, get it wrong. So much like the Knoll threat that we've got rising up in
Hey,
Antonica
Beard,
right
thanks
now.
for the raid,
And
dude.
So you're going to have more of that kind of situation. So they're looking at this.
How you
going,
guys
okay, well,
doing?
we can help. We can help.
We're watching
Well,
the Fippy Dark Paw Fest right
Is there
now.
something actually behind it? Is there a concerted effort here, or is this
Redbeard,
just
dude,
people
thank you very
taking
much for the
advantage
raid.
of
I hope you guys are doing
situations?
good.
And so that's when we start then leading in. That's going to be the prelude, and then we'll go into the expansion.
And so this goes through to Velius somehow, I would assume. We kind of get there and
You probably will get there, yeah. No, you're definitely getting there. But the thing is like, remember 14 years ago, we got shoved onto the frozen shores of Velius, fate threw us there, looking at the Age's End prophecy, right? That's what got us there. And we were trying
What's
to
up, Kevo?
stop Kara from destroying everything. And so we land on Velius, and that is the land of
Cute Cabot.
dragons, dwarves, and giants. And so you're dealing with them, you're learning about all of the
So-
experience that has happened on Velius, and the 300 years
It's a play on
that
Scars of Alias.
it's been since
and the
last time that
conflict.
we had been there, right?
That's
With
really
Q.
cool.
So
I hope you guys
get
are
to
doing
see
good.
all of
Thanks for the raid
destruction
again, man.
that
I
had happened
appreciate
there.
it.
You're learning of all the turmoil, and you're seeing all the conflict. Now, again, this is the original time that we were there. And you're learning from Jelinek about everything that had happened. Well, one of the areas that you really find out that there was a lot of destruction, and you never get to see, is Western Wastes. And Western Wastes was the area of Velius where Vishen, the dragon goddess, clawed the land. And so you've got these 3 scars across the world. And since that's where she blessed the land, that's where her children lived, died, that's where they have hatched, and that's where they are buried.
Yeah, don't
So
mind
it
us.
is
We're nerding
very
out right
sacred
now.
area to that.
Yeah, we're all kind of being
Terraform
quiet just
wanted
watching
it.
this.
He wanted it for power. He wanted things about it. He even wanted the people there, the eggs. And so through all of our experience on Velius, you hear about this. And that's why you can't go there, is because it was first raised, then destroyed, then semi-melted, then...
I understand this is going to be a very different Western Wastes.
That's
Wanna know
where
how I got
I'm
these
trying to,
scars?
prep you in that, like,
Fucking
we
the
know
Joker.
that a lot happened here. And that even the dragons, like in the last ditch effort, like they tried to protect it from Kara from getting what he wanted. And so he did end up with Temple of Ishan. He took it out of that area, but that's all that he got. So now we're going to go into the expansion with the idea something has survived. And in some fact, something behind that draconic barrier has been regrowing.
And what could that be?
And so there's someone out there who is just determined to get past that barrier and to get to the dragon necropolis. And this person and what it is that they think that they can do. Like, what is the key that they need to get past that barrier? Well, we, for some reason, think that it's a dragon's soul. And what better dragon soul to use for that than Terranax, the destroyer? So we're trying to stop this person, this entity, from getting Terranax's soul to then be able to reach this, the Dragon Necropolis in Western Waste.
And are we going to be able to see a preview of anything from the expansion?
So, but don't think that Velius is the only place we're going.
Oh.
Because you're going to go to unexpected places. You're going to make some questionable alliances. You're going to see some people that you haven't seen for a while. And
I have no
you're
idea
going
who that
to
is.
meet some monstrous foes.
It's a Miss Moore. It's gonna be another Miss Moore expansion.
This is what it looks like. No.
What? Is that Kornav? It's like a claw crab
We'll have a
Kornav.
kaiju fight later. We'll see who.
Is Godzilla gonna beat it up for us?
Yeah.
It can't wear player armor. No.
So he's going to go through it one more time, and then I have to wrap up this panel because we've got so much more to show you, but let's let this play one more time. And you say this thing is huge.
Yeah, it's massive.
Too bad they can't show it in game like they did the dragon for EverQuest 1. That fucking dragon was massive.
It looks really cool.
The biggest dragon in game.
Oh, and there it goes. It's gone. We've run out of time for this panel, but I do want to thank this panel. Please, a round of applause. Adam
Go
Bell,
clap. Go clap.
Alan Vancouvering, Kyle Valee, Nathan McCall. Guys, stay put a second because now that we have an idea of how the expansions are put together.
Yeah, that was really good.
How they build these beautiful worlds. I want to talk to the artists behind.
As 20
how
trillion
they
HP
create
will
these
take 12
beautiful
hours to
worlds.
kill.
Because it's Fippy Fest, we wanted to showcase some community art as well. I want you guys to check this out. Here's
Double.
some community art. And
Since
develop
if it has 20 trillion HP and enemies and people hit for 20 trillion damage, like trillions of damage already now, I'm sure it's got to be closer to like quadrillion HP. Because the DPS that people put out in EverQuest 2 is insane, hitting for billions and trillions of damage already. EverQuest 2, I don't know if that's a lot. It's not a lot. At level 130 now, I think you can already hit for trillions of damage. Yeah. So it's got to be like quadrillions or quintillions of damage, whatever you want to call it. That was really cool. The information about the Outer Brood, we know it's dragons. It's not just dragons though. It's alien dragons. That's fucking cool. Number one, I want that bitch as a mount. I want that as a mount like this. Discord dragons? Yeah, buddy. Well, because, to be fair, Overlord Matamurim was technically a mutated Dragoran. I mean, he looked like this, but more mutated and bigger. That's kind of like a dragon, right? So who knows? Maybe we're going back to Discord. That'd be cool. Gates of Dragons. Gates of Dragons. Alright, guys, it's not going to be level cap increase. It's going to be just like Gates of Discord. It's going to be level 125. And we're going to go and everything's going to hit 3 times harder than it needs to. Going back to Discord, the newest hip-hop song. Yeah. Oh my god. It's going to be an expansion where there should have been a level cap increase, but instead, there's not going to be a level cap increase. The first entry boss and the end game zone is going to be a giant space goat lady who hits 4 times harder than she needs to. But if you beat it, you too can quit the game successfully. I think there was only like 2 or 3 guilds that could get up to Tunap Murim and TACV back in the day, before it was nerfed. I know we've joked, but the current dev team seems to be on the make to make it more casual friendly. They are. They've said that they're never going to go back to the underfoot difficulty stuff. So I'm 100% down for that. They said they would never go back to the underfoot difficulty, which is a fucking godsend. We don't need underfoot difficulty. We need box-friendly difficulty. After all, on a game like this, when their player base is actually only getting smaller, we don't need more difficult. We need less difficult. Box friendly so Omni can carry us all through it. You're damn right. Thank you, Guild, on my old server. Got TM down barely before the nerf. Tunap Murim? Really? Was it Afterlife? Getting smaller, we went from 82k to 90k to 100k. Yeah, but how many of those are actually playing the end game is what I'm saying, Ominous. Triton? That sounds about right. Should be hugging mobs, not killing them. Bring back poop socking and piss jug rating for hours, yeah. But Ominous, what I'm saying is how many of those people are actually doing the end game content? The bulk of those people are probably playing on TLPs. Would you not assume that? Just get a Dune still suit to play EverQuest. Just get a catheter. Can a pet backstab from the front? No, a pet cannot backstab from the front, unfortunately. Did some TVM stuff last night. The first raid villain and Vigor, I'm pretty sure we can box it if you want to try it soon. Ooh, yeah, the Broken Mirror stuff? That'd be cool. I miss the old school days. The per person buff lines. Log out to save the buffs. Then all 40 peeps log in at the same time to start a dragon raid. Group buffs didn't exist. Yeah, like whenever shamans would buff people, but it was like one person at a time. Nowadays, a shaman casts one single buff and it gives you like 5 or 6 different spell buffs. It was a level 100, 4k plus 8. Oh, that's the really good gear then. The pixels must flow, indeed. I'm not gonna lie, this has been really nice, actually. But yeah, I don't think pets ever get the ability to backstab from the front. I think that's like a rogue exclusive AA for chaotic stab. Woot just finished moloing TBL. Got my Jans feeling ready for person. Let's go, Kyle. Hell yeah. Got the Burning Land stuff done, Den. That's nice. The Trials of Smoke. What a pain in the ass. It's a great day grinding some EverQuest, chatting and watching EverQuest stuff and sipping on my coffee. Honestly, this is really fucking cool, man. I'm really pleasantly surprised with how good this is. As much as everyone gives EverQuest developers shit, this is really good because we're getting new information. We're getting new information on a 25-year-old game. It's a whole bunch of nerds being nostalgic about the old days, but also being hopeful for new days. That's awesome. Is it backstabbing? Let me see. It is. I guess maybe the higher levels can. Shit. I love being proved wrong. That trial with the tornado was such a pain to Molo. Running up and down, up and down. Oh yeah, where it's got like the platforms you have to get thrown up on. Did you put your gloves on to summon Pet? Yes. I've got the Gloves of Dark Summoning. As a matter of fact, I was actually going to just pull up my banker because I think I've got a better cloak I think I can use at level 70. I'm just a couple levels away. It's the cloak from either the King or Queen in Discord, not the platforms, Aspire, Slipfleet. Oh, that one. Okay, yeah. Yeah. What about like the giant like circular hole with like the different rooms that you teleport around on? Hey, what's up, Jeb? Got my SK to 42 yesterday. Congrats, dude. That's a pretty good grind. Not bad at all. Oh, I can only imagine the gear made a pretty big difference for sure. Let me pull up my banker real quick, because I'm pretty sure I've got a better cloak item. Here we go. Minion of Discord, 68. We can plop this bitch on now. Didn't find the bear caves you guys mentioned, but there were undead things way at the top. Got to 20 easy there. Nice. Here, let me get that guy away. We're gonna summon a new pet. One of the EverQuest shows, one of the devs said there was a 25-year-old hidden Easter egg in EverQuest that they were gonna reveal soon. There was a code to make Fear V topless. Are you being serious? Why am I not surprised? Oh. I was like disappointed for a second, but then I realized who we're dealing with. I wouldn't have been surprised if that was an actual thing though. Would have ruined my immersion. But there is, I'm calling it from now. There's probably not like a code for it. There's probably a way to make all characters clothless. Oh, we're back.
Now, we all know that EverQuest and EverQuest 2 have their own art styles, and it's really part of what makes EverQuest special. So I want to talk to some of the artists. So please join me in welcoming from left to right, Kevin Leidy, lead environmental artist for EverQuest.
Ooh.
Dave Brown, art director for Darkpaw.
Have they shown how big the crowd is? It's a pretty small crowd.
And Tim Heidelar, art director for EverQuest 2.
It's a substantially small crowd. For $1,500 for a ticket, it's pretty small.
I did it for the last panel, so I'm going to do it for this panel as well. Collectively on this stage, just working on EverQuest art, not other art.
I'm an ass and thighs, man.
Part of their entire
ass
career.
is where it's at,
But
dude.
79
Fucking
years of
thighs are so good too.
Just on the art of EverQuest.
Also, holy shit, my pet is way stronger with minion of Discord.
Kevin,
That's
you said
actually
something while we
insane.
were watching the video that was playing there.
Yeah, watching all the expansions go by, I'm like, man, that's like watching my life go by.
Because it's been such a huge part of your life. So you're an old hand at this. You know that the idea of how to create the zones, you're instrumental. How many zones do you think you have created over the course of EverQuest?
Across the franchise, I don't know, maybe 50, maybe more, maybe less. I've lost track. I really don't know.
So tell us how it's done. How do you start? What is the formula that goes into making a zone for EverQuest?
Want to see?
Yeah, absolutely, we want to
Okay.
see. Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I have it for you, yes, because he's going to guide us through what
All
it's
right.
like.
Our first
for the-
10K
for the
crit, let's
zones of
go.
EverQuest.
Well-
It's down there. They'll pull up the video here in a moment.
Let me start with this. You know, I've done these many, many times over the past couple of decades, and this one's a little different. This time, you're going to see it exactly as we see it, warts and all. It will develop right in front of your eyes. It's 3 or 4 months worth of work that we'll compress into, 3 or 4 minutes, maybe less. And we'll take this, Nautilus-shaped process and pull it out so it's nice and linear.
The Plane of Storms music in the
ready to
background is
get to
actually
work?
really
Let's do
cool.
it. All right.
One of my favorite fucking zones and the best music.
First up, we start with a design document that our Ace Design team puts together for us. All right, Mr. Peanut Gallery.
Shadow Valley. Okay. Let's see here.
There's lots of good stuff in it. It's sort of the zone script, if you will, from our perspective. It's the who, what, and why to the where. And there's many great things in it. And we'll watch it play. Look, it's very long. There's lots of things in it.
A
And
good
this
ass
is for
is
Shadow
earned.
Valley that we're looking.
This is for Shadow Valley that we're looking at. Thank you. And one of the most important parts, obviously, is the map diagram. And this is kind of a rough layout of where everything goes, how it connects.
Shadow
all
Valley
those
is a
various
good zone.
things.
I don't think there's a lot of people
Shadow
who've been
Valley in
able
particular
to
has
see it.
kind of a mage-like quality to it, so we see the path of
It's
that
one of the
maze,
zones from
indicated by those
what is it,
purple
Night of
lines.
Shadows?
So this is usually where we begin the pre-production part of it.
Or Terror of
and,
Luckman.
It's a lot of researching.
I think that's Terror of
A lot
Luckman.
of reference gathering, a lot of scribbling on cocktail napkins. How does this go together? How do I have to build this to achieve this effect? And all that setup work. And when you can't stand it any longer,
Can I get a TLDR?
the
Oh,
first thing that gets
expansion
done
announcement for
is
EverQuest 1,
the
EverQuest
stub
2.
layout or the 3D
Bloodfalls
sketches,
is very
it's
cool
sometimes
looking.
called,
Not many have seen
which
it
is a
yet.
really good term because it's a real
Expansion
fast,
announcement for
real
EverQuest 1,
loose
EverQuest 2.
way
A
of
look back
describing the
at
environment
all
for
the
a couple of really good
everything up
reasons.
until now. They
One,
gave
it
us a
helps
teaser
suss out any
for both of
functionality
the
issues really
expansions.
quickly,
And now they have people on
and
stage
then
talking
adjust it
about like
quickly,
zone
and then
design.
secondly, to give you a nice little bit of clay to work with as you begin the build out.
And Kevin, you were saying that this is not something that you
But
guys normally
EverQuest
show
1
us. So this is
expansion
something that you guys have really
31st
shown us
expansion
as
is called The
process.
Outer
The only
Brood.
reason you're
It's about
seeing
alien
this is
dragons
because by
invading
mistake, 3
Norath.
years ago, I saved an extra file.
EverQuest 2 is called
I just happened to have
Scars of Destruction, and it's a play on Scars
once
of
we've got all the
Valius and
problems worked
revisiting
out, and I
Valius.
think we're ready to go. The usual place we start for development on exterior zones, outdoor zones, is the substructure, which is, of course, the terrain. One thing to call attention to here is the evenness of what you see. All the
Now we're
faces,
kind
all
of
the
seeing
geometry.
like how the
EverQuest engine
zones are
is,
put together.
It has all its muscles at the vertex level. So this is a case where, pardon the pun, face size matters. And so you see these nice, even faces because we will rely heavily on the real-time lighting in-game. And the more evenly spread those faces are where the vertices appear, the more even the lighting happens. So there's a great deal of care taken into, just how that geometry is constructed. So from there, once we've got our terrain squared away, we move on to filling it full of terrain props.
I mean,
So
I
what
grew
we
on
see
one
here is
monitor,
all
drew it
the
on one
terrain
monitor, Fippy
props.
Fest on another
There's,
monitor, and Twitch
no
on my
materials
phone.
on it yet, but this is all of the elements that will support the environment. There are 1.3 million faces in this zone, and 600 different elements. So
Jesus.
we use instancing a lot because one of the overriding concerns, obviously, is always performance of data size. You know, we could make super cool things that would run at 3 frames a second, and who would like that, right? So
If
we
it
skip
runs
that
less than
part.
60
So
FPS, I'm not into
now that
it.
we've got all the geometry in, and some of this has already taken place, now we start adding the materials to it so that it begins to look like the place it's
Ominous,
going
you want to move
become.
to a different zone?
This is also where the dirty little secret rears its ugly head. I mentioned there's 103 million faces in this zone.
Actually,
Each
let's
of
hit
them
69.
Has to have a material that lays nice and even.
Let me get about 40 more
there's
percent
a lot
here.
of time spent laying out these.
Let's get to 69 and go to Rift Seekers.
Fortunately, I don't think we've ever had anyone lapse into heroin addiction, but it's not out of the question yet. So at this point, we're ready to move on, and we're game ready. We're ready to roll. Now, I mentioned
Sure do, buddy. Let's go.
the muscles of the engine being at the vertex level. So one way you could see that is in the background there, where you see.
Where do
the
you go to for your
folds in the
40s?
mountains.
Velx is
That's not
amazing.
A texture, that's not extra
Velx is really
geometry,
good, Jeb.
That's nothing but the effects that we can use with vertices. So there are 4
We'll
channels
level you,
of
Tipka.
vertex
Move from
data,
BOJ to BOT.
which means
57.
essentially on all those 103 million faces, or
57 is whenever BOT and Planet
13
Tactics
million faces, sorry.
unlock for you.
1.3 million faces. On all those 1.3 million faces, all of those vertices are touched a minimum of 4 times. And because of iteration, it will probably be many more times than that.
57 for V, 62 for the rest of us.
We're ready to go in game, and even though it's probably been in game at this point a number of times because we're very iterative, this is usually where there might be some cussing. Because something is going to go wrong, you can just bet on it. But finally,
Double
we
40 is
get
always good for Castle Mistmore. It's a little high for Mistmore.
looks like in game with the settings. And one thing I wanted to call out here
Defiant
was,
drops
one
way
of the
more in Serpent Spine
sort of
zones, Darnazan.
signature features of Shadow Valley is
One of the perks of leveling in Serpent Spine zones.
the moving shadow on the ground plane. And this was accomplished by a real simple little decal system, which is a separate set of geometry that sits on top.
You can. It's just
But
going
one of
to
the fun
be
things
a little
about
bit
working on
slower.
EverQuest every year is while you're working on it, you think of new little things you could do, different ways to do things. And some of them are efficiency, and some of them are qualitative. And a lot of those kind of qualitative
I don't know
advances
any of
take-
those zones.
take the,
Just go to Velx.
form
Yeah.
of, off-label usage.
Oh, not
So what
Velx.
we're
Sorry,
seeing
that
here
was
is
Jeb.
off-label usage. What drives that shadow across the ground was
Honestly,
initially
I would
intended
move to Plane of Valor
that waterfall
for a couple levels before you come to
so we
BOT.
see that rendering technology being used twice in 2 different ways. And that, my friends, is Shadow Valley.
With the War Mark, you can do much higher level stuff. I was taking on 12 to 13 higher levels than me. Yes. That thing will destroy.
I'm going to pass it down to Tim because I want to ask Tim. You know, we just talked about the making of, the making of an expansion panel. We all kind of see the final product, but how do you go from a design doc to that final product? Walk it through from your side of things on where we go.
Oh my gosh, way too many discussions. Particularly, I work with Chris Garlick a lot, as mentioned. King of Requests.
Oh,
Where is he?
shit.
Where is he? Is he? There he is. Yeah.
I should have some. Where's my mark
And
at?
we start basically with, just as Kevin does. a
Where's my little
document.
pet?
And in it is all the ideas that the designer attached to the zone.
Merc is such a beast. I had
gets
no
out,
idea. Oh,
and
dude,
it's
that
full
thing
of
doesn't play
information,
around.
Tons of lore, stuff that we ignore.
Where's my little pet
And-
at?
And this is Aether Rotlands.
This
by
is
the
Aether
way.
Rotlands,
Yeah, so we were
yes.
talking with Kyle earlier about this.
And
There he is.
from this document, we'll progress to, we'll get an idea of what they want, basically from an overhead map, just like Kevin. And I want you to remember this map because it's really kind of key to explaining what I show later. But this is what, in this case, Chris came at me with and said, hey, I want to make this.
Honey Badger, don't
And
give
I
a
look
fuck,
at
dude.
it, and
That thing is literally a honey badger.
first thing I always say is no. And
We always say no first.
yeah, every time. But as I start reading it, like section by section, I get a better idea of what it is they actually want to accomplish. And it's never simple. It's never fast. It always looks like it's something we can't accomplish. But we tell the designers to like shoot for the stars, and they literally shoot for the stars, and we have to say, okay, maybe not that high.
That's funny.
Yeah. And from that, each section from that previous map you saw will go into more detail. And I highlighted some points from the document here, so it's hopefully readable. And this zone was basically grounded in a whole lot of metallics and gems. And it had this kind of low to high hierarchy, which I thought was really cool. It's one of the key elements. You start off in kind of the iron and the rust, and you work your way up to the gold and the platinums. So you kind of, ascend along with the beauty of the zone. And so it goes from something like this, where they kind of give us some reference. I've kind of blurred it out there, but it's really just kind of their ideas on paper visually, something that we can interpret more than lore. And so then we get busy. So this is a pretty far in shot, and this is the Silver Realm. And this is before any of the objects are in. This is a bit of behind
This is
the
actually pretty
scenes.
cool information.
This is one of our internal tools. You kind of see the materials on the left.
See
and
the behind the
right.
scenes stuff.
And we basically sculpt terrain and constantly reference the document to make sure that we're kind of staying on point to what it is designers want. That monstrous list of text you see there, it's every single object we've placed by hand. Like, there's no automation. Every single thing we've taken the time to scale, rotate, and place to make sure that it looks good pretty much from every angle. So we take it from something like this, where it's very, very iterative, and we get it to kind of this point by the time we're done. And this was one of my favorite areas. It's got this weird nebulous in the center, just shooting off in all sorts of directions. The idea was it was very, very fractured, and stuff was floating up in the sky. And we took the time to kind of try to sell that something looks like it imploded in the center. And another area, and actually, as Kyle mentioned, the Gold Realm is something I'm really proud of. And this is basically how it starts. So we've got the dock, we've got the little map of that area. It should be mentioned that one of the things of this whole zone was that it should have this feeling that it was like created. It's not like you stumble into a new land, but it's almost as if someone made it. So we were really careful that when we were creating a lot of this stuff, that it had an organic feel to it, but it looks like someone intentionally designed parts of it.
That's actually kind of
So
cool.
we'll take this, and there's some notes like the Gold Realm and the highlights you see there, and then some further points. And the two most important ones from this is basically like the general Golden Forest and Chris's description of what's going on there, and some great reference that really helps us understand his goals. And then the lower one is the Hammer Trail. And I read that, and I was like, that's going to look like
All the way up to
stuff.
42. Very nice,
And-
dude.
But then when I got to it and I started working on it, I was trying materials. I was coming up with materials to see, like, can I actually convey what it is he wants?
Hey, Tim, can I ask a question about that? Because I talked to Kyle about this zone, because I know he loves it. And these realms that you're talking about, are these biomes. He said initially there weren't the 7 or whatever that are in there. Is that correct? That there were maybe closer to 3, I think?
I don't know. I mean, there were... This has the most biomes of any zone I think we've ever made.
Yeah, he said he asked you for 3 and you said no.
Yeah,
He said
and-
that's too many. And then you ended up with 7.
Yeah. Well, so again, they shoot for the stars, and we kind of pare it down. Like, we want to, we want to get as much out as we can, but we do have time limits, and only so much that we can put in a zone. And particularly a zone like this, where you can kind of see everything at once. So we have to be very mindful of, player progression, exploration, vistas, coming over the hill to see something new. But it all worked out because of that spiral that Chris was going for. Anyway, in this shot is the final products, the Golden Forest. In the reference, in the
Thinking Velks, but
description,
I
it mentions
could be
the
persuaded to go
sunlight
somewhere
rays
else. I
coming
want a place
through,
that I can
and
have
there's
reds
the
through
liquid
50.
metal,
Yeah, Velks, you can
lit
have
back
reds
there,
through
which our coders really
through
hooked us
50.
up with some good tech for that. The hammer trails front and center on the bottom. And it
What's
didn't
up,
look
Bean?
out
How
of
you doing,
place.
buddy?
And in fact, Chris had a really good idea as I was making
Congrats
this
on
area.
50, darn.
There's some like spheres.
Medic, if
that
you want
are
a face
sitting
cam, you're
kind
gonna
of
have to pay for the
side in a
OnlyFans.
different kind of
Sorry, buddy.
non-organic formation. And he just kind of, I was like, I got to make rocks for this. I don't want to make rocks. I've made
Yeah,
thousands of rocks. I
Vexar
don't
could
wanna
be
make rocks.
solid through 50.
And he's like, well, use the spheres for rocks. I'm like, all right, I'll try that. And I just plunked a couple
Vexar's
of them
good
in the
through
ground,
60,
and it fit
technically.
the theme perfectly. It gave it that created look, not that organic look that we were shooting for.
I subbed to your OnlyFans.
So moving on, really highlights kind of where we start and where we get to. So again, the same image.
I'll tier
of the
3
gold
sub to the
realm,
OnlyFans just for the
with
toe pics.
POI
Oh my
numbers
god.
that come with descriptions that the designers write. And then on the right, inside our tool,
You never show
can
face on that,
see
only one
where it
eye,
ends
and
up
it's always
how those
brown.
numbers correlate to
My
what the
eyes
final
are
product
not
is.
brown, I'll have you
So I
know.
took,
They're
you see the
hazel.
lake, and it's number 4 on the image on the left, and it seemed very kind of round. And I was like, well, if
Never
this
show.
is kind of
Yeah. All right,
created
what's
by
the level
someone, it
50
should
zone to
kind of have a bit
serpents?
more of a
Pink.
weird feel,
And it
interesting
winks
feel,
a lot.
like you wouldn't find a
Wink,
lake
wink.
like this feel. And then you can see
It's
the
the little
rest.
balloon
9
knot.
is the bridge way out there. 3 is the cliffs.
No.
Etc. And then once we're getting towards the end, we kind of start delivering it to design. Design will
level
do the
50
exploration
zone
region.
and serpents.
So basically, each of the areas that we
What
create,
is the
we start to
zone
you as you fly
past?
into them, it tells you the area you're in. And then you get to
I'm
the
having a fucking
population
brain fart.
maps, and this is where design and art start going back and forth a lot. I was telling some stories earlier today about how some areas were inaccessible originally and
It
intentionally,
is-
but as the designers again and they're creating their content, they realize they need some of the areas accessible by other
steps.
means. So we'll go back in
The
and
steps
on
is
the
pretty
fly
good.
change a lot of things to suit the content.
50's Black Feather Roost. Ooh, I'm not a big fan of
And
there.
again, told you.
Guess I'm
remember this
making a
map.
T crew
I think
because a
this
friend of mine said if I
illustrates
don't
at
to,
best how we
don't do it. I'm
take
obviously a
what
puss puss. Oh,
design has
you've been
come up with
challenged.
and
Now
get
you
it
have
a final
to.
product. This is the
We're
map that Chris
69.
came up with. And over the
Finished Cleric Epic yesterday, now Enchanter and Mage.
and it's not about
Grats,
from
dude.
them getting it to us it looking pretty. It's about conveying information, things we need to know if we.
If
can
you can avoid Black Feather Roost,
And it goes
avoid
from
Black
this,
Feather Roost.
and
It's a horrible
almost
zone.
Exactly, it goes to that. So laid on top of
Steps
each
would
other,
probably be pretty good.
Again, that to that.
Snakes and
what you
basilisk.
may
Yeah,
not
it's
see
like
in
the
here
entrance
is
of the
there's a
zone.
lot
There's
of
also spiders
stuff I
right there that
cut
you can do.
And had to tell Chris that I couldn't make happen. But in the end, the core goals were always hit.
You like Black Feather Roost,
And
dude?
then
What's
the final
wrong
product,
with you?
The beauty
Ugh.
shot is it all comes together, and
Oh, I
every
hate that
single
zone.
realm, the gold, platinum, silver,
I hates
copper,
it.
They're all represented, and each has its own,
Okay.
NPCs.
I'm high enough
literally
level.
the
Ominous.
Djinn
Let's go back down.
Iron
Let's head out
Djinn or
to
Gold Djinn.
Rift
Yeah, that
Seeker
was a lot to
Sanctum.
make. That was a lot. Every time I came around, we'd finish
The mines
out an
around
area,
70 are pretty good
get
though.
it kind of done, and then Chris would come back. He's like, "Oh, I need these silver guys. I need these iron guys. Can you make these?" And it's just
Transport, Discord.
Yeah, Chris.
I play EverQuest. I'm sure that's what's wrong enough for me. Yeah.
So we've seen kind of the lands, how the lands of Norath are made, and now that kind of segues very nicely into what we populate them with. So I love this panel because it's really an eye candy panel, right? You've already seen a lot of cool stuff, but I want to turn this over to Dave and Tom because I want you guys to talk about now. You have a lot of slides that you guys are
we
going to
have a lot of slides, and I'll give you a little background of how we work, and this is a prime example of how we work in the office in here. Is as we're building Fippy Fast, we're getting our stuff together, what we want to show.
What to play
and
on
like you guys
Teak.
saw the four-winged dragons,
Rogue,
for EverQuest,
Rogue, and
you saw
Rogue.
the big monster for EverQuest 2. Those are videos we did, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna show this on my panel, and people are like, oh, we're gonna use those for ours. We're gonna use those for ours. So then I'm like, okay, I'll come up with more stuff, and they're like, oh, we're gonna use that for this. And that's kind of how it happens at work too. Is like we're constantly reiterating and redoing stuff. Like we plan out for the year, but we have a lot of creative people on our design team, and we never want to squash their ideas. So throughout a year, they come up with new ideas and new things they want to do. So we change a lot.
Warrior. It's a rogue without
We take care of
backstab.
the character
Mhm.
arts and all that stuff. So
We get a
always trying to-
list. We get a list,
we're
like-
trying to be really agile, and stuff will come up all the time. Like, oh, we got a heritage crate coming up. I'm like, okay, what is it? We don't know yet. Okay, let's figure that out. So this is a kind of example of how we work in the office too. Like
Rift Seekers, yep.
No matter what it is, whether it's players want something, marketing wants something, design wants something. we
Design
are
gives a
always ready to
list
change.
of everything they want, and it's listed: need this, need this, need this, and it goes.
Oh, Pat's
down
gonna
like
die.
20 characters, and the top stuff is usually, oh, we need a wisp, and we're like, the wisp is the worst thing you can do, and then all the cool
No,
stuff
Pat, no.
gets down to the bottom, and we're like, that's the stuff we want to do. So we
go through iterations on that too and figure out stuff.
Yep, Pat's dead.
But I will
Fuck.
say, hey, a cool thing this past year, we're always working in tandem with
Double
EverQuest
Necro
1 and
Shaman.
EverQuest 2, because we work on both those games and try to get all the character stuff
Ugh.
we can. But sometimes they overlap, and we can't. We've got a good lockdown of like, okay, this part's for EQ2, this part's EQ1, and we kind of separate our time. Well, last year we came to a point where like, hey, because of the offset of how they design stuff and how they're not exactly the same time, EQ1 has their ideas before EQ2 does. I'm like, let's start on EQ1 early. And so we did that last year, and we had like an extra 3 months of dev time. So it was like the first year where EQ1, we went down almost their whole list and got everything they wanted, which is a big deal. So
That's
we got
impressive.
a lot of, we only showed one thing up there, but we made a lot of stuff for EverQuest.
3
We need
wizards
to
with
give a
all
shout
out
out
of
to
combat
Aaron
regeneration. Yes.
Yeah, dude. And because
Chris
SK,
Bishop
Cleric,
was not
and Jenner.
here,
That's actually
and
be really
my
good
new
too.
animator Austin Hillebrecht, which I have to work now because Austin has been animating stuff and he'll top me, and I'm just like.
You always want someone to feed off of, and that's always good for us.
So now I'm like, now I got to work, and then I got to top him, and then
Oh,
he's topping me.
careful
and I'm just
talking-
like, let's stop trying to top
Who-
each other so we can finish.
Who's
but
topping
but
who?
Tom's
What the
saying,
hell
too,
is
like, as we
happening?
figure out new stuff,
Bro, what?
Like, we figure out new techniques. Like Aaron's
I don't
busting
think
out
that means what
ways
you think it
to
means.
Reiterate and get more work done. Like we get more work done now than
What-
we did in years past because how much we've learned. And there was a
Whoa.
time like when they give me a list, I'm like,
Pride Month
"There's no way I can
support,
do this.
bro.
You
Let's
guys gave me,
go."
like 2 years of work, and I got to do it in 4 months. There's no way. And there was a time
They're
I would
topping each
send
other
stuff
trying to
Kyle, like,
finish.
hey, here's
Bro,
2018.
what is
Here's
happening?
2019. Here's 2020. It doubles every year. How are we supposed to do that?
And
right?
Dave
So-
forgets, so he's got his list of stuff that we have to do, and
Whoa.
I get the stuff I want to do. That
Yeah.
I drive him nuts because I have a French bulldog named Harry, and he's running around. the
What
whole
is
time.
this
I go,
panel?
I
Yeah,
need-
being
I
that
need
I'm
Harry
sitting
in
here
the
like,
game.
whoa,
And I
what?
go to Dave. I go, we have to do a Frenchie.
Yeah, we had to put it.
We don't have time. And I go, oh, we got time.
Yeah, and then everyone else wants like, well, I want my dog. Well, I want my cat.
Imagine the face of literally any person in the room who understands what he just said. Yeah, I
And he's
wish
like,
you
"Oh, I
guys
need
could
a
have seen
black
my
one."
face
The first
there.
thing we get,
okay,
how
how
do
do
I
we do that?
How do I turn off this Frenchie? All he does is bark.
Yes. And then we.
Well,
so-
that's what my office is
bro,
like. You
who's
guys
topping
get to
who?
experience it all now.
Yes, and that's what happens. Like we're trying to get stuff, and we lock down.
Oh,
Like, okay,
yeah?
we're locked down for the other stuff we're making. Within a week or two, like, hey, can you make this? I'm like, I don't know why we lock anything down. Let's, whatever you guys want to come up with, we'll just do. But
Fist bump, bro.
And it's funny, they'll tell me
Live
like,
it up,
oh,
I
you can
guess.
say no. I'm like, I have the hardest time saying no because I want to create everything. I want to make everything for the players. You guys play our game. Like we get to live our dream of making video games because you guys play our game.
Working
I'm like,
with Carlos and Chris Garlick, they come up with stuff that are not in any schedule. It's just on a Teams little IM. Hey, can you do this? And I'm like, no.
No.
I go, Chris wants this, and Dave goes, no. And then we sit there for like 10 minutes. Well, they seem like they haven't played the game because they don't know how this works. And then we sit there and go, all right. And we do an iteration, we figure out a way, and we give it to them in an hour.
That's like the
because we've been talking
description
about
that they've
kind of
talked
an
about
eye
right
candy
there.
panel, I wanted to see some
They
of the
seem
other
like they
eye
don't play the
candies
game.
you
Let's
have.
go. So what I
Walk
did.
us through these.
Yeah. Yeah, what I
Even the
did
devs
is
think the
because
other
we pull
devs don't
stuff-
play
and
the
A lot
game.
of times you guys see the characters in game, like you see the final products. I'm like, one thing you don't see is some of our concepts. Like that stuff's not out there. So I'm like, let's show a bunch of our concepts, and that's what we brought. So we can show our iteration, what we look at, and how we try to figure things out. So you want Tom?
Sorry, we're gonna jump to a few more slides of not character.
Oh, we still got more. Okay,
I
let's do that.
I skipped over those, so I didn't want to. That's why I was seeing how much more was in the presentation. But go ahead.
No, so we're transitioning from basically current production, and I wanted to give you guys kind of an inside peek of what it used to be like a long time ago. And again, as Dave mentioned, we're constantly growing. We're always trying to outdo ourselves. But this is how it started literally 20 years ago, and it's not pretty. And for those who know me, my displeasure for thundering steps is well known. And so that is my example today.
He doesn't like the
All right,
Karanas.
so in literally 2003, this is how the design maps kind of started. We would turn them into 2D images with a list of
2D.
textures that corresponded to the colors you see. Now, keep your eye on that finger-looking hand nonsense.
Screw it,
down
I'm
there,
doing
because
SK
it's critical to
Cleric
kind of
Mage.
explaining the flow. So we
Don't
would
feel
take
like trying to
this,
charm
we
while true
shove it into
boxing.
a program that would
That's
spit
yeah.
out a mesh.
It's probably a good idea.
Basically like that. And you can see that hand thing down there. And this is a very uniform mesh. It's top down. At the time, it's totally flat, and we have to kind of pull it up to give it any sort of relief. And then we texture it, but if you notice, because of how
Ominous,
it
just
started,
give me a second. I'm running my
it's
other characters
off a
over.
golf course with, it's not, yeah. And so it, it feels very rigid and.
That sounds like a new EQ game.
Time to get off the day.
To-
Catch
to
you later.
golf.
Hey, have a good one,
Thank you,
Darnazan.
golf.
So it
Thanks
it
for
goes
hanging out,
to
dude.
this and ultimately, like, became this. And if you look at something we did 20 years ago, and we've got to own up to what we did, but we learned from it and tried to better ourselves and just make better looking zones. Just look at the singular color. Just the mountains are just gray, and it drove us nuts. And it was even worse when we had to make it flyable, and it really, really showed all that gray. Anyway, we go from that, and then there's the final in-game shot. And, it looks better, and people have fond memories of it, but I don't. I hate it.
I hate it. Relatable.
So now a bit of then and now. So this is Runny Eye from launch, and our methodologies have changed. Obviously, the documentation helps a lot. So Runny Eye is pretty basic. If you notice, the walls are pretty flat. Even the stove in the back is kind of really basic. And over the years, we've simply just gotten better. And one of the things we are constantly trying to do is show you guys something new and impress you and have you walk into a room and go, oh, that's amazing. I mean, that's a constant goal. And from Rick Randolph.
One of the biggest problems I had with a lot of EverQuest 2 content at first for the longest time is how all the different colors of beige.
This is a beautiful zone.
It's the same thing as some of the Mistmore Catacombs zone in EverQuest 1. It's beige, dark beige, light beige, darker beige, even lighter beige, beige,
Again, going
brown.
back, this is 2004, another golf course. And quick story, I love telling this, and you guys are never going to be able to not realize this as you're playing EQ2. The first 4 expansions of EverQuest 2, find a single bush. There's no bushes. None, at all. For whatever reason, Norath didn't have bushes until Inithul or Morzakisha.
Note to self, they don't like
none.
bush.
So now every time you're playing in any zone, including ones I created, not a single
All devs
bush,
I know
trees,
hate at least half their
no
work.
bushes.
Really, Retro?
So Commonlands 2004, and then Rajdir Plateaus to 2022. So we've really kind of tried to make the detail much more dense, and you can see it in the ground. It's just
It makes me
a lot
wonder
more
if it's
fluid and a lot
if it's
less
their limitations that cause it to look like that, or if
Badlands,
it's
a lot
just
more. You can see
their
the multiple
design
biomes in
choices.
here. We really got the
After all
textures
that
for
top talk,
so
do you
that as
expect
you're
otherwise? True.
playing and exploring through the zone, everything's
All
going
those
into
tops
the
and
zone
no bottoms. No wonder they're all
real
so
quick,
angry.
This is some of the prototype stuff that's actually never been seen. So before EQ even had its own, or EQ2 even had its own workflow, these were the prototype zones that people cut their teeth on, figuring out the technical systems and the look. But you can kind of see it's a bit reminiscent of EQ1 because a lot of those artists started on EQ2 and helped define those initial pipelines. Even the land in the back.
Okay, we
this
finally
was
got our
a
characters here.
down, and there's kind of an interior shot. You can see inside some of the buildings. Even some of those objects that are actually in there did eventually make it to live. Let's see, we've got the original Dark Paw before the Dark Paw now, so you can kind of tell there's a bit of a difference. And I don't understand some of these ideas. They were just zones that kind of existed, and I load them up. I'm like, what is going on here? And, this Fortress of Solitude kind of mishmash of crystals. You can't even walk on it. It's completely impossible to actually navigate, but that's kind of where it started. And we always refer to a lot of original zones as very intestinal, and you can see why. And so this never shipped. It does exist. It will never see the light of day. Don't ask Chris. And then lastly, there's Mar. And Mar was an interior prototype with kind of a castle surround. So you can see one of the interiors of buildings. Some of those objects probably made their way to decorators.
It's cool to see some stuff that never made it in the game.
And then the outside. And then lastly, I believe, is the original Otis Plateau. And this one was really interesting. When I hopped in it for the first time, because it did run, it has a big cliff on the side. I don't know what anyone was thinking when they made this, because literally you could fall into the ravine in the middle. There's no way out. Even on the left, there's no way out. It's just, someone was just making stuff to make stuff. And that kind of wraps my segment.
So we do have about 5 minutes, maybe less. We're going to run over a little bit, and that's fine because this is such good content for you guys to see all of this art. But I do want to give some time, and I jumped around a little bit there. I do want to give some time for Dave and Tom to talk about some of the art that you guys want to show, because some of this stuff is really cool. You get a chance to kind of deal with a whole lot of things going through the game.
Oh yeah, we like to show art. We love art. And now I realize I'm like, I didn't know I jumped on Tim's stuff there. That's what we do.
Nice.
But we had a cool segue there. But okay, so we'll show off our character art, and You know, I got a couple slides here. I do have. Let's see. I did down. Yeah. My chunky finger. I am.
You have it upside down.
Are you sure?
Yep. Yes. Turn it
It's
around.
upside down?
There you go. Down.
Oh. Yeah, exactly. Here we go. The arrows look the same either way you go, so. Arrow. Okay, so.
It's cool because Dave doesn't get to model a lot anymore.
I don't do a lot of
art
modeling
directing.
anymore. I try to, my job is making sure everybody.
So this is one we worked
Gets
on
their stuff
together
Yeah.
just recently.
Every once in a while something comes up, and this creature idea they had, I'm like, there'll be something like, I want to do that.
And it's
That sounds
reminiscent
fun.
of some old things that you've seen before.
Yes, and
Probably
I
can't
thought
say
it was
don't
really
say where it's
yeah. That's
from.
the thing about this. I didn't know how much I could say. I'm like, oh, we get to show it, man. We just finished this. It's still in process. We only finished it a couple weeks ago. For the
Are you
model.
able to tell us the name of this thing?
Well, I will say too, like what
Behemoth
I know.
base _01.
Yeah, what we know it as is not what's going to be in game, right? And this also goes back to, we're talking about sound and the sounds of the game, right? I took the video of the thing coming out because it comes out and starts attacking, right? And man, Jay made some awesome sounds on it. And it came up, I'm like, oh man, where's the sound?
And you have to,
dude, but it sounds
the ice-
so
it's-
cool.
It's
When you
coming
do
up out
that,
of this ice field. So when it comes up,
so you don't even know you're supposed to tell that.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert.
Like, I never know. Like, Nathan gave me permission to show this, and I'm like, oh, cool, I get to show that because, he gave me the idea.
Yeah, Normus, we got the EverQuest 1 expansion announcement and the EverQuest 2 expansion
In
announcement.
years past, we would have to change
We got a
file
trailer for
names
both of them
'cause
too.
Players would get a hold of files or whatever because we do packs, and then they would know what's coming out.
No,
so we
sorry,
would
we
have
didn't
to
get a
switch
trailer,
up
we got a
names,
sneak peek.
But then that would confuse
Let
us.
me rephrase
and
that.
I'm like, looking through files, I don't know.
01, I don't know which one that is anymore.
So this right here is just a screenshot of one of the programs we use to paint models, right? So one huge thing that we've done, these games are, they've been around a long time. But as you play them, you will see the look over the years improve.
New expansion is called The Outer Brood.
As artists has improved.
It's
and the
about
tools out there
alien
to create
dragons
has
invading
improved
Norath.
dramatically. So this is one of the programs we use to paint. We paint Riot on the model, and wherever it go, and it has changed our game, how fast we can iterate. And just like I said, we got so much stuff done for EQ this year.
Sounds boring.
That usually we can only get through half of it.
I'm pretty hyped. It looks awesome.
And I always feel bad, but
One of the
we crushed it,
dragons
we
they
got it, and
showed
that
is
also left us more time to
it's
get
the biggest
stuff done for
dragon.
each
It's
two.
the biggest
And then, like I
NPC
said,
model
oh,
we've
what-
ever had in game.
Oh, okay.
Is Vation an alien
files?
dragon? I guess
to go.
technically,
Oh, okay.
kind of, yeah.
Well, here, let's just go like this. We
It's
could talk
bigger than
forever. I knew
Quorum.
this would go fast. We had a lot of
You
time
can
and
ask
stuff.
us at lunch.
Yeah, talk to us all you want. So first, right here, we get different things. This is a Gen boss that was coming up in a previous.
You only encountered a dragon in
and
Raid,
so we'll
probably.
do some little.
No, EverQuest.
quick
It's
thumbnail
EverQuest
sketches,
group missions,
right?
and bigger.
And then after
group
that,
missions.
once the designers pick what they want, and we go through it, then we start doing some colors. Which, man, some of this stuff looks so good. I just dig looking at this stuff. And I'll tell you, as we get things from our designers and ideas, one of the biggest things is
It's
like,
I'm
I
really
want this
excited
and
for it.
that,
I think it
and
looks
make
cool.
look awesome.
We obviously didn't get a
And
trailer
that's
or
usually
anything
our
for it
job
yet.
as artists to figure out what looks awesome, right? Like what Kyle thinks is awesome, like, oh, dude, it's probably evil bones and kind of badass stuff. And then if Nathan wants something awesome, like, okay, it's going to have some filigree, some really lore, cool stuff. So it's kind of like our jobs to interpret their minds and then put it up on the board, right?
Posted the dragon in
Okay, so
Discord.
Tom, this
has a
is-
chonky
you
tail.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So I
is
was
that?
on EQ1 on Planes of Power, and someone, when we shipped, decided, oh, we need to make more money. So they said, let's do an expansion in 3 months. And they came up with a new player race. And we're like, we can't do a new player race in 3 months. And they go, oh, we want one. So we decided on the frogs because they could share. We didn't have to be male and female. So I had just finished doing the frogs, and we shipped Legacy of Keisha, and EQ2 was starting to do their frogs, and this is kind of what it was. It was
Note
a
to
dude
self:
with
we
a
only
frog
got
head.
we only got the frog player
And you
race
guys know
because
what
the male and female
one
look the
looks like in
exact
game
same.
now, so we went away from this.
So
Confirmed.
I was pulled over for 6 weeks to do.
We're showing cool dragons too.
Oh, there's dragons too.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Dragons
I
are
was
awesome.
cool. They wanted the frogs to look like the EQ1 frog. So I was pulled over and I did some flavor stuff. And then they tried to keep me, but I was having so much fun in EQ1. I went back.
I think it's where the
And
frogs
then
can be
when I
90,
came back to
90% of
EQ2
classes
in
we have.
2008, I noticed most of my frog stuff was gone, and I put it all back in.
That's a fair point.
We do that sometimes. You know, we are kind of the gods of the world, and any designer or artist, we can throw stuff. We're like, oh, we like this, and things change over time. Well, going back to some of our slides, like this was some of our initial little thumbnails of that giant dragon you saw.
Does this have a name?
Dragon 4 wings.
Dragon 4 wings.
We're running down to about a minute left.
Okay,
So
well, let me show a cool color one. Then.
Why does it have 4 wings? Because that's what they requested.
Yeah, and more
Because-
work for Tom. He has to animate every little thing that sticks out. So
Probably does that EverQuest 1 look better than the ones in EverQuest 2. I'll agree to that, too.
show more. Here we go.
Yeah,
Going
keep
to
going.
more.
We actually can keep going a good bit. 'Cause
Okay,
it's
cool.
So good.
You guys,
so
I
good.
think this is already in game. Some of this.
Yeah, those are the mounts. I have those mounts.
So,
It's really nice.
and we got it in both
This
games.
was done by Austin,
So-
our new guy.
Yeah, he
Which,
animated
how do
it.
you pronounce this? Is it Ericus? Ericus? What?
I'd have to add a designer because I know it as like
What they
hippocampus.
do is they take a character that we make, they
Yeah,
add
I already-
vowels.
I already have
to
those
it,
mounts.
and no one can pronounce it.
Yeah.
Water flying horse.
Water horse, yes. And then this was the color, so we'll pick colors from that. And the thing is, like, we do colors, but in game we'll always update, and they're like, hey, we want a different color. So even though we may have some colors we kind of lock down to, throughout the history we'll make, hey, you want a black and gold, hey, you want red and green, whatever. We'll do whatever you want. Some colors, though, we try to stay away from.
Those are
certain
the
things that look
3
just
mounts you got
gross
for
together.
the Fippy Dark Ball
We have
ticket.
whole other stories about player requested stuff too, but I can't get in. We don't have time for that. Rabbits and ducks.
Oh,
yeah.
man. Just watch those videos. They seem pretty good. These are some of my favorite characters. The Huluk was really cool. I remember when those things were coming out. We got to redo those for EQ2, and they're just, well, there we go. Really cool looking characters. We dug those. Let's see, I think I got
This
some.
is one I threw at Austin, and he did a weapon stance. And I'm like, oh, that looks really good. Now I got to go fix mine.
Well, I'll tell you too, working together, like we've been together so long that the more we do this, the more we realize we all kind of have our own little.
Well,
duties,
after
our
all
own little
the
niches, things we can
topping
work on.
each other,
And some
I
of
think-
the best stuff comes from collaboration.
I think I see why.
And the more stuff that we bounce around to different artists, like we all have different ideas and we all have things that we're good at. And you guys get the best art when we use our.
Dave and I finish each other's sentences a lot. We'll be like, what about if we had he's like, wings? Yeah, the wings. What about that?
Yeah, there is times, a lot of times we're on chat. We have the same ideas. We've been working together for almost 20 years. So now this was armor inspired by the Huluk. So, one thing we've been getting in EQ2 is new armor sets at new geos and stuff like that. And cranking it. We've been cranking
New
out
armor
a lot
sets?
of stuff.
That must be nice.
Those are close.
One of these
for the
days we'll get that
Huluks.
in EverQuest 1.
Yeah, throw a cloak at Aaron and it comes back awesome.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. We've been adding a lot more stuff over the years as we become faster, as everybody on the team gets faster at what they do. We're pumping out more content with the same amount of people. And those are color versions of the armor sets.
Meanwhile, in EverQuest 1, we're like, new armor set?
got
Oh,
12
I
more
don't think we've
slides?
gotten one of those since Valius.
I just see stuff in. Ooh.
Don't show that.
Oh, wait. Am I not supposed to show that one? Let's put it back. I don't know. Should we show that stuff?
Go ahead. You
I'm
did
gonna-
it already.
I can show anything I want.
They can't stop us.
Well, this is cool. We got cool stuff. We have a little bit more that you haven't seen yet, but these are really cool looking characters. And you know what? I put all the slides in.
New content, but does it
and
feel
they got vetted,
intentional
and
or
they got
desperate?
approved.
That's my
approved
thing.
it, so
So this
It's
is something
up
coming
a
in
new
the future. It's a little NPC.
If the live stream goes blank, that's why they've pulled
Yeah.
the cord on it.
Exactly. There was stuff when I put everything on, I'm like throwing stuff in like, oh, can't show that. We can show this. Can't show that. Yeah.
Being bleeped.
But these are another character like Tom's. We're still in the process of even modeling these.
I haven't started these guys.
We haven't started them yet. We're in the phase of just making the 3D assets. So we're locking down the look, this turtle race here.
I have Michelangelo, Leonardo, and,
Yeah.
and Raphael.
Will Slash Pizza be coming back for them? No, it will not, by the way.
Damn it. We've joked about that so much. Give us the
Oh, here's
pizza.
some more. Let's see. This is. That was the long-
flying dog.
Yeah, flying dog is Falcor, right from back in the day. We call this the long-nosed dragon. Every once in a while we like to change things up. We're like, hey, we want a dragon that has like fur and looks like a dog. So that was it, and became a mountain. That one looked really cool too.
I'm still riding that one, so I must like it.
Yeah, and the thing is, everything we do every year, it becomes our favorite because, you know, we get better at what we do, and then the art looks better, the animations are better, and we always look back and like things we have like, oh man, I want to redo that. I want to redo that. So we enjoy that we're increasing our abilities over the years too.
Couple more.
Here we go. This is something I will say I was wondering, but it made it through, right? So this is for EQ1. I did make a video for this creature because it's already done and Tom already animated it. Okay, we're going faster here. This is
wrap it up.
Color versions. This thing looks awesome in game. I already put it in game. It looks so cool. This is the 3D model. If you
that's
notice,
actually
he's got
pretty
6
fucking
arms.
cool.
The dragon had 4 wings. You know, there's.
It's clearly
that's
something
pretty
going on
cool.
there.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that one doesn't have 4 wings.
Yeah.
These are all amazing assets, and we
Let's go
have
kill it.
seen some
Yeah.
really cool stuff.
Yeah,
here.
I think that's good. I have a few more, but I
Do
think
you
that's
have
pretty
to see if we
Kill
can
and
squeeze
go
them
give
in
me
really
loot.
fast?
Okay, one more. That one. Yeah, I think that's it. Oh wait, no,
Oh.
and colors.
Oh, you made it.
Oh.
Made it. That's the end.
Yay, we made it through.
Yeah. All right. And that was the underbulk where we did because we, you know, the old one in game. I'm like, let's redo it. So we
See,
did that a lot. Underbulk.
This is where it's bad to have a fan host a panel because I want to see everything, so I'm not paying attention to the time cues they're giving me. I'm just enthralled with what you've been showing us. Please give a hand for our panel. Kevin Leidy, Dave Brown, Tom Toby.
This is that
Tim
thing they charge
Heidebar.
$1,500
Now,
for. Yes.
Don't go anywhere because up next we're going to talk about one of the mini games in EverQuest, Fashion Quest. Take a look.
Fashion Quest. I mean, EverQuest too, for sure. You can make your characters look fucking spot on. That last bug looks like a ripoff from Starship Troopers. That's why it sounds like there's 4 people cheering. I think whenever they showed it, Medic, I'm pretty sure it was less than like 30 people. Imagine if they announced a better EverQuest 1 transmog. That's what I was joking about originally, Hyper. I said my guess, because they keep saying they're gonna make a big announcement for us. They said they're gonna be announcing something big, and it's not just the expansion because they announced that 2 months ago. So my thing is I was hoping that maybe they're gonna finally give us like some better armor update, like updated armor graphics for EverQuest 1, because we have 64-bit servers. We've had it for 2 years now. So I'm hoping that maybe we're going to get like some new armor set update. I have my 3-box heroic character for the anniversary. Mostly been doing old content. Where should I go to actually level at 100? At level 100, you could go to, I think it's called Pillars. I can't remember what it's called. It's the 95 hot zone. More of a 16-bit fashion guy myself. I can't. Pillars. It's the 95 hot zone. I think would be, or no, Resplendent Temple, and Veil of Alaris. That would be really good. Yeah, Resplendent Temple is the 95 hot zone. Hey, what's up, Elo? How's it going? Rip your wallet if that's the case. I mean, if it's part of the expansion, it would be worthwhile. How's it going, Elo? We're just here. We're watching the Fippy Dark Paw stream. We're about 2 hours into it. Got a rogue to 61. Very nice. Leveling slows way down. It does. Even in all my twinkedness, it slows down. The Dark Sea progression is decent at that level. You could also go to the Drowned Catacastrum. I'm over here yawning. I need to drink more coffee. Messed around on Mage, got him to 49, I think. Very nice. Yeah, if you want to join us, Cyrnan. We're in Ripseeker Sanctum right now. Mage slays quick with a healer merc. The only reason I've got my merc out right now is these guys hit pretty hard. My pet was doing just fine tanking beforehand, but we jumped from Plains of Power to Omens of War. These guys hit quite a bit harder. Or Wizard Merc. I was soloing Chardock with Wizard and just healing my pet. Get that AoE damage. I probably shouldn't be... I'm going to go down. Ominous. I'm going to go back down because these guys are all fire resistant. So I'm doing basically no damage. Why are you guys battling my ex-girlfriend? You mean this? I already broke the animation somehow, but... Yes, it's me. I'm your ex-girlfriend. Does she do tail stuff? Mm-hmm. It's me. I'm your ex-girlfriend. This way, these guys don't resist my fire stuff. Nah, you're just a bitch. You're so mean. Take me back, smooch smooch. You don't really mean it. There's some butt for you. After a few minutes of this, you'll change your mind. You'll realize how much you hated her. A FAP fixes all things.
All right. So Fippy Fest is going to continue all throughout the day.
It gives you burning sensation, not from the fire.
At Fippy Fest in San Diego, it's almost time for lunch. But before we do that, yes, I know we're all starving. For those that are streaming at home, while we're eating lunch, you guys are going to have a very special thing, an activity that you can do. So if you're an EverQuest player, on the test server, there's going to be an in-game
test server.
hide and seek. Now, the official rules, those are going to be on the forums if you want to look at those official rules.
I don't want to go to the
Essentially,
test server.
There's going to be someone hiding somewhere in Norath that you will have to find, and the first person to go and find them and hail them will begin to get a prize. I believe we're going to do the EverQuest hide and seek first, and then we're going to do EverQuest 2. Someone tell me if that's not the correct term. It is. We're going to do EverQuest 1 first, and then the EverQuest 2
somewhere
hide and
in
seek.
Norath.
But make sure, if you're on the live stream, that you're coming back later
Oh, there's
in the day,
like
because we have our
there's,
fireside
I think there's
chat
800
panels for
different
both
zones,
EverQuest
Hyper.
and for EverQuest 2. In the meantime, we're going to go to lunch, and we'll see you back here on the stream in a bit.
Someone's probably just going to load up Show EQ and find them instantly. Oh, that's so fucking true. I didn't even think about a cheater's perspective. That's fucked up. Oh, that's so fucked up. Imagine finding them instantly and just getting immediately banned. It's a trap. It's 100% a trap. Good. I wouldn't feel bad if they got banned either. Spoil the fun trying to beat the people to finding them. Swag bag, let me guess, IRL money, or is it free? Oh, no. Like, part of the $1,500, one of the things you get is a bag. Joking aside, you get all the items you get from the VIP digital ticket, plus a swag bag. Plus you basically get to spend the weekend with the developers. And I guess you get to like go around there. I think you actually get to go like take a tour through their actual studio, I think is what they said. Yeah. I joked about how it would have been fun to actually go and live stream from the event there. Or pay $1,500 and go the VV conference and get a swag t-shirt, good advice, and some great new friends all hosted at the local waterhole of VV's choosing. That would have been fucking sick. I'd host it at a Chuck E. Cheese. VVCon 2025 at your local Chuck E. Cheese. Hosted at Hooters. Jesus. That would actually be entertaining though. Or Tilted Kilt. They announce anything more? Just the expansion for 1 and 2. Hosted at Chuck E. Cheese in the animatronics room. There we go. And here we have real life EverQuest graphics. Just got back from taking my daughter swimming. Welcome back. Out here. Let's do this. But yeah, we got to see the expansion announcement for 1 and 2, and we got to see a cool little clip. We got to see an in-game clip of one of the new bosses. It's the biggest in-game character model they've ever done. It's bigger than Quarm. It's a giant outer space dragon, basically, because we're being invaded from outer space, apparently. So we actually got to see what one of the dragons looks like. It looked really cool, actually. That's a plot for Five Nights at Freddy's, yeah. Bigger than the mech in Dragon Skull Hills. I think they said aside from that, but he's not like an actual fightable model. They said like the biggest in-game actual like interactable model. Care Firm 3.0, yeah. It was really cool, actually. They showed us some of the stuff from EverQuest 2, but I didn't really understand what I was looking at because it wasn't an in-game screenshot, so I didn't get to see perspective of how big it was. Level 70, let's go. But one of the important things that they said, but I don't think a lot of people picked up on, is they said that they actually had more time to prepare for this expansion than they've ever had before, because of some of the work that I guess that was done behind the scenes. So I think that's important to note, that hopefully this is going to be actually bigger than they've done in a very long time. So, who knows? Maybe it'll actually be 5 zones and 3 missions. Day. Yeah, slap that lip, sir. Need some positivity. No, I'm really hopeful. Hopefully it'll be actually pretty good. I think that they had too many complaints about Lorian's Song only having 2 missions when they normally have 4. So I think due to that, I think we might actually... The zone looks awesome. Yeah, this is Rift Seekers. It's one of my favorite spots to level. There's an ice side and a fire side. There's a king and queen here as well. The queen is one of my favorite fights here because she drops a dagger that's like one of my favorite daggers from this expansion. Ooh, we got it named. 61, should I just use healer Merc and tank as rogue? No. Tank Merc. Tank Merc at least up through 70. Give us 10 missions, 13 zones, a whole new world, and 6+ raids. This is from Omens of War. It's a level 70 expansion. And it also introduced the Epic 2.0s. Epic 1.5 and 2.0s. Alright, Dave. I'll see you in a bit, dude. Omens of War. All in all, this has actually been pretty good. Should I bother with trying to get epics? Absolutely. I mean, if anything, for more of the experience. But some of the epics, depending on the class that you're getting, are still viable. Like, I still use my rogue epic at 125. SK still use their necro, SK still use their epic at 125. Necros, unfortunately, can't because they got nerfed. The Necro epic is essentially useless after, I think it's like 81. Decent place at 61. Bastion of Thunder, LO. If you use your tank mark and go to Bastion of Thunder, you're going to be good there. We were just there until 69. Fading is a great host. He is. He's really good. He's actually, like, perfect for this. I would have said between him and Ion, it would have been perfect for both of them. You're in Rift Seekers? Okay. Invite. Necro Epic is useless after 100. Okay, 100. I click my Pally 2.0 all the time, improves heals. Yeah, so Paladin Epic 2.0 is still good. Did you get an invite? I guess it helps if I actually type correctly. Level 99 spells and Necro will still have a 0.5% crit boost. But basically after that, useless. Shaman and Bard epics are still DPS boost. Yep. So some of them are still 100% worth. I would almost always say they're worth doing just for the experience. And number two, another reason is they're still viable for the most part. And number three, you can use them as ornaments later on. You can do what's called an epic request quest line in Felwith. Basically, they send you, this high elf chick sends you on a quest line that gives you ornaments to make any of your current weapons look like the old epics. It's really cool. It's worth doing 1.0 for them or jumping right to 1.5s. That is really up to you at that point, Psycho Dad. Some people do the 1.0s just so they can do the epic request stuff after level 100, and because you have to do it to be able to get it, to unlock it as an ornament. Which is still better at that point, but a level 100 spell has 0% boosted. Okay, so 99, all the way up to 99 is decent. Afterwards, not so much. Yeah, no problem, Psycho. I've not been here before. Does much see invis? There are several different enemies that will see invis, but if you come down to us, you should be pretty good to avoid. What was it, over here that we came down, or this way? I can't remember. You should be pretty good to make it down to us without being caught. There's so many server choices. Teak Tormax and now Request Origins is coming out. Choice paralysis. Yeah, Josiah, that's a real thing, dude. Just do them for something to do. Enjoy the game and play the lore. And lore, yeah, also that too. I'm coming back up to you. It should be pretty much clear. You don't have to choose play all of it. Also true. Story of my life. Pally 1.0 is like the most pain in the ass of them all. You also have a choice to play on a Rala Simar. Whatever you do, be careful with the Rala Simar. There's a crackhead on that server. You got to keep an eye out. Which do I start with? That's a tough choice. Can you claim those sword ornaments from Fippy Pack on every server? Yes. Well, okay, let me rephrase that. You only get 1 or 2 claims of them. I think on the one that I bought, I got 2 claims of each. You can claim them on the server, but just know that you're not going to be able to claim it again on another server. Crack is whack, I do coke. Is cleric buffs other buffs needed to solo Bastion? Not really. Hello, I think you would still be fine as long as you have your tank merc. You should be fine. Just careful with the Kriggers and the named. We got a Beast Lord. You don't get to see that very often. To be honest, I want Tormax, but everyone talks down on it. If I didn't have to make the choice on where to claim the pack bags, that would help. Wonder if people who claim bags on Tormax feel trapped. That's my thing as Josiah. I think a lot of them probably will feel trapped because if the population is bad on launch, think of what it's going to look like in 3 expansions. If it even makes it that far. It is going to be a fucking desert wasteland. And I only talk down on Tormax for the meme because I'm upset that they didn't do something better. They had the ultimate opportunity to do a fantastic, unique server. Instead, we got Eridune 2.0. I was in City of Mist and didn't realize I had attacked the name 60. He had his own. Oh, rip. Sounds like my Vox server, yeah. I don't like to bash EverQuest or the developers or anything like that, but I think that was a very bad decision to give just a cookie cutter classic server, even with it starting at Kunark. I just don't think it was a good idea. I think that for the 25th anniversary, we really should have had something unique. Look on AB and Zones and Crescent Reach where you have 25 people on FE, you have 4 on Antonius Bale. Yeah. We really could have had something fantastic and unique, but, you know, I'm just an armchair developer. What do I know? Relax True Box might have saved Tormax. I think it could have helped if it dropped with no box rules at all. Time to go poke some things. Let's go poke, 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 poke. Wouldn't mind some more server merges for the non-TLP servers. Yeah, Psycho, I agree. I talked about that, saying that like all of the low pop servers should just be combined into one at this point. Because even if we have, I would rather see 5 high population servers than 4 high population servers and 6 or 7 low pop servers. From the Fippy panel that we just watched made it sound like the decision makers don't play the game. So they make odd, weird choices. That was actually something that they kind of discussed on the AMA. They asked the developers, you know, hey, when was the last time you leveled a character from 1 to 125? And they basically said, oh, we don't engage in, what is it, like nerd bragging or something like that? We don't engage in nerd bragging. We only play like the current endgame of EverQuest. Which should tell you, because if you've seen the endgame of EverQuest, it is not classic TLP stuff. They know the lifeblood, the money is coming from the TLPs. I just don't think a lot of them know how to grasp that magic. Povar seems kind of dead when I log into my old mains. There's unfortunately quite a few dead servers. there are definitely a lot of things that I think we could be nitpicky on, and, you know, we need this fixed and we need that fixed and we need this fixed or we need this changed, but I get why they have such a struggle. There's only so many people to spread. There are 22 people in Crescent Reach on FE right now. That's pretty good. Also tried playing some on FE, but everything is mega expensive. And that is also only 3 high pop servers. Okay, sorry, 3. Sorry, V, can you say the name of the quest to get the item that makes other weapons look like Necro Epic? Yeah, it's called an Epic Request. Like an Epic Request, but Epic Request. Same thing. Used to play on Povar, but later moved to FE. Just know, it's like the first big high elf lady you see. She's like wielding a sword and like a giant flaming sword and a giant shield in Felwith. If you go in there, you'll see her. And all around her, she has plaques up of the, like the Epic 3.0 ornaments that they never did. An Epic retelling. Yeah, that's what it is. See, I looked it up and it's called an Epic Request is what it's called. The quest line is literally called an Epic Request. So I don't know what the difference in the names are, but I'm looking at it right here. Epic, yeah, it says Epic 1.0 ornamentation, 1.5 ornamentation, and 2.0. There's also an Epic retelling. So, I don't know, but it's that. I took my heroic characters on FE. I would always recommend doing it on a populated server. Like I said, there's nothing worse than coming back to a game that's this old and joining a dead server, because that's going to make you quit again. I still stand by my meme joke of saying that I was on a Tormax simulator when I was walking around the corpse zone. It was dead. It's off of Plane of Knowledge. I can't remember what it's called. I still stand by my meme, my joke when I said that that's going to be a Tormax simulated server, because it's literally dead. If you have a server that already has population issues, Shadow Rest, that's what it's called. If you have a server with population issues from launch, then you have a problem. Be able to go to the shop and get some snacks and then decide which server. Tormax seems like a pass, so Teak or FE. AV is dead as well, which sucks because I'm from the UK. Josiah, that's a really common thing. I think there's even a couple UK time-based guilds that play on FV that migrated over from Antonia's Vale. If you get a tune 100 plus on FE and have not done the TOV missions, I can run you through quick. Yeah, Ominous runs the missions that will get you from level 100 to 110 really quick. Some of these songs are so freaking nostalgic. I'm gonna get DMCA'd from listening to all this stuff if I upload it to YouTube later. Started back up playing on Mischief, but now I'm really thinking FB might be the way to go. Mischief is still a decently populated server. It hasn't quite ballooned back yet from the Teak loss, but because Teak is Mischief copied. But there's a lot of people who are maining on Mischief and just bouncing back and forth between Teak. Like they're leveling to max on Teak and then just raiding again on Mischief. Speaking of, someone mentioned they have a bard that needs them. Get bored on the mage. Oh, yeah. I still need those missions, yeah. On this guy. Here, I'm going to put some new buffs on real quick. Damage shield. Is Teak going to merge with FE, or will Mischief become its own server and then Teak merges into that? Aren't they both different? There are some people who will insist that Mischief will merge into FV, but I don't think it's going to. I think Mischief is going, once it meets live, I think Mischief is going to be its own server base. And then I think Teak will eventually merge into that. That's what I'm thinking. Oakwind is decently healthy, right? 100% its own server, yeah. That's what I'm expecting. I have no reason to think that Mischief is going to merge into FE. I've been saying that for years now, yeah. Oakwind, unfortunately, Retro does not have a healthy population. Oakwind has a very low population, almost to the point of Tormax. We have at least 3 raiding guilds that I know of, yeah. Oakwind is probably going to balloon back a little bit whenever Relaxed True Box drops. It's ridiculous what happened to Oakwind. Yeah, it got severely messed up with the Plat Dupe. Is that the one locked to pop? No, Agnar is locked to pop. It's really, really unfortunate what happened to Oakwind. It was only 2% of the 0.2% that got into the economy. Yep. Player statistics say it. There's nothing wrong with the return of platinum or anything. It was only a 2% difference jumping from 60,000 for a chrono to 2.5 million for a chrono. I mean, I'm no expert at math, but, you know, I've heard others say that there's a level range that mercs aren't good for soloing anymore. Is that true? Or if so, what range is that? Yes, mercs are kind of pitiful, 75 to 100. The reason being is there's pretty much no good gear that's going to help them in that range. There's gear, I want to say 100 plus for mercs that helps, and eventually at 120 you get this gear for mercs. Also Jeebus and RSS already. What's up, Slam? Yeah. Eventually there's gear called this grandiose gear for mercs that you can put on 120 that helps a little bit, but mercs are still very lackluster post 75. AAs will help a lot too. Like here, what is my... Like improved health, improves your mercenary's health by maximum 76,000 points. I want to say at 120 with that AA maxed and with my merc gear, my mercenary has like 470,000 HP, which considering a tank at level 125 has over 800k HP, a player tank, it's not good. Comparatively speaking, it's not good at all. So mercenaries will literally carry you from 1 to 75, and after 75, it's the exact opposite. Psycho, that is one question hopefully they answer today. I asked that exact question on the Fippy Darkpaw AMA forums, so hopefully they answer it. I asked if there was any possibility that they're going to maybe allow us to use 2 mercenaries or to let us pay for it. I said, hey, you guys have 3 perks that we pay for currently. Is there ever going to be a possibility of us paying for an extra mercenary slot to dual wield, to basically dual mercs? Like have a healer and a tank? I think that would be awesome. I thought it was a great question personally, because I know they don't want to do it without us paying extra for it, because you have to pay for full access to use a journeyman mercenary. That's why I figured, you know, an extra $3 a month to use a second journeyman mercenary, I think that would be kind of worthwhile. I'd buy that perk. Yeah, I would too. That would also ease up on some of the people who use Macro Quest. Ominous said he doesn't think that they would do it because it would cause less subscribers. Shut up and take my money, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what Ominous said. Need to run an AA down for the rogue. Need an AA rundown for the rogue. You got any videos on that? I do not, LO. See, Ominous, you might have that perspective, but you also box a lot. You're part of the percent that does box when a lot of us don't. So, people will still box with multiple mercs, but they'll not be required to box quite as many. But LO, I don't have any videos for that, unfortunately. Did the music stop? There we go. I 2-box 2 mercs and a pet. I would be really happy to be able to 2-box and have a full group with 4 mercenaries. Classic EXP hurts me. Yep. That was another question I was thinking about asking, is if they've ever thought about increasing the just base EXP rate. Mercs killed half the population when they came out. Mercs did not kill half the population, Ominous. The population was already gone. Mercs just put a band-aid on a bullet hole. Mercs was not the problem. Mercs was a solution to that problem. And you're welcome to counter me all you want, but I will stand by that, and I know I'm right. The population was already bad. You say that, Ominous, but it could cause others to come back because they could solo. Yeah. I will 100% disagree with you. Because the population was already bad. I'm 95% solo with no box. It was getting bad and Mercs made it worse. I think Mercs made it look like it was worse because people could fix the problem. But 100%, the population was already bad. I counter that and repost with a new, we should get 3 mercs if it makes them money. Yeah. Yeah. That's not bad for main hand. No, that's actually pretty good. That's good, LO. That's one of my old school favorite daggers. I think the biggest problem when it came down to it was the fact that the population was already not happy with how the game was being ran. So they quit anyways. That would make the merc situation better if they made more classes of mercs. That's also something that would be nice. But in a game that was already suffering from population burnout, like that's my ex-girlfriend merc. Yeah. Or they left for WoW, or they left for other games, yeah. Overall saw a big drop in Gates of Discord by TSS. We're having trouble filling a raid without boxes. Gates of Discord was also a good reason for the quit, but I think more than anything, the biggest reason for the quit is because of World of Warcraft. And EverQuest 2. But I think a good chunk of people would agree with me who do use boxes, who do use mercs. We would always rather have a real life player instead of a merc. So most of us who would be using 2 mercs to get stuff done would happily replace that merc with a live person. I disagree as well. A lot of people started to box their own groups after Omens of War. The game just kept getting harder and harder. Because people couldn't solo easy, yeah. You haven't grouped with me, Josiah. That's funny. I had to box a cleric on rotation and anguish while off tanking on my pally. 5 men, no box group is the best ever. I'm worse than a hireling. But that's the thing. I would take a subpar person instead of a merc, just because I would rather have people playing with me. I'll tell you why I quit back in the day. I worked full time, and when I would log in during the evening, it would take hours to find a group, and then it was time for bed. Whereas whenever World of Warcraft came out, I could just hop on and immediately have something to do until I wanted to log off. Yep. There's only so much you can fucking do. I love mercs, they don't AFK. Also true. Any new players want any simple Defiant BP and arms just dropped for me? Ooh, Elsewhere's giving away gear. I could plow through a full quest zone in World of Warcraft in the time it took me to get a group in EverQuest and get there and set up. And then guess what? It's time for bed. Yep. Is there a level where you should not get levels and just work on AAs? No. Especially if you're paying to play, Jeb, if you're paying full access, auto grant AAs is about to be all the way up to level 120, Jeb. As of next Wednesday, you should be able to auto grant up to 120. There's so much you can do in EverQuest, you can literally never run out of something to do. There's almost too much to do. I sit here trying to come up with my mind of what to do and then not have anything to do. Yeah. I mean, I guess it depends. Like, if you trade skill, if you're working on quests and stuff like that, then yeah, you'll have plenty of stuff to do. I feel like no matter which server I hop on, I've always got people to come hang out with. Double backstab with double proc poison feels so good. Mm-hmm. Boom, boom. I'll agree with you there, Ominous. There's a lot to constantly do. But I'm also overwhelmed by games right now. And as of next Wednesday, the EverQuest 2 Origin server drops. Most people are just too lazy. All I want to do is go to the top end game zone and grind gear and EXP. I guess that's also kind of perspective too. Oh. $71 already. Ominous, I'm gonna gate out real quick and grab some new spells because I should have a new pet too. 880 fucking zones in this game. Don't tell me you don't have things to do. I'm gonna gate out and grab some new spells because now I should be getting into much better pet spells. I don't know if you guys want to pull out a merc and keep killing. That way you don't have to worry about dying or anything like that. Papa needs some new spells. Very excited about the OC region changes coming to TLPs. I can finally play Wizard without feeling useless in a group, right? Right? Wizards will be way more meta, Josiah. Way more meta. All jokes aside. Because you'll be able to like cast a few spells and sit back down. And then once you're out of combat, you'll immediately get your full mana and HP back, and you're going to be gold. Great, so everyone's going to steal my class. Get off my lawn. We're here to steal all the fun. I'm sorry, I want to steal the class that I can Netflix and chill while I'm gaming. WoW made region so easy, EverQuest finally doing it. WoW and Final Fantasy XIV both are still a step ahead of that, but at least EverQuest has a semi-similar version. Where is 71 over here? Okay, let's get all these spells, man. Is that going to make Canny useless? I don't think so, because Canny's going to keep you going in between. If anything, it's only going to enhance it, Retro. Because Canny will keep you alive whenever you can't out of combat mana regen. You'll just be able to get everything back, and you'll never have to heal. You can Canny down, get your mana back, and then sit back down. I think you're going to be great. I don't think it's going to make it useless at all. Let's buy... Okay, we'll just call it quits there for those, and we'll teleport back. I love Fellowship teleports. Out of combat mana and HP regeneration doesn't make anything useless as far as I'm concerned. It only improves everything. Like the time and effort spent, I think it's going to be so much better. I think he can take even better buffs now. Even better buffs now. Let's go. I think it's 75 is whenever you get 120 buffs, but we can use decent buffs for now. These are like 115, which this is about to give me like a 5,000 damage shield, which is going to be insane. So let me get rid of my Merc real quick, and then let's see how good our pet is. Oh, dude, is there someone actually leveling in here? Oh, there's a ranger. Okay. There's a level 100 ranger here now. I think Teak might just annoy me. Constant class changes every expansion unlock and having to deal with confusion of item drops and NPCs that aren't active yet. At least on FB, the game is, as you see it, also true. Nice. Okay. My pet's going to be just fine for tanking now. Did you say ranger? Or ranger? Ranger, it's a manger. Baby ranger manger. Demon devil enemies? Yeah. These are Perillians. This is all in Rift Seekers. Oh. Wait. Ominous, where are you? Oh, he's down here, okay. Roger. Yep. Oh, let me actually... Before we go too much further, let me rebuff my... Let me re-summon a new pet and all that good stuff. Pet. 71... Or have it taunt, maybe. Yeah. Ooh, fizzling. I'm so used to having the mercenary out, but with the buffs, we're not really going to need it to. Nice. Pet is White Con now. Congrats on 70, dude. We should have a better burnout now too. Pet haste. Pet miscellaneous buffs? Oh, increase their melee damage by 10%? That's fucking nice. Gnomes of the Master Race. I don't think I agree with that statement at all. Here, I'm gonna rebuff my pet real quick, guys. Hiss. Yeah, I don't really think gnomes are the master race at all. I mean, they're definitely a race. No, Manvi, you have been wrong about so much today. We all know it's human anyway. Human? Oh, that's very basic. That's very, very basic of you. You get buffs. You get buffs. Yeah, I am basic. Well, at least you acknowledge it. Here, we should be much better off now with our pet. Higher level pet, more damage. Male human called Josiah. Name's always been taken, though. That's pretty basic. Okay, pet is way better. Did I not give it regeneration, though? I did not give it regeneration, though. That's no good. Actually, I did. I see it on there. I'm just blind. I have Beast and Mage in another group. Which pet should probably tank? Probably the Mage pet. The Beast Lord pet is pretty decent, but Mage pets are always stronger. Eventually, there will be a Beast Lord pet that will be able to slow enemies on a proc, on a random proc. That'll be useful. Yeah, that's a great combo. Beast Mage Bard, that's a very good combo. Seems like EverQuest is healthier now than it was pre-COVID. Community seems more vibrant and populated. G Money, that is a very real statement. I think COVID did a really good job of bringing a lot of people home. But it also does come down to the... I will say this, J-Chan has done an amazing job at improving. Like, the server stability has been amazing because we got 64-bit. Server population's been really good. They've been very receptive to a lot of things people have asked for. Way to go, COVID. Yeah. Like, if the developers hadn't done anything to bring the community together like they have, like Mischief, great idea. Teak, a copy idea, but still an idea. 64-bit servers, DirectX update, they're future-proofing the game. Damn COVID, all my friends sat at home for a year and I got paid and I had to go to work. Same here. I can literally not tell you how bitter I was because my roommate lost his job and got $1,000 a week to sit on his ass and sit at home and play video games. She just needs to stay in their office doing stuff and out of the spotlight. She's so stiff and has no personality. I sat at home and worked and got paid. See, I worked from home for a good period of time, but I still worked for less money than what my roommate made on unemployment because of these stimmies. And the next year he got a $3,000 commission check because he was unemployed. I couldn't fucking believe it. Jealous is 100% it. It is pure jealousy. If I had been able to sit at home during that time, I would have been streaming full time at that point. Bring Holly back, make EverQuest great again 2024. Good luck bringing her back, dude. Do you know how much money they'd have to fucking pay her to get her away from World of Warcraft at this point? she's probably making twice as much as she was at Darkpaw. Hope they can innovate future TLPs just like they did with Mischief Teak. I'm sure there are some great additional ideas they can incorporate. Honestly, what they did with Oakwind I thought was pretty groundbreaking, but it was too slow. Too slow, too little, too late, the server. If they had introduced Oakwind, but with 200% starting point increasing, I think that would have been phenomenal. Everything should have been jumped up to 200% from the start. And I think it would have been phenomenal. They just need to put someone who can be in front of the camera better. Jay-Chin isn't doing a good job. She's so meh. I don't know. I guess I'm used to dealing with like really rigid people. You can tell that she does it, but she doesn't enjoy it. And I'm not like bashing her, but you can tell that she doesn't enjoy that part of her job. And I don't blame her. Like shit, I'm paid. She's paid to lead the game, not to necessarily announce and talk about the game. Oh, this dude's selling the troll cape again. I want that fucking cape. I need it, but I am not paying 10 chrono for it. That's a shame. It's more important she loves EverQuest. Exactly. Exactly. That's why I'm not bashing her at all. But you can tell that she doesn't enjoy the public eye. Which I get. Fuck, I don't enjoy the public eye. Pet's taking some damage. Gonna have to be careful. Gonna have to let Pet med for a second. Get some HP back. Also, we haven't changed a single piece of equipment since level 1. 62 and rolling. Very nice, dude. I told you, bot's the spot to go. Okay, Pet's at 100% already. I'm not going to lie, though. I'm pretty happy with what they've shown so far. We got the expansion announcement. We saw a sneak peek. We know it's dragons. I fucking love dragons. That means we're probably going to get a dragon mount at some point. Got lucky and someone is here, so we got healer, tank, merc, and rolling through mobs. Oh, that's cool. I felt bad because there was a guy that messaged me earlier on my other account, my druid that was sitting there in bot, and asked if he could join me. And I think he didn't realize I was streaming or something. So I felt bad. I completely missed his message. I was looking at my 72 mage the other night and she still had Glooming Deep gear. That's pretty common for a lot of players, dude. I said it before and I'll say it again. They need a whole update to the leveling process from like 1 to 100. What like Hero's Journey used to be, they need a new version of it and they need new gear to come along with it. There needs to be gear that is so powerful that you can bum rush from 1 to 100 in like 2 weeks. If they want people to experience the game at its current end game, they're going to have to put people in a pathway that's going to get them there faster. I'd love to be hyped about no expansion, but my highest character is 103 on Vox, and I highly doubt I'll ever see the current highest expansions. The only reason I get really hyped about it, Psycho, is because of the content that comes along with it that's not necessarily endgame exclusive. There's typically things that they add to it that's not just the endgame exclusive content. And like, because with Lorien's song, we got personas, and that, I would argue, that's the greatest addition they've added to the game since a new class race combo. That's actually insane. I only bought the current expansion because of Persona. Yeah, it's the feature that a lot of people bought. Which is why my next hope is the next expansion is going to be a new feature for the game. Even if that's like updated armor graphics, something like that. Maybe a mercenary quest line, something that's going to simplify the individual player. I hope we hear some of their core philosophy for an EverQuest 3. Jay Chan mentioned it briefly at their investor day. Yeah, whenever they talked about saying that it's in its idea phase, there isn't a new feature and just higher level zones will have to pass. And that's exactly it. That's why they miss out on a lot of money. I think they realize that they have to introduce features to make people want to buy it. Lorien's Song, I'm willing to bet, I wish they would talk about it, but I'm willing to bet Lorien's Song is their best-selling expansion, I bet, in 10 years. At least. Not gonna lie, Persona is what's tempting me back, simply because I hate alts. I want my core character name. It just greatly increases the value and investment into a character, because you can spread and redo all of the things that you love on that character in a new way. Persona is selling bags too. Yeah. It is selling bags, but they also need to sell Persona slots. Like Persona bag slots. We need more inventory. Now I can make a human wizard, a human necro, a human mage, a human druid, a human enchanter, a human monk, all with the same face and name. Human. Sucks to carry around armor for multiple personas. It does. I don't mind a mobile with the heart of EverQuest, but they have to do separate EverQuest 3 first. If they did it, that's like in addition to. If they do a mobile game, as long as it's not like a Diablo Immortal, whenever everyone thought they were going to announce Diablo 4, and instead we got Diablo Immortal, and they pulled the like, do you guys not have phones mess? As long as it's better than that, I think we'll be okay. Yeah, exactly, in addition to, yeah. There's so much to be said about things they could add to the game in addition to new expansion content that would sell expansions. But if the expansion is only going to raise the end game, then yeah, they're going to miss out on a lot of money. Speaking of bags, I need more. Need more items. All they had to do was put up a Diablo 4 logo and no one would have cared about Immortal. Yeah, they could have been like Diablo 4, but in the meantime, we have Diablo Immortal as a meme. And people would have been like, you know what? I'm okay with that. It'll hold me over to be able to make the 20 slot bags for people if anyone gets any. What are we looking at here? Oh, Ethnir Essence. Can't you also get that from Overseer? If that's the case, I might have to play around with that. EQ, but it's gotcha. No, it's just going to be Overseer for your phone. I think me and Ominous both agreed on this. We said we'd even be happy if they brought back Legends of Norath for all the old illusions and items. That'd be really cool. But I think you get only like 1 to 2 essence per. Oh. But still. So does Fippy Fest not have any more stream segments today? It's been like an hour now. It's because they're eating right now, Phaler. It's actually supposed to go for another 3.5 hours. But they're just eating right now. Legends of Norath via mobile game would rock. I think that would be fantastic. Something I can do with my character outside of the game would be awesome. I found some LON cards on one of my characters. Did they ever even do anything? Yeah, if you claim them now, Hyper, you can get very rare illusions and items. I still play D3. I need to pick up 4. Retro, don't do it. Well, I think they said 4 is a little bit better now, but just stick with 3 as far as I'm concerned. 3 is immaculate, comparatively speaking to 4. I asked that as I was stuffing my own face. Yeah. Legends of Norath. Mobile, highly agree. See? Look, all of us EverQuest boomers are agreeing about something on mobile. Loot is better. The game's still crapola. So I think they fixed a good chunk of like the loot problems with it. But I spent $100 on Diablo 4 and I played 45 minutes of it and uninstalled. And I'm an avid D3 lover. Like, I even played classic D3, whenever it first dropped and that horror show that it was. And I've owned D3 on numerous systems, and I just fucking love it. A remake of Champions of Norath would be sick as well. G Money. I've talked about it for 6 months now, but I've got it running on an emulator on my PC, and I just need to stream it. I've got Champions of Norath and Champions of Norath Return to Arms both running on my computer, and I can't fucking wait to play that on stream. PoE 2 is going to be lit. I played quite a bit of PoE 1, but it's very, very, very big brain for me. I'm a smooth brain, so that shit's like over my head. I love D3. D4 was a nightmare. Agreed. D3 is so good, man. Going all the way up through like Durator Rifts, like 120 or whatever it was. The itemization and champions with varied skill tree is fun. I always played Barbarian. Barbarian was like my favorite. Just dual wielding two-handers, basically, just being this vicious, brutal melee monster. I like how D3 and D4 have human male sorcerers. Oh, you basic Becky. If only I could give you a nickname to basic Becky, I would. D3 Sorcerer is probably one of my favorite classes. D3 Demon Hunter is so good. Like, I used to run D3 Demon Hunter with the full Rain of Arrows set. Because, you know, you had armor sets with bonuses and stuff, to the point of where, like, Rain of Arrows was just constantly proc, 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 proc. Ranger Baby, piercing and exploding arrow, yeah. Demon Hunter was so good, just dual wielding crossbows. D3 Necromancer was also really fun too. Uh-oh, not good. At least these both are about to be dead. Oh, I probably have a better fucking direct nuke now too. Fire bolt. There we go. You know what really sucks about Demon Hunter and WoW? Bet you can't guess. What? You can't be a human? You have to be a set race? Is that what it is? Yep. I knew it. I think we've pretty much been all the way down. Oh, here we go. Never mind. Just kidding. Ow. From a lore standpoint, it makes sense, though. For what, World of Warcraft? Do these mobs drop money? No. Unfortunately, these guys don't. At least these ones here. Are you talking about... Where are you at, Jeb? I'm not in game at the minute, just watching your stream. Oh yeah, no, these guys unfortunately don't drop money. No money. This is really not a good spot to stay at if you're planning on trying to get money. What are some good zones for money? I guess it really depends on the level range. I mean, I would always go old school. Sebulus Juggernauts for like 50 to 65. It's a good spot for money. They don't have much vendor trash either. They really don't. There's not much here. Got to be able to pay for my merc. Yep. These guys, I guess we are getting occasional diamonds. Here, let me set one of you guys to Master Looter. Roll Master Looter. 50 to 65, go there after I get to 50 in Velx. Yeah, because if you go through and you end up leveling up a little bit, by the time you get back to Jugs, you'll be able to kill him just fine. Templar... Oh, we got a named. He's 75. Ooh, he's a toughie. Temple of Drogo's good and get bonus lots of named worth loots. Lots of tribute. Oh. Figure in a V, role-playing preferred. They still have that tagline. Yep, it's role-playing preferred because there's no common tongue. Even after all this time. Tribute is a whole nother way to make your character more powerful. By getting repeat items that you no longer need, you can turn them into a tribute master that makes your character even more powerful. Basically, it requires tribute to give you an additional buff that's not on your buff bar or anything. That's another way to make your character more powerful. Every 15 minutes it costs you tribute like your mercenary does, and you can pick buffs. There's also guild tribute to make your character even more powerful on top of that. It's not active on TLPs, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. What is it, Shift T? No. Control T? No. Can't remember which character... Tribute. Alt U is what it is. Tribute benefits. There's trophy, guild trophies, personal. Guild trophies and personal trophies, yeah. Elvish is the main tongue on FV, so if you start a character on this server, you're going to have to learn Elvish to be able to communicate. I was brought here by humans who wish to pay me tribute. Yeah. But yeah, there's tons of other ways to make your character more powerful. FE veteran from 2002 here, though I rarely log anymore. I've seen your name a few times, Failer, so I recognize the name here on Twitch. It's a roleplay server. Elvish is the common tongue in the server. Tribute, it's not super necessary, but it does help. I am hiding. I see lurker names all the time. It's not massively useful, LO, but it is a good extra way to make your character more powerful. That's awesome, they need more of that. It's a roleplay server, but this stream falls more towards ERP. I'll show you ERP. I need to be uber powerful. No, Josiah's taken. RIP. 72. Let's go. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Tribute is generally forgotten about, but it's a nice little bonus for turning in loot you usually can't sell or so old school they don't do much compared like Defiant. Yes, Tribute is a good way to get rid of a lot of items that even used to be no drop that you couldn't get rid of, if I remember correctly. Like if you're looking at an item, it'll tell you what its Tribute's worth is. Let me see here. Where is Tribute? Let's look at just Tribute right here. Just looking at a Peridot. It says Tribute 10. This is how you can look at an item and it's like, oh, Tribute 10? Okay. Oh shit, he died. Hey. My bad. I'll get you rezzed here in a second, dude. I'm sorry. Better than destroying, yeah. Let's look. Miss Walker. He drops a pretty good ring, actually. Who are you with? We've got We got somebody here in chat, and we've also got Ominous here with us. Incoming res. I was sitting and missed the path come by. See? It wasn't even my fault, Ominous. It's always your fault? No, when it's my fault, you guys get VKP. You got no VKP, therefore it is not my fault. +1. But he's not my pet. He's a PC. Full Note died earlier today, and V didn't even notice for 2 to 3 minutes until I told him. Well, yeah, because I'm sitting here, I'm chatting. Wow, Ominous. Rude. Rude. Meh. I have a... It's funny you say meh, Jeb. I've got a coffee cup at work that literally says meh on it. I've got it turned face turned outwards, so whenever people approach my office, one of the first things they see on my desk is the cup that says meh on it. It's glorious. As you should, yep. Shut the fuck up until this is done. What? Am I interrupting your song? No, on a coffee cup? Yeah. Oh, another named. 3 minutes till showtime. Showtime. But supposedly we're going to get a big announcement today, and hopefully it's not just the expansion announcement. So, if I could bump my Bard account to current expansion, which package would you choose? Wait. Like, are you asking if you should buy, like, the Friends and Family Edition or something? I mean, that's really up to you how much money you want to spend. Because if you get the Friends and Family Edition, you basically get 2 full packages. And then you also get a whole bunch of tradable stuff. I hope that I've announcement they're moving to an auction house. And wow, that would be fucking nice. Where did you hear about an announcement? I don't know if any of you guys watched the EverQuest show. The guy that's hosting this Fippy Darkpaw event, his name is Fading. He has his own little EverQuest channel on YouTube, and he said there's going to be a big special announcement. And one of the developers told him, said they're going to announce something, but it's going to be big, and he can't talk about it yet. We already knew an expansion was coming, so we don't know what about the expansion is supposed to be big. Maybe it's just the size of the dragon that they're talking about. But I'm hoping it's like a new feature, so I could just be hyping myself up. Who knows? Dear God, trying to watch chat on EC Tunnel is insane. Yeah, it just flies by. Zoom, zoom. EC Tunnel is a chore. It is. It'd be really fucking nice. I even said it earlier. I really wish that they would bring, like, bizarre trading to TLPs as well. How many pick zones as well? It's usually at least two EC tunnels. It's 2 that are low pop and 1 that's high pop. Just wait until they have a fucking queue to get into EC. Like, oh, you cannot access this zone. There's too many people. 2 more expansions to Bazaar. Gross. Gross. New class. Dude. If only. Yeah, Valius and Luckland, yeah. Like the original Bazaar with the horse stables. I miss the old school Bazaar. That was so good, man. I think I'm going to premium my Bard on FE and buy perks premium. Could you use some help getting some gear for him if anyone can? Truzito, once I do my lockouts, I'm sure I can get him some good gear. What level is your Bard? Because depending between me and Ominous both, I'm sure we wouldn't have any problem. We've got like level 100 stuff. We've got level 1 stuff. Full note hit 67 year group. Oh. Well, then if that's the case, there's definitely plenty of stuff I can give you. Plenty, plenty, plenty. I've got a lot of fabled stuff I could probably hook you up with. When you use Persona, is the new character naked? Well, whenever you create a new character, the previous gear that you had equipped is still going to be on that character in those slots. It'll be yellow though, so you won't get any stats from it. You'll just have to unequip it, and then you can save that full set of gear that you do want to use. Does Live have any field of view adjustment like Quarm? What do you mean? Like being able to zoom in and out? I'm going to be able to zoom out really far, but it won't. Oh, yeah, I wish. Unfortunately, that's something I've never really seen. I think the last time I had anything like that, it was like on the custom UIs. Am I dropping frames? I don't think so. It's not saying that I'm dropping any frames at all. Kwame, you can slider the FOV up from like 45. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. Yeah, my OBS is saying I'm not dropping any frames. Ominous and what is it? Siren. I'm gonna stand up for just a minute and walk around, guys. I've been sitting here for like 4 hours straight. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and walk around for a minute or two. I'll be right back, guys. Water break, water break. Okay, we're back. We're back. Can people still get banned for training? Yes. You can enhance vision via graphics options now? Yeah. Instead of the gamma slider, it's now enhanced vision. How do you have window mode without the top bar, etc.? Like borderless windowed? They're too nice. I would have trained you. Day, you can run a train on me any day. I know these die quickly, but it was the thought that counts. Oh, did you... I think he died. Have you clipped it on yours? No, because on mine it's just capturing the screen itself, so it doesn't show the bar on the top. You have Chrome on top of full screen. Yeah, because it's just capturing the game itself, not the bar on top. Bummer, my leveling friend is logging. Where did you die at? Just walked past a gator outside. Ooh. That is a streaming software? Yeah. I'm just capturing the window itself on top of it. Can't decide on a persona. Have a 20 rogue, 20 monk, 16 mage, 12 necro. Haze, that's exactly what I'm going through, buddy. Oh, there it is. There he is. That's the point of personas. 100%, yeah. Indecisiveness. Variety is a spice of life, not just the void. True. True. Make sure to redo on your auto consent. You don't have them turned on. Oh, whenever he died, he didn't have consent turned on. Wait, did your tank die as well? Or is it just showing it's out of group for some reason? Looks like you're at the Everfrost Black Barrow entrance and on an EGA monitor. This is in Riftseeker Sanctum. I need a farming tune. Bard can't solo for shit, and then surprisingly, groups are hard to come by. You're having a hard time finding a group on a Bard? That's kind of interesting. Ranger of the Year. So I'm guessing you're used to dying a lot? Chanter meta? That's fair. Floor tank of the year. I joke because I love playing a ranger and I die a lot too, so. Only because I'm so used to doing that myself. VV is all the spice you need. Careful, I'm pretty spicy. Ranger Bard is OP. Ranger Bard. They said they were going to be starting back up. Are they coming back late from lunch or something? Roger, roger. What's our Vector Victor? B Ranger? Branger? No, it's a Mage Ranger. It's a Manger. Rard? I think you can get banned for using that word these days. Gotta be careful. For 1,500 bucks, they better have prime rib at that conference. Oh, dude. I would hope. So many more people in the tutorial area compared to other servers. On FV, yeah. There's a lot of people who keep swarming back to the game. Over is under Unger, and Unger is underdone. Seemed like quite a bit of people turned out for the 1500. G-Money, you are correct. A whole lot more people than I expected. I would have expected maybe 10 people. Cheap sandwiches and stale coffee. Yeah, they basically just put them all in dorms. Get him, pet. Get him. Jeb has seen Airplane 2. We joke, but I remember a couple raids saved by Ranger hitting Weapon Shield at the right moment. Oh, dude, that's 100% real. Weapon Shield is fucking phenomenal. I'm an old man. Dude, welcome to EverQuest. What group of people playing EverQuest isn't a bunch of old men at this point? Gen X represent. I think they're going to be doing EverQuest Hide and Seek, then EverQuest 2 Hide and Seek, and then the Fireside Chat, but not 100% sure. Yeah, the Hide and Seek thing has been happening for, I want to say, the last hour and a half. Pretty close to the last hour and a half. I'm kind of sad that they did it on the test server and not FV. They haven't done EverQuest 2 yet? No, I don't know, actually. I'm not sure. It probably would have helped if I looked at the damn schedule. But probably test, because you can just copy to there to participate. That's also true, yeah. Cries, it's not fair regardless of what server they picked. For the 3 people who play EverQuest 2. No, 4.5. The half is the other box. And to be fair, I was one of those 4.5 for a little while. I say a little while, but it was only whenever Ion brought us over there. Mesa Man and 3 others, yeah. Dude, I'm going to be on that EverQuest 2 Origin server, though. That should be a good time. Where is my pet? I give the Origin server a try. I never played EverQuest 2. It's going to be a whole lot like EverQuest 1 at the start because it's very group-oriented content. EverQuest 2 in the current endgame is a solo mess. Have a big turnout? I think so, G-Money. Played it the day it came out and found my computer couldn't handle it and didn't continue. Yep. No, you're not. You can't even pay attention to EverQuest Live long enough to play. Yeah, I can. Can you box in EverQuest 2? Yes. EverQuest 2, there are no true box servers. No, it is just EverQuest 2 circa 2006. EverQuest 2 boxing might be interesting. Yeah, that's what Ion did. He boxed like a group of people. A lot of buttons. Well, I think most people use MacroQuest to do it. But that's beside the point. Well, you know, they use the forbidden program. That's neither here nor there, yeah. How was the Japanese food yesterday? I tried something new for the first time ever. It was really good. I did almost throw up when I tried something, though. It was very interesting. I put something in my mouth I've never put in my mouth before. I only played EverQuest 2 for the first month and left. Yeah, I think a lot of people played it and quit it. They hit it and quit it. Cody's meat? No. I tried some octopus. I think it's called yakiniku or something like that. It's like an octopus ball. A woman? Yes, I put a woman in my mouth. Cat? Gross. I've had Chinese food before though. Takoyaki, yeah. That yeah, it's a takoyaki. It's like a little ball, sushi, octopus ball. I almost threw up though. Played EverQuest 2 and Echoes of Fade were, and then high school took over as the priority. Uh-oh, careful. Oh, dude, the flavor of it was good because it's like a hush puppy. But once I actually bit into the octopus, I almost threw up right at the table. Whap. Whap. Bring a bucket and a mop. Hey, okay, see you later, Day. Thanks for reminding me of what I tried yesterday and almost making me throw up again. What level do you, V and O, actually start needing a healer in your groups? 80 plus? Probably, yeah, healer. Like 80 plus. I'm trying to think, because if I'm using like a really good enhanced minion and druid buffs, probably not 80. I would probably say 85 for sure. Never had calamari? No. We could pop a Merc tank and healer and not worry about anything, but what fun is that? Yeah. Want to start running a cleric more regularly, but you never seem to need one in group. I mean, for a lot of the reason we really don't typically need one is because of my druid buffs. I mean, I have 1,000 HP regeneration per tick. But I want to say 85 plus is when it gets really bad because like underfoot plus, everything starts to hit so drastically harder that you kind of have to have a healer to make up for it. I am not a big fan of calamari at all. Like I said, the flavor wasn't bad, but it's a texture thing for me. Anything with like really slimy, rubbery textures, it makes me puke immediately. And like octopus is just straight up like slimy, rubbery. Tried 4 different times, yeah. Have a 70 cleric, but haven't played it in a while. There doesn't seem to be a demand in that level range. I mean, you can always bring it. It's not like it's something that we're gonna reject, though. Ever see this video where tentacles are still squirming when you eat it? That's fucking disgusting. Yeah, there was one I saw where they gutted a frog as well, and the frog was literally like wiggling as they were pulling out its intestines and eating it. Disgusting. Gross. Horrifying. Body horror. No thank you. Fried calamari, delicious. Oh, it's not my cup of tea. I'm too white for that. And people can get offended to me all they want. I am generic looking white guy number 500. I have a very southern white palate. Like I grew up on biscuits and gravy and like country cooking and stuff like that. Oh, we got it named. I do like sushi though. Some sushi, as long as it's cooked. Waffle House. I give my roommate crap because he loves to eat at Waffle Houses, but I tell him I value my life too much to go get stabbed. Raw eel sushi, ew. Grits, if you can eat grits, you can handle a lot. No, not a big fan of grits. It's a texture thing for me, man. 100% a texture thing. Sir, you have the palate of a child. No kidding, all the shootings, Waffle House, yeah. I love onions, I can bite into them raw. I like them so much. I'm sorry, it's a texture thing. I'm born and raised in Florida. I feel UV. Yeah, right, Punchy? I'm not picky. I will try anything once. There's a lot that I'm willing to put in my mouth when it comes to food. Like, I'll try it, but I'm not gonna fucking fake it and tell you I like it. I think that that's completely understandable and acceptable. But you can see it on my face. I have a very, very visual face. Like, especially if someone pisses me off or I have an opinion on something, you can see it on my face. It's very animated. I cannot hide how I'm feeling about something. Cicadas? Ugh. You're bad at poker then, V? Too many facial tells? Oh, I'm horrible. No, I'm horrible at stuff like that. I give everything away when it comes to my face. Mercy can't handle bot, not sure why. Oh, your Merc can't? Is it a tank Merc? Journeyman? Is it a Krieger? Or a named? Because what level are you? So, are these guys fire immune? A lot of these guys are fire resistant, yeah. So I can't do anything against these guys. That's why I was in the blue area earlier. I was fighting the guys in the ice area, but it's very bright on the screen. But yeah, most of these guys I do no damage to because I'm basically just pure fire damage. Use your shock line. I mean, I could, but that's also too lazy. And the Merc is killing him fast enough. And since everything's dying so quick anyways, there's not really much choice. There's not really much reason to. I might get one good spell off before they die. The pet's killing him way too quick. Did you just call Omnis a Merc? No, I was referring to my pet. Because the pet's tanking and doing basically all the work anyways. So which do you prefer? Teak or Effie? Oh, Effie all the way. Effie is my home. Teak is awesome, because I like the randomized loot. Gotta get up and track myself. I'm getting addicted to EverQuest again. You're getting too addicted again? Oh, well, that's a good thing, right? I think I might just have to do her character. It was one played. Welcome to the dark side. Yeah, 100%. Welcome. One of us. One of us. Oh, that's a permanent buff. That's nice. Okay, here. Let's try. See, these spells really aren't that good. I put so many hours into it, I have to be mindful. Let's see. Essence of fire, essence of water. Guess we could probably have a better... That's actually not bad. What's the lore of Rift Seekers? These basically, they're their own entire race that the Discordians invaded and have enslaved. And that's why whenever we're fighting Overlord Matamurim, there's a set of 4 different Rift Seekers that are taking on OMM with us to try to capture him, and they all end up dying. But they're their whole other race. That's a whole other world that we're a part of. That we're in right now. That we're enslaved by the Discordians. But better than resist, resist, resist. But right now it's fizzle, fizzle, fizzle. Teague reminded me how slow the early game is. Yeah, it's very slow. But yeah, they're their own world, their own race, all encaptured and basically attacked by Discordians, and we join forces with them to fight Overlord Matamurim. I've not played Modern in decades. Do the classes still feel distinct, or are they all homogenous, kind of like they did in WoW classes? I feel like they're all pretty unique. G-Money. Especially towards the end game. More unique now than before. Let's see here. HP buffs. I think these guys should be able to take group buffs now. Yeah, here we go. EverQuest Barda is probably one of the most unique classes I've ever found in an MMO. Where are these guys? Oh, here. Respawns. Good. Yeah, I would say Bard is pretty unique, but there's also something pretty similar to that that's Bard and FF14. That one still feels pretty similar. It's good to hear. I like that each class brought something unique and felt unique. Wizard's Port, Enchanter Mez, mana buffs. It's not quite that simple these days, because a lot of classes have a lot of different abilities that they use. God, these guys are all dying before I can get a fucking single cast off. This is what happens whenever your conjuring is crap. Yeah, the end game, there's a lot of different abilities you can use for set classes. I will still say that the pet classes are especially powerful. Drop down a tier or two of spell. I think if I just power through, we'll be okay, because we're working on casting. It's up to 149 now. And it's leveling every single time I'm casting. Gotta hit pet classes. They're super effective, insanely effective, especially Necromancers. Like, Jesus Christ. Necromancers at 125 soloing group tier 2 content. Yeah, I'm actually losing mana for once. But with our, 300 plus mana regeneration, I think we're still okay. I just want to be an OP wizard. Josiah, you're like the one person in my chat that's ever talked about wanting to play wizard. Like, non-ironically. Unironically. Started EverQuest with, you started in Eldon, okay. Played a Beast Lord until basically WoW. It's not very often that people come in saying that they started around Eldon. I'm used to people coming in saying they started basically in Classic, and that's the only version of EverQuest that should ever exist. Wizard's a dirty word in most people's minds, yep. EQ doesn't even start to get good until after pop. I love that you think that, Ominous. Because I actually agree with you. Reputations are earned for a reason, and wizards have one like shit for the most part. Yeah. They're like, hang on, let me cast one spell and go AFK. Alright, where'd the group go? Are they shite in live as well? I thought it was just TLPs. Oh no, dude. In-game wizards right now, I'm pretty sure are top parsers. I saw people parsing on wizards, nuking for over 50 million damage. I think at one point I was watching like the parsers on one of the streamers that was streaming his raid, and like it was like 3 wizards and a couple necromancers. Yeah. Might as well go necromancer, at least I can pretend I'm a wizard, just a necromancer one. Yeah. I would love to play a TLP through Depths of Dark Hollow, Prophecy Row up to House of Thule. Wasn't playing then, but I don't want to put the time into raiding. I think it would be very nice if they actually dropped a TLP that started with Serpent Spine dropped. Because that way you could choose to level in the old school zones, or if you wanted to level through Serpent Spine. I think it would be nice if it dropped with Serpent Spine available at launch. At least I won't have to be an Ixar on live. True. Having Defiant would solve a lot of your problems early, yeah. Well, it would still be super fresh, so whatever content you wanted to do, you could still do. And the server would still feel very spread out. But I've just killed 8 rats, and I really do want to re-roll. What, are you playing an XR right now? Won't someone think of the chrono farmers? Yeah. What are they gonna do? How are they gonna feed their families? Human wizard, of course. Why am I not surprised? Probably, but not me. Let me guess. Josiah. Human necro? Eh? Eh? Because you made me feel inferior. When was the last new class? Berserker? Yes, Berserker was the last new class they added. They added a new class race combo, like back in 2012, which was Wood Elf Beast Lord. Ixar Necro, best Necro. But they have not added a new class to the game since God. Only on P99. Maybe that will be the announcement. All race combos unlocked. They talked about that, but I don't think that's ever going to be a thing. But that would be sick. If they finally step... The only way they would be able to do that is if they got rid of the Ogre frontal stun immunity, because then everybody would be an Ogre. If they did that and they... Yeah. Everybody would be an Ogre. Ogre Wizard, Ogre Shaman, Ogre Cleric, Ogre Tank, Ogre Rogue. Jesus, new class, it's time. They need to hire a dev and do it. Yeah, add 1 and make it a dev team of 5. Ogre Cleric, yeah. Because the frontal stun immunity, they would have to get rid of that to make that a thing. I would still never roll an Ogre. But with illusions, you would never know. Kitty Cleric, Go-Go Fury, Furry Healing. Yif. It's just a cleric running around behind you going yif. Yif, 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 yif. Ogre Monk, I would play it. Imagine being roundhouse kicked by a fucking ogre. Frontal stun is useless except in classic. Completely disagreed, but okay. Do you keep the stun immunity if you illusion? Yes, you do. You get AAs to replace it? Yeah, like what, level... What, 75? The animations would be hilarious, yeah. So what, for the first 10 expansions, 75 is still classic to me. It's not the current content. Okay, so yeah, but it's still 10 years worth of content before it would actually be worthwhile. At which point you could race change, but it would still be the play to go. If I could, I could make a kitty paladin in a heartbeat. Gnome Beast Lord also, yeah. Have like a little clockwork. I'm quite partial to the idea of human paladin. Oh my god, Josiah. Human. I would assume most people would make Ixar everything. Long F and lunch. FE blowjobs too. Yeah, seriously. Where do I sign up for the blowjobs? I spent $250 on a ticket. No monks, all with their tiny fist of fury. Be a kitty paladin elsewhere and named it Kitty Perry. People would just play XR everything, are so boring, yeah. Some people are just pure XR lovers, one way or another. I won't say who. Punchy, I knew you were going to say everything. Just as bad as people play human everything. Ooh, shots fired. Punchy, I knew you would speak up. Summer skeleton lovers. Mr. 1000 necklaces. Listen. I'm going to need you to take that back right now. Don't ever talk to me or my 42 Amulet of Necropotence ever again. Draken could be the most classes, or is it tied with human? Draken is the same exact as human. So most classes. Those are all the same. Yeah, these are all AONs. Amulet of Necropotence. Did I hear Punchy, as in the Ixar monk I ran by in Skyfire? You are correct, Elo. That is Lugo in here. Why? Because it's a problem. It started as a meme, Jeb. It started as a meme and it just stayed a thing. Addiction is actually pretty accurate. Oh, 65 HP augment. That's not bad. Yeah, that's Lugo here. Why the fuck is this thing taking forever to die? Like, are our pets just not doing any damage? There we go. But yeah, it started as a meme because a long time ago, I kind of made a name for myself on player auctions selling tradable items, and one of them was Amulet of Necropotence. I made a good chunk of change a long time ago selling these back in the day. And it was like an addiction thing for me where I just started collecting them again. Not for the hopes of selling them, but basically just collecting as many as possible. Until eventually I got like an entire 42 slot bag full of them. And I just have yet to get rid of them. But we're talking like 2005. So, not anything recent, but a really long time ago. On my SK, what level to solo fear hate? Hate, it won't be too hard. I would probably say like level 80 because of Enaruk. But on fear, you're going to have a problem because the Kazakh touch hits for up to 65,000 damage. So you'll die to the golems pretty quick if you're not careful. Oh, Sorry, dude. This lunch gonna end yet? Apparently it's the longest fucking lunch known to man. This is like a classic employee lunch of like, I'll be back in 2.5 hours. Oh, 3-minute countdown again? It's the final countdown. Jeb, just let me know whenever you're back and I'll answer your question. Would you look at that? Our conjuration's up like 50 points since we started this. The timer is between hide and seek rounds. For the doing EverQuest 2 now. Oh, okay. Well, it's going to be a while then. I don't have to re-roll, and if I change my mind, I can just Persona. There you go. So, are you going to be like all classes human? Just human enchanter, human monk, human mage, human cleric, human warrior, human SK, human paladin. Oh, I was joking, but you're being serious. Bro. Basically mimic FF14. Need to buy a new monk weapon, I think, level 34 and using Wormslayer wrist wrap. Any good suggestions? Fist of Lightning. I don't like how they've been doing the hide and seek, staring at a wall and then not revealing where they were at the end. That's kind of annoying. I didn't know they were doing that. They're literally just like staring at a wall somewhere and you have to kind of figure out where the wall is. Somebody in chat earlier made the comment that people would just boot up like show EQ and just immediately find them. If you didn't find them, oh well, no reveal. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. They have to reuse the spot for future Darkball events. So EQ can't give you the zone they're in. True. But I guess if you just zone hop. 1 million plat. Is somebody trying to sell one for 1 million platinum? That's a little ridiculous if that's the case. At least I don't think it can since it reads your own network traffic. Oh, we're back. We're back. Let's go. Finally.
As you can tell, joining us on the stage, a huge panel, but this has always been one of the fan favorites where the fans themselves, and remember, Fippy Fest is all about the community, where the fans get a chance to ask the developers questions. And it's not just people that are here in the audience that are going to be able to ask questions.
They're finally going to do the
but
questions
all of
we
our
asked.
digital Fippy Fest attendees that are watching on the stream right now. We've gotten the questions. We're going to pose them to the
That's
developers.
funny.
And
Only
depending
2
on
rounds
which
of
question
EverQuest
it
2.
is, we'll see who wants to be the first in the firing line. So I haven't seen these questions. I don't know that they've seen the questions, but I don't know what the questions are. So before we get to the questions, let me make sure we know who is on the panel. I'll go down the line here. Adam Bell, Design Manager for EverQuest. Alan Vancouvering, Assistant Manager for EverQuest. Ed Harden, Systems Design.
They got everyone drunk. Now we're entering the
Ryan
elective
Shannon,
donation.
also on Systems Design.
Hey, I'd be down for
Lucy
drunk
McLaurin,
question
our
and answer.
Engineering Manager.
Drunk Q&A. Let's go. I'll
Kevin
drink too.
Leidy, Art Manager for Environmental Artists. Environmental Art Manager. Let me make sure I get that right. And Dave Brown, Art Director for Darkpaw. So, okay, so this is what you guys are dreading, what the community is going to be asking you, and I know they're not, because I only say that jokingly, because they really are excited to ask, or to answer some of these questions that the community has asked. So, without further ado, let's see what questions pop up on the board, if we are able to show that, and we'll be able to know what exactly. First of all, can I ask our attendees, Have you had a good time? All right.
The crowd goes wild.
All right, so you guys can see it. I'll call it out to you because the type is a little small from where we're sitting. Both games have very different design philosophy and play styles.
Like a
What
leader is
is
in
the
person and
studio's
dropped a bunch of our
approach
questions on them, but
to
most were already on their list. Oh, shit.
adopting and sharing ideas across games? Who wants to handle that? Who wants to tackle that? So what would you say is the studio's approach?
Hopefully
I can't
they
speak for the studio.
hopefully they gave these guys a chance to think about these
Because
questions
we're so similar, come from the same kind of background.
before they have to
I think
answer
we
them, so
think
we
a
can
lot alike.
actually get good
So
info
we
and not
often
just
find
I
ourselves
guess and
following
thinks and
similar
maybes.
paths when it comes to expansions, without really knowing it until we talk to each other. I'm looking at Nate because Nate's going to go, yeah. I don't think any of us, unless somebody down there wants to talk from the studio perspective, I don't have that perspective because you have studio in your
Dave
title.
does, yeah.
Well, there is similarities between the two games because they're both fantasy MMOs, right? So there is some stuff that kind of gets shared, but the designers come up with the ideas and your path thing. So there are certain things that like they're kind of more exclusive. Like we want EQ to look like this, we want EQ to do like that. So it's really up to designers which part are can go in the other game or which things like no, these are how our things look or that's how those look. And with the time space difference between the two games that they try to keep that cohesive with each other.
And obviously for this panel, we're speaking specifically to EverQuest, and with the EverQuest 2 panel in about an hour from now, I'm sure they'll have a similar question.
I'm gonna go back
that we'll
down to the
pose
campfire, by
to
the way, guys.
developers there. Let's see our next question that we have coming up on the screen here. So this question is there any new information or planned changes for the Bazaar that would allow the currency cap to be increased over 2 million platinum? Lucy, just grab that mic.
Meditate skill?
She's ready.
Meditate is
This
365.
is definitely something that we can fix someday. We don't have any immediate plans to fix that, but I think it would be great to do so at some point.
Wait, wrong direction.
So soon, TM, is what you're saying. All right.
The basis is we haven't prioritized it.
Yeah, I do,
I
Jeb.
know your time is always something that you're trying to prioritize. Let's go to the next question, see what we have. So again, another question here, will the ability to transfer characters from one account to another ever become available again?
So currency over 2 million for Bazaar eventually.
Yeah, that's something that's come up for a potential project we could do in the past few years, and it hasn't quite made it to the top of the list yet, but I do think that we could add it again someday.
I agree quickly.
It's actually really not hard to move a character from one account to another. The problem becomes
We're not
verifying
prioritizing it.
that
Yep.
It's not somebody scamming someone else or selling a character, and that's kind of the main challenge of that project.
All right. Let's bring up the next question.
So
My favorite
they
part
can
about
do
this
character
is
transfers, but they're not going
they
to.
pass the mic to someone that they want to answer the question. Do we have an ETA on that banana and mayo sandwich recipe yet? I am anxiously awaiting.
Banana and mayo.
Unfortunately, Mir 2 was not able to make it.
Oh yeah,
here
they're still
today.
going. There's like another 3 hours of this, Arn.
So we'll talk about it. Bananas don't quite fit what's coming up, but maybe.
For those that may not know the reference, what's the reference to?
I actually don't know it.
I don't know what it is either. What's the next question? Because
They did nothing for the last 2 hours on Grim. They were AFK getting
What are the
lunch.
constraints or reasoning why the race class combos are locked for so long on TLPs?
The main reasoning is so that you can experience the game as it happened, not just,
10 out of 10 would smash
Basically,
Pyrillians.
So you
Oh
can
yeah.
experience the game as it happened, so we lock it to when they actually released on live.
Okay. And what's our next question there? I assume you're going to be able to tell which
That was my
community, whether it's the
question.
TLP community or live, is asking. Are there any plans to add new achievements beyond Terror of Lucklin for Vaniki?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
That's a
Quick, I
stupid
love
answer.
that. I
That
love
was
the-
a really silly answer.
That's a quick answer. The answer is yes.
Good, very good. All right, let's take the next.
Oh, they're
one.
adding extra
Can you
achievements
add
for
10
Vaniki.
charges to the mod rod and make it endurance, also so caster
Fuck
and melee benefit.
yes.
Ooh, interesting.
Wow, I just was talking to someone about this. So endurance, almost certainly not, because that's not one of the class synergies we want to set up. But we will look at
It was about character
we're
transfers
looking
from
at,
one account to another,
options
Arngrim.
for making it easier to keep mod rods refreshed for a raid.
Hey, have a
Probably
good
not
one,
going
Siren.
to 10
Thanks for
sharp.
hanging out.
Can I ask you to expand upon the class synergies that you talked about?
Oh, sure.
Oh, shit. What the fuck?
So basically, there's sets of classes we like that work together. Like shamans work best in a melee group. Druids work better in a caster group. That sort of thing. And so magicians being able to synergize with endurance classes isn't really part of their current synergy.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking you were talking about. I wanted to make sure that that was clear. What's the next question here? Can you please, in all caps, work on implementing changes to auto-follow to work the way it does in other games?
Yeah, I think that would be something that would be really great to do. We do tend to have a lot of other priorities that come before that, though, unfortunately.
Oh, so
How
another.
do you
It's another
prioritize
priority.
what's on that list?
Oh, that's a very
Lately,
fucking good
it's like
question.
critical
Thank
issues
you.
always come first, and we have a lot more emergent ones than you would expect or plan for. For example, like Teak server performance has been the latest thing. So.
Teak server
Ed,
performance.
did you want to add anything to that?
Not really.
Okay.
Fading unexpectedly savage.
Let's
There,
go to the next question and
100%.
see what we have.
That was a good
Could
question. What's the priority?
Could quality of life add-ons ever be incorporated into official EQ?
If that's referring to externally created quality of life add-ons, not directly from them. We take ideas, but we're not usually using them as a source or a roadmap to follow.
So we do what we want, yeah.
Anyone else want to add?
Macro
Sure.
quality of life too, yep.
I think this is something that has been talked about before, but it would be a lot of work. It's not something that's ever been pitched as a project in the past, so I would put it fairly low on the probability list.
All right,
So,
let's go to our
no.
next question, see what we have here. Would you be willing to allow persona swapping outside of fast camp zones, but
No.
implement a cooldown similar to mercenary cooldowns?
Absolutely not.
No.
Told you.
Realistically, we just see more ways of exploitation, even with the timer, than we want for personas. Persona is not about a way to gain a superpower in a raid or a group event, or even
Show
the
EQ
transportation
quality of
across
life,
the world
yep.
that it has allowed. We're happy enough to leave that as a side effect, but realistically, we do not want changing on the fly.
Nope.
Even with
Told you.
Okay. We can go ahead into our next question, see what the players are asking. With the addition of personas and all of the achievements shared, any plans to help with the level grind?
Nope.
I think this may be also referring to kind of once you get past a certain point, 115 or so, it becomes much more difficult.
Here and there, we've had some internal talks about fixing the curve after 110. But
No
that's
surprise there, and I
not
agree
a
with them.
small
Personas
project,
is an abuse vector. Is yeah, it is.
largely because it's going to entail editing everybody's character files to fix it. So we have to be very careful and dogmatic about doing it. And so we have talked about it. We just haven't done it yet.
Okay. Let's go to our
Wizard is
next
crap. I'll
question.
re-roll now.
Can the anniversary
Rip.
tower be made a fast camp persona swap enabled zone? Back to personas.
Generally, I'm actually not necessarily against this one.
Uh-oh.
But I do want to have a team conversation about it before I actually make a full decision.
Wow. That's like almost a maybe.
You know me so well.
Next question for us, please. Can you revamp Plane of Time and release as a new expansion?
What? The fuck?
I think I talked to the person who asked this question earlier, and Plane of Time is huge as far as it's been revamped twice internally.
Yeah.
Not hopefully that you would have noticed externally, at least twice.
Who the fuck? What?
To just reinvent that zone would be basically an expansion, and yes and no. We could do it. It's not impossible. I'm just not sure that it ticks off the boxes we talked about.
What's the
yesterday.
point?
It certainly would be nostalgic, but do you really? We'd have to make something new out of it, right?
Before we go to the next
I'm
question,
asking you, 'cause-
I'm going to go. I'm going to ask a question on top of that. Has there ever been a conversation about adding content that is the lower level for, say, a TLP that is new content, as opposed
There
to
we go,
something that's
fading.
released, say, in an
There's a good
expansion? Does that make
question.
sense what I'm asking?
Yeah, and we've had a lot of conversations about adding new lower level content to existing zones. It's sort of like we were talking about with pre-launch events. The audience for that is very small. It doesn't take any less time to make a level 20 piece of content. As
Fading's
level
mic is louder than the devs. That sucks.
and
Yeah.
So if it would be great. I like low level content, but you're gonna. Not a lot of our players are at level.
Just holding the mic correctly.
It is inherently more valuable for us to.
Yeah,
make
they've all got it up further away from
That
their
being
face.
said, I would love to do it. I think we all love to do it. It's just a matter of, again, there's a list, and where you fall on the list is usually lower than you want to be. And I don't know that would make it to the top of any list in particular.
Thank you for taking.
They're
my
all tops. They
question.
don't know how to hold the mic. Speaking of topping,
Do you have any plans to support VR headsets and controllers on EverQuest?
I saw that question.
No. Although I do think that would be super cool to do in the distant future.
Nope.
No immediate plans to do something like that.
Well, at least that's a direct no.
For all EverQuest raids, can you set the loot tables to at least give 2 trade skill items in each chest? All we seem to get are necks and backs in quantity.
It's going to be you because he's not here.
The basic answer is probably going to be no.
Trade skill
we've
items,
done
yeah,
some
fucking
careful
gross.
Math balancing with
Gross.
those. We don't want too many of those items to be in game. Yes, they're best in slot, and we want them to be a chase to get the best in slot. We don't want to just hand it out to everybody.
Yeah. I feel attacked again.
It is called EverQuest, after all, isn't it? Let's go to the next question. Barbarian Paladins win ? Fashion Quest is the end game, and nothing would be as inspiring as a brawny paladin in a kilt.
That's actually hilarious.
No, that doesn't make any sense to me.
What?
No. I'm usually the one who gets to say, who tries very hard to say no to most of these because it's a lore thing for me.
It's a lore thing.
Barbarians
That's your
being
excuse.
Paladins is a little bit out of their. It's like I want an Ixar Paladin. No, I'm sorry, it's not. It doesn't make a lot of sense. It's a lot closer with barbarians, and my evil heart might accept. It's
Unimaginative.
kind of a no, just out of for principle of.
Imagine an ogre doing a flying cake. That's what we were saying earlier.
That makes any sense. Mechanically, of course, adding another race class combination is always a giant nightmare. So.
Anybody else have anything to add for that? Barbarians and kilts. Any barbarian and kilt comments?
Not really. Barbarians in kilts, cool. That's their thing. Kilted paladins, maybe less, but not because of kilt reasons.
All right.
Rip.
That was the best answer. Let's go to the next question.
Ralasimar and Morthorl created
Obviously,
the
a druid
barbarians.
is not a cleric.
Right.
But if you die in a raid as a druid, there is 0 recovery potential other than Rod. Any way to help and at least make them get a little mana back?
What?
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. I don't have a way to help to present to you right now, but I will write it down.
Make friends with a cleric that can bless you, I guess. Let's go to the next question. We could use a key ring for the weapon, shield, bow ornaments. They are not Heroes Forge. And maybe for Nimbus items. And he talks about more key rings.
Something like gather mana. Okay.
We're generally open to key rings.
So by lore,
the
should be
Nimbus, I
able
think
to
it'd be
be.
a little waste. There's not that many of them, and we're not making them anymore. So I'm not sure that would be a good expenditure of resources. For the weapons, maybe. What do you think, Lucy?
It's actually really easy to make key rings, so sure.
Yeah.
Wow, they said yes
Done.
for once.
She'll
They
do
said
it
yes.
tomorrow. Yeah.
Bro, we got a yes.
Kidding,
Let's
I'm
fucking
kidding.
go.
Can we increase items caps in guild halls? They're
Mongato
currently
assigns
2K,
28
maybe
points to agility. That
4K.
seems bad. Not really.
Unfortunately, if you've ever tried to place items in a guild hall when there's around 2,000 items, it tends to be really bad in terms of performance. So we would have to make that a lot better before we increase the cap, because unfortunately, real estate can't handle thousands of items very well. It tends to save everything at once and load everything at once. So
Yeah,
you're
Josiah,
not
stats
really
really
just
aren't
moving
that big
one
of a
item,
deal at that
saving
point.
2,000 items when you do that.
Okay. Our next question. Any chance the old Legends of Norath claim, the loot card rewards taking up space in our claims window, can be converted into prizes like with the LON marketplace items?
I would need more information, basically. If someone could make a post somewhere detailing all the individual claims you're talking about, the exact names, stuff like that, we can consider it.
That's a maybe.
It's not a super fast, easy project, so it's not something I can give a win to at all.
Is that specific to making them available in the marketplace, or is that just is making it available in the marketplace the difficult part of that, or
No, it's the figuring out what is what.
Oh, I see.
And they also want to be able to get rid of it in their claim windows. So we need a little more information on what the goal is, but also very specifically what those items are.
Okay. Next question. Can we have more illusions in the store or an event to collect them?
That actually wasn't me that asked that, by the way. That was not me.
We've put a few illusions on the store this year. We generally reserve illusions mostly for
That was not me.
in-game rewards and the heritage crates. So it's not an absolute no, but they're going to continue to be rare as a standalone thing on the store.
But you know what? I'm okay with that. I didn't ask it, but I'm okay with
when I ask
that.
them questions is you can see the gears turning when they're answering the questions or before they answer the question, because there's so much to think about. These games are huge. Let's go to the next question. Has any consideration ever been given to Merc AAs that allow Mercs to use auras, particularly the Cleric? The Cleric one is a melee guard, if I'm not mistaken.
What? What are they asking? If they can use auras?
As far as I'm aware, it's not a technical possibility right now, but also
Yeah, that won't really help much.
Not something I'm particularly raring to do. So yeah, just having a portable buff bot even more than it is taking away a little bit from player clerics.
Can I ask a question about when you do make these decisions, when you decide that's not really what we want to go? What is the main consideration when the players ask you these types of questions? Can you add this?
Baiting.
Whether or
Thank
not
you
say
so
yes
fucking
or
much.
No. What's the main? Is there a set of rules that you
Dude,
follow, or each of you have your own way to?
They gave him a lot of freedom to
balance
ask some
that?
tough questions. Based, yeah.
There's not a official checklist, but
Carrying, yeah, he's 100% carrying this.
yeah, it's generally does it fit our goal for the class? Does it fit our goal for how the class interacts with other classes? That was that's where the magician returning endurance thing comes into.
So basically, no, because we said so. There's no really good reason. It's just no because we said so.
Just kind of what we decide is what we decide. So
Yeah.
it's a little bit tautological.
Yeah,
like that.
because we said, yeah.
Did any of you others want to add, kind of where you say no or yes or no? Is it, obviously for each of you, it may be a different philosophy or a different reason why you say what can and can't be done within the confines of your job. Kevin, for example, we haven't heard from you. Is there anything that, you tell them when they bring you a zone, we can't do this because, or we can do this because?
No, we try to find reasons to do it.
Their vision is a tad narrow. Yeah.
One of
it's
biggest
way too
constrictions
narrow.
is
I'm actually kind of
time.
surprised.
The engine is also the engine, and it can do some things great and some things not at all. So all of those things kind of fit into that decision.
What is it that it doesn't do well? I'm just curious. Like what do you go, this isn't going to work because X, Y, Z?
The variant
it doesn't
vision.
do a lot for you. It gives you a lot to do. It gives us a lot of power since it operates at
We
such
got
a
a
low
named.
level. But when we start talking about
If Teak's performance is
higher,
number one, that speaks
end
mega volumes.
Sorts of effects and that kind of thing.
Teak has been kind of
you have
amazing.
to
They've done a
figure
really
out
good
some
job.
kludgy way to do it. So, like for instance, in what I showed this morning, we do a lot of off-label use and that kind of thing. But there are just, sometimes there's not enough spit to put on the Band-Aid and chewing gum to make it work.
Okay.
Not enough spit to
Did you
put on
wanna
the
add something to
Band-Aid
that,
and
Ed?
chewing gum.
Transparency.
Oh. Okay. Let's hit our next question.
That's an interesting
What
way
are
of
some
putting it.
ideas or constraints for expanding the guide program?
It may be good, may bring a couple new players, but let's face it, new
the
players are not
constraints
joining this game.
mostly time and manpower on our side. We like the guide program. We love the guides. We just, unfortunately, are not finding the time that we would like to spend to make stuff for them, to make stuff easier for them. Unfortunately, we've been prioritizing making more live content over making stuff for the guides. And that's just what the decision we've been making.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, in the category of stuff to do, it sort of falls under content. Making stuff for guys to be able to do for players is sort of the same thing that we have to do for making content that is played anywhere in the game. And while interacting with the guide is amazing, and there's no amount of praise we can give to them that is enough.
There's so much content already, though.
I always talk about this. It's how many people can access it. And again,
Okay, so that's bullshit. If you're creating in-game content and only a small portion of the player base interacts with it, then what's the point? Most of the player base is TLP-based, so you guys should be making content that's TLP-based, right? Like, why? That's where I'm not really following. Economy is crazy on FE. Is there anything to farm that's an easy sale?
Let's go to the next question. See what we have.
I'll answer that here in just
Any
a second.
possibility that Merc AAs can be added that will allow Mercs to use rank 3 discs and spells? Oh, he stole them.
No. The main reason is
But the guide
again,
program was
Mercs
scrapped.
should not be as good as players. You want a player over a Merc. Merc's a stand-in when you can't find a player.
You're gonna make
but
content that's
work
TLP
on
based.
Finding a player while you have a Merc. Find players, not Mercs.
Well, that's what the bulk of the people are.
Players, not Mercs. Someone hold up
I
a sign.
have never understood why they don't balance some of the
Let's
classes
see if
on
we have
TLP
another
like
question
Rogue.
available
That would
for
be
us at
fucking
this
nice.
time. What was the issue in Plane of Knowledge that caused the player models to look blocky and pixelated?
Which year?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I honestly don't know that this happened. Anybody
Retro. That to answer your
This- yeah, I
question
think it
is any content from
textures. Oh, I didn't even
Valius,
notice this. I was doing
from
something else.
Valius,
Anybody-
Luckland, and Plains of Power, are all bosses you all want to farm and sell.
About what this question is about, but we had a problem with DirectX 11 that one of our newer programmers, Carebray, fixed, and that was like super wonderful. But basically, if you were boxing multiple characters, especially, you would see this happen. That while zoning, your client is trying to load shared resources on both clients, and that was when you would start to see stuff like kind of exploding graphics coming out of somebody else's like sword that would come across the zone, and that kind of thing. And I think it has been fixed for the most part, so yeah.
Solid head nod over
But yeah, the balancing stuff, Max, I
All right,
think would
let's see
be
if we have
amazing.
Another question for us
So you can
available.
make your character models
Any
in POK
chance
all the
of
time.
adding a guide event, Heroes Forge ornament set? We talked a little bit about the guide events.
Yeah,
earlier,
Retro, I
but
would
Heroes
100% say,
Forge ornament
to give you
set.
non-specifics,
I guess maybe as a reward.
Kale's
I know
Recall,
the rewards that the guides give out
Temple
are
of
usually a
Ishan,
standardized set of
like Avatar of War, Temple of Ishan, things like that. All those guys drop loot that is droppable
if
and
the
usable at
artists
level
could make
1.
time to make us
They
a
all
set.
sell for a good price. That's like the main thing I would recommend.
All right.
And a lot of
Now it's
Luckland
gonna be a blame
content.
game.
This is stuff that Kevin's team does or our team does. And this is what I talked about before. Like stuff changes all the time, and this is like another thing comes up. Like, hey, work on this, but
What zones are you
if stuff
leveling in?
becomes
Never.
more important
This
and
is
they
Rift Seeker
decide they
Sanctum.
want it, that's we shift gears, and that's kind
It's
of
the end game zone for
Yeah.
Omens of War.
so it ends up being on them, and then I'm like, and then we go down the list. I'm like, well, you're going to lose this. Then they're like, oh, never mind.
It goes back to what do you always want to lose in order to get that armor. That's what it's all. Again, it's a big list of stuff, and those guys knock out a lot of stuff, but there is a limit. And at some point, I want something, and you want something, and one of us is going to have to give way. And guess what? I work on the teams.
Let's see if we have the next question for us. Would it be possible to give some titles without the first? So I assume these are Shift T
Oh,
titles.
new titles. That'd be
Yes,
nice.
it's possible.
Rather than
You
an
can
FE
come
though,
up
VP, all
with,
those spots are camped to hell,
titles
unless
that
you can
work
instance it.
Without that, we typically do it just because that's what works.
When players have suggestions for that, where should they post those types of things? Is it the forums when they want to submit things to you, like, hey, give me some titles that are this, this, this? What's the best avenue for them to do that?
Generally, the forums. You can start a title thread, like we've had the past
Hey, Super, thanks
ornament
for hooking up
thread
Psycho
where,
Dad
like,
with the
ornaments
sub,
people
man.
wanted to
Thank
see,
you.
And we added a lot of those. You can do the same sort of thing, make a big mega thread for titles, and we can consider them for various things.
Psycho, let me know whenever you can hear me, and I'll tell
I think
you.
there's a rule that says it has to say "the" in front of it. It just makes more sense when you read the thing.
So,
I like it to make sense.
one of the main things you want to do
most of the
is 3 box with 3 mercenaries.
Let's go to our next question.
You only need 1 pay-to-play
Can
account, and then you can
we be
access your
allowed
own
to pop
instance.
open an item window from our advanced loot filters?
Oh, you can't box
settings
at all?
for each
Okay.
item to be able to see the
Well,
item
then,
details.
aside
I'm gonna
from
read
that, it would
again
be
because I'm not
impossible.
sure I understand the question. Can we be allowed to pop open an item window? from
Super,
our
thank you very
advanced
much again
loot
for
filters
gifting him a sub. I
settings for
appreciate
each
it.
item to be able to see the item details? I guess this is within the
Without
advanced loot
boxing,
window.
your best bet would be to ask people to
Yeah, that's definitely something
let
we
you
could
invite
consider adding in the future.
other
but
characters,
I don't
and
know
then you
when.
can use use that to get your own
All right, let's
instance.
see if we have the next question. Are there any
Ads
future
below, they do.
plans for TLP class balance?
Oh, TLP class balance. There we go. We were just talking about that.
We're definitely going to change TLP class balance at some point.
What?
It is not our priority to tune specifically for TLPs, but TLPs are not going to remain stagnant for the rest of the time we're developing the game either. So,
I mean, I guess like when we make changes to like modern content, modern systems, right? We often take an additional step, which is like let's look back at like historical data as well, like older
Ooh.
AA ranks, like previous versions of spells, right? That is part of the process pretty much every time. So while there isn't like a dedicated focus to TLP balance, it's still part of the process, right? Of just overall class balance.
yeah, it's we have added another axis of time to our class balance, so it makes it more challenging and interesting.
Can I follow up to that and ask what is it specifically on TLPs where there's class balance concerns from the dev team or from the players? Where along the line?
Might look
does
into it. I have a 10-year-old gaming
is there a
laptop, and I
certain
have 3 box
expansion,
4
or is it a
pushes
certain
it.
set of classes, or without getting too specific here?
12-year-old computer now.
It's never that specific.
Okay.
It's there's always something where one class got something that was super powerful at the time, and maybe in the live game we kind of let that stagnate out of use, but suddenly that time is the present on a TLP server, and now it's a problem again. So sometimes we can go back and address things like that, and other times it'll have to be as part of a like broader.
I freeze up at times just
change.
walking
A
around, play
good
okay.
example would be the Bard Chant AAs.
One of the
we
best
just
things you
changed
can do,
recently,
Psycho,
where we
pull up
kind
your
of
display options,
backfilled them
go to
in because
General,
they all came in
and go to
the
hide
game at
all
one point,
players.
before
That
we
will
had
help a
TLPs.
lot. That will help you a whole
Okay.
lot.
Let's go to our next question. See what we have.
POK is super
Any
not
news
balanced.
or progress on the possibility of an alliance type raid banner usable for everyone in the raid and not just the guild? So more raid centric as opposed to guild centric, I think is the question there.
Yeah, this is something that some programmers on the team have definitely championed as something we'd be very excited about doing. So maybe a project to
Oh,
consider in
that's
the future,
fair.
but not this year.
Oh, so raid
All
banner
right, let's
instead
see
of
if we
guild
have
banner.
Another question for us. Any plans to increase the trade skill cap again?
Oh my god, trade skiller. Gross. Ominous, go away. I'm joking. I love you. Don't leave me.
No. Realistically, yeah. There's not much drive, and it'd have to be again with AAs, which is just feels like such a weird way to raise the trade skill. because I think we're still not going to necessarily realistically fix the mathematical quandary that makes it not possible to do it with normal trade skills, and instead have to do it with some special
See how it
thing.
is? Put him down, then bomb him.
And
And love bomb him to
as it
keep him.
is, the math is already a little weird with trade skills, so I'm not sure I want to mess with it
It's horrible.
anymore.
Go away. I'm joking. Don't leave
If
me.
you were to do that, is that something where you'd have to do a lot more work to add in things to the game, additional trade skill combinations and things like that, or is it simply just the math doesn't work out?
If we were to fix the inherent problem, it'd be a full revamp. If we were to just
Full trade
do
skill
another
revamp.
Band-Aid,
Damn.
there would be more. There would, of course, be more trade skill recipes that came into the game, but there's already recipes that are way up there in difficulty, and that's also a question: do we want those to ever be easy, or want those to always be super difficult like they are right now?
What's up, John?
Okay, let's go to our next question. What are the thoughts? Oh, that one zoomed too fast. See if they pull that one back up for us. What are the thoughts on introducing a fourth perk that allows you to have 2 mercs at once?
And I consider this pretty much the same as the Type 3s on Mercs. Group with another player, please.
Lame. Lame answer.
Let's see if we have the next question beyond that.
Who's the big
Is
guy?
the Guild Trade Skill Depot still in the works?
100% a
That's
lame
great
answer.
question. This is something that we were really excited about at the time, and we had to make the difficult decision to shelve it in favor of making sure the personal trade skill depot
The
was
worst
ready to
answer.
go. And it's still on the shelf, and I suspect it might have some more polish before it could be released to players, but hopefully we'll get to see that one.
Yeah, come to my
next year or
fucking
some
server.
other
Yeah.
year in the not
Group
too
another
distant
player.
What were the inherent issues that go along with that, for as opposed to where the Trade Skill Depot is right now versus where you're trying to get it for the guild?
Play with
He
others on an
has
MMORPG.
problems with
Horrible.
having too much stuff in general.
Sure, okay.
Characters are very
So come to my
large.
server
Characters can have
and
lots of items,
introduce
lots
other
of
players
spell
to the
days,
game,
achievements,
please.
everything.
Sure.
And as
Let's
time
do
goes
that
on,
and then give me that
means the
response
slow
again.
sound slower, the server performs worse, and so we can't keep adding to the game infinitely.
Yeah,
without
merge
kind
the
of
damn servers,
re-architecting
yeah.
How it works. So we've been adding systems like Overseer and the Dragon's Horde and the Trade Skill Depot to move things
Any of those
off
peeps?
the character
Miko.
directly and into their own system. But those,
I'm not familiar with those names, John, so I'm not sure.
Have their own different performance issues, and so we have to tackle those separately. Where characters generally do perform pretty well, we just can't make them scale infinitely, increasing.
I want to ask
Oh my God,
similar
ominous.
follow-up about performance, and this is regarding Teak and Tormax. You and I had a conversation at
I
some
only
point
play
about
TLPs. How many
you
servers
guys
does
really
Live
wanted
really need?
to
They really don't
increase
need
the
that many.
performance because there was an overwhelming
Yeah,
success.
if they want us to play with other people, they need to fix the population
Talk a
problem
little bit about what you guys were
first.
able to do, if you can.
Sure. So
Who's gonna ask
we
the question
had-
about Rich
it's funny
Gurley?
because every year we make improvements.
She might be talking
to
right now.
TLP launches. It's one of the most important days of the year. Everybody is paying close attention.
If she
to
does
what's
get the
going
mic, no,
on,
the answer is already
and,
not a
we really wanna
priority.
always make
Psycho,
sure
that's good.
Players who are waiting to get in have a better experience. Although this year,
I think
we
EverQuest
let
Live
in
could go to
more
one server.
players
Not
faster
one,
than ever
12th, but
before,
I think it could go to
still feel worse because the
four.
pile was
4 servers. Because
larger
3
than
are already
most,
live
like we've ever
and
seen
high
before
pop.
ever for any server. So
If they combined
that
all the
made
other ones to a
mean
fourth,
for
I think
certain
we'd be
people,
good.
They did wait in the queue longer than they may have last year. Some of the performance changes we made.
3 to 4 would be perfect,
when
yeah.
Teak opened, we take
Yeah, we don't need a
telemetry
PvP
captures
server.
of the server, and we'll examine those and look at, okay, what's the main bottleneck right now? And a new TLP launch, first you'll have creation of new characters as the bottleneck, and that's something we work
Bristlebane
on
shouldn't
usually
count for
in-
high pop. They're all bots
in
and
advance of a
boxers.
TLP. And then we watched to see where the bottleneck moved.
There are a lot
to
of
and then
older
adjusted
TLPs
that
still
one.
kicking. Yeah,
And now the
Agnar for
bottleneck
some
has
reason,
moved
even though
again.
all 12 people are
And so we're going to have to
AFK.
continue to make performance improvements so that Teak can have.
All I
as
hear
high
is gluck, gluck,
population as it
gluck, not a
does.
priority.
Yeah, it's always, as an outsider, it's always fun to kind of watch and see where we move our own goalposts to. Because, in the past, when we had this many players trying to access the game, the login server would have just crashed. And then the queue would have been flushed, and that wouldn't have been a problem anymore. So we've gotten better
Go ahead,
at
go ahead.
waiting.
I want to follow up on
Yeah,
that. And again, I'm
Chad,
going
yeah.
off script a little bit here because
Yeah.
I want to ask, because Lucy, you kind of hinted at it, but I do want to ask
It's
this.
extremely
Is
saddening because
Teak
other
the
than peak
most
performance.
successful player number-wise, TLP, that you've had?
Yeah, as far as I know, it's the biggest population that has ever been on any EverQuest server ever.
Oh,
Really?
shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
Round of applause
Teak
for that.
priority, biggest
Go Teak
server ever.
players.
That's insane. That's actually cool.
Incredible. Let's go to our next question. What are the chances we have a TLP in the future that starts with mercenaries active?
Do you need a repeat of the same answer? Can I play a recording? But the other thing is, low-level mercs are way overpowered. So, no.
Aridin was horrible. Yeah. And we
An
just got to know
emphatic
that
no.
we'll never get a mercenary
Let's go to the
based
next question.
server. Sag.
Thoughts or comments of making clerics more desired beyond single target healing?
What? Have they not played a cleric at endgame?
Specific ideas, no. But
What
obviously,
a
it's
fucking weird question.
That's actually one of the hardest problems we tackle as far as the class definition goes, because when it's defined by being the best at a thing, it's very hard to make it broader and not step on other classes and take more.
Aridin was a horrible
share of
rule
the
set.
pie
Rule
than it
set.
needs
I'll
to.
agree to that quickly.
So it's a complicated
I think live
problem,
clerics
but
have, what, 6-8
we
group heals?
do-
It's a lot. Not to mention
we
their
do
Epic
want to make
2.0 is
them more
literally
interesting and give them something
group balance
better to
the
do. We
heal.
just don't know how. We don't have that solution yet.
Okay, next question.
I think this Q&A may be triggering me. Yeah, same here,
There's
Psycho.
some pre-alpha design manuals that I have seen a few pictures of that have some unique lore to the design of the game. Will there ever be a chance that this can be uploaded for our consumption?
Definitely triggering me, yeah. Trigger me timbers, dude. Could literally use apprentice mercs, which would be awful compared to the naked player. Yeah.
Okay, so these are the ones in the
No,
folder.
that's too much thought
I don't see why we
process.
couldn't
That's not a priority,
That's
Scar.
actually going to be a management question that I don't think anybody up here is going to
Using our brain, not a priority.
Because it's where we started. We all should know where we
They pay big money to ask these questions. Yeah, Roic. Yeah. Scissor me timbers. Yep.
There were a lot of management questions.
I
right?
paid $1,500 to ask my mercenary question, and I got laughed at.
And, yeah, and
That's hilarious, though.
the other thing to remember is our lore is not canon until it's in game. So those written things.
And
are not
even if it's in
necessarily
game, it's not canon.
They might be. They might not be.
To be fair, a lot of the questions they're asking are
We're
coming
happy to
from
make
friends
them
that
canon
submitted
if we like them, but
to people
yeah,
attending. Also true.
Honestly, I'd love to read over that stuff and dig into it. And I'm sure half of the guys over there in the corner.
I really wish that they had given these guys the
not
questions
against it, but
beforehand so they could have actually communicated with each other before answering
I think
these
one
questions.
of the things that the players, especially the super fans, I know because we've all been talking about it here. One of the things that we find fascinating is that
Canon is
the
what I
history
decided it
in
is.
the game,
Canon
of
is
the
just
world of
like
NORAD
SCP.
is one thing,
It's
but also
canon
kind of
to
taking a
you,
step
but it
back,
might
the
not be
meta
canon to
history
me.
Of EverQuest of 28 years of development is also a fascinating story in and of itself, and so I think that would be something that's very.
And
cool.
that's kind of what they've already done anyways.
It's all own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if somebody in the office finds time to do it, I'd encourage them to do it.
Let's
This-
see what our next. Go
this
ahead.
kind of falls into the category that we talk about all the time.
Anakin was a lie.
If only
Mhm.
we had known this game would last.
Yes, this was this the first time you guys allowed a player tour of the office? You've had a couple of other
I think
player
we've had
tours.
others.
Yeah.
But it was a different office at the time.
Yeah.
So, and
Like-
stuff was different.
And my
Do we
EQ canon
even know if
halflings are the
there's a digital
overlords.
copy of
True.
like the original design document?
Would you like me to guess? The answer is
I
no.
know- Right, like we have the paper one.
Oh,
like,
man,
we
it's
have
just
it
know that most of the answer is it's
secured,
not a
like,
priority. As a
in
dev, I get
amber
why they have to
forever,
answer them.
but, like,
They don't know
we have-
priority.
We even have a digital copy of it.
Like I don't have
We
prioritization
have a lot.
authorization for on-the-fly questions. That said, why
There's-
isn't JChan on
there's
the
a
panel
lot of
to provide
documents,
priority?
and
Yeah,
they're all-
really.
And a whole lot.
That's a
of them
good
are
point. Quickly,
Very similar, except for like one paragraph. So
I'm gonna do a recap
it's-
video
it's
anyways.
a rabbit hole, and I love going down it every time I find something new. But
It's going to be
So-
a
so
30-second
Ed brought up
video
one of my pet peeves. We
of a
had a
whole bunch of
project
different
where we were trying
questions,
to
and then I'm going to put a big
sort and track
poster up
all
that
of the
says not a
known
priority.
EQ lore. What
Just
is it
know.
called? I don't remember. It's a document in the
It was an encyclopedia, right?
It's the same thing as the AMA.
And it you can read it for a while and it makes sense, and then it starts repeating itself, and then it skips, and then somebody got so far along, and then I think just gave up.
Yes,
and
but I
just
need to
started
make a
throwing
recap
things
video
everywhere.
about your
There's
recap video
stuff out of
correcting
design
everything you got
documents, there's
wrong.
stuff that have been
And
signed
I would
for.
love that.
It was a great project. It just never
Based.
got finished, and this was about the time I started when this thing was
Just
about
recut
done.
it to the question gets
Somebody was
asked in a
working on it
clip
while
of
I
saying
was
not a priority. Yeah.
learning what I was talking about. So
What are your thoughts on not a
Yeah,
priority?
and I found
That's not a priority.
two copies
Oh,
of
okay, thank
Encyclopedia
you.
Neurotica in our
30
storage
second video just says
medium,
not a priority.
and I started looking at the dates, and the dates were different for the same thing. So we don't just have to, use a doc. We've got to figure out which doc is right.
I'll come and intern and make sure that I organize the Encyclopedia Neurathica. I would definitely do that.
I'll bring you donuts.
Let's go to the next question. Any efforts towards the suggested Persona Armory to auto-store, auto-equip gear from when swapping personas rather than having the inventory space filled up?
This is something that is important to me personally because my bags are just a giant trash pile now.
Fuck yes. Good
But,
answer.
We have not worked on this yet, but it is definitely high on our list of things to get working on.
Okay, so it's a
Is there any
yes.
complication on that as far as like, where do you have ideas on where you want to begin with that, or?
So the way equipment set swapping
She has
works
been.
now is built off of the bandolier, and bandolier can only move items from your inventory, and EQ has a lot of code to control where items are allowed to go to prevent cheating. And
That
so
actually makes
when we do
sense.
something like, say, move an augment from a different item into an item that's equipped on like your head or something, that's what equipment sets do. That was very hard to get working, and so that will pretty much have to be done again for a different item location.
That's actually a really good answer.
Let's go to the next
It was
question.
about basically getting
How about making
extra
language more
space
relevant,
for
such as needing
personas.
to talk to
Super.
NPCs
It's
in
like, are we
their
going to get more
language,
space for
such
personas?
as with
And she
quests?
explained what it was basically.
We-
That
we
it's a
tried
high
that. You guys
priority
didn't like
item.
it.
They want to
Yeah,
get it
Little
fixed,
Laris,
and they're
right?
working
Yeah,
on
exactly.
it.
Yeah,
Basically.
Apparently my most favorite thing to talk about at this thing. Yeah, when we make it relevant, some people love it, and I personally enjoy
She explained
it.
the reason what it currently works. It's
But
basically based
there are
off
a
of
lot people who
bandoliers.
don't want to have to deal with it, and making it
Right now.
integral to anything important.
And it only pulls
will
items that's currently
drive a
available
bunch
on
of
your
people away from
character.
it. So again,
But
serves
eventually
most
they're
people
going to have a
across all.
fix.
I definitely encourage our designers to do it when they think it's appropriate. But I don't know that we're going to.
It's definitely not the bottom, yeah.
Okay.
I think everyone
Next
just went
question.
happy for that one. That was good.
In a world that is producing new titles every day in terms of games, what motivates the devs to keep working on a game that is 25 years old? And I think this is a good question because we can ask each of you, and you each will have a different
Should be in
answer.
the next
So let's start
expansion if
from
they're
one
serious, yeah.
side and kind of go down the line here. What motivates you to keep working on it?
They have a fucking job. It's their job.
Besides a paycheck.
There we go. Everyone's like, a paycheck.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
For me, it's being able
What
to tell a
motivates
story
you to get out of bed
and-
and go to work for Burger King
and
every day, sir?
to keep
Is it your
entertaining
passion
all
for the
players that we
burgers?
currently have
Is it the
and
juicy meat between
keep them
those
all
buns?
entertained. I just love
What?
the idea of, bringing a story for players to play.
They're not making the decision to make a new game versus existing one. They're just working there. Yeah, it's a flame
honestly,
royal
for me, it's weirdly enough, it's when I get to talk to my coworkers.
Sir, this is a Wendy's.
I-
That's a
we
great
sort of, at
response,
this point, are
Super.
Isolated in our.
That's a great
houses
response,
for the most
Super.
part. And when I get to talk to these folks on a team chat or something,
I would take a
there
job
is lot
working
of
on EverQuest if
enthusiasm
they
out
could pay me
there that
3/4 of
don't
what I make
personally
now.
possess anymore because I've been at this a while.
And it's being able to pay
I feed
$20
off
an
of
hour
that
for a
more,
Whopper
I
without
think, than
cheese.
anything else these
The
days.
pleasure of knowing that I
It's
have to
nice.
make
It's
my
nice
own
to
free
have
burger
somebody
during the
say
lunch.
something in
There
my
we
ear and
go.
"Ooh, that makes sense," and then get to run with it rather than having to
Same.
churn it through my own little brain.
Juicy meat between
So
those
it's
buns.
the team,
Stop
honestly, for me.
some dirty talk there.
There's a lot of cohesion
I'm glad you
between
caught
it, I
that,
feel like,
Papa.
as well. You have
Is
to
it the
be.
juicy meat between
I
those
got that.
buns?
I got that more from being here
Oh,
than I
yeah?
do elsewhere. We all
Seriously?
feed off of
But
each
that's
other.
what I
It's
heard,
really
though.
nice
Like,
to have that
what makes you
brought up
passionate? It's like
we even
being
do
asked by an interviewer.
Before we move to Ed,
It's
how
like being
often
asked
do
by
all
an
of you get
interviewer,
together in the
why
same
do you want this
place
job?
at one time? All of the
Bro, I need a
developers?
fucking paycheck.
Physically?
Yes.
Now? There's, occasional parties, whatever, but yeah, not that
V
often
is a top
anymore.
now. You got it,
It's
Jeb.
unfortunate.
Very cool.
Super
Ed?
stereo.
It is.
Their pay is posted
There's a
so
lot
it's
of
criminal,
things,
especially for the Southern California. That sounds about right.
I was a player just out of college when the EQ beta started.
I bet those
and
fast
it
food
kind
managers
of
have to
took over
count every
my
patty
life,
now.
and
Probably so if they live in
It's
California.
the reason I quit my then job and went back to school and learned how to program, and then moved out to San Diego with not knowing anybody to try and work in this field. And then I got here, which is kind of mind blowing. But yeah, just being able to take this thing that was so important to me and kind of shepherd it and
He actually
keep it
did have a
safe
good
and keep
story,
it
Psycho.
going is a real privilege. And I
He actually has a passionate answer.
can't imagine loving a job more than this.
Kudos.
Absolutely.
That dude fucking does it. You can tell he actually enjoys what he does.
Ryan?
I imagine my perspective on this is a little bit different. I don't have a lot of history that the people up here have with EverQuest. I mean, like, not as close. Yeah, younger generation. But for me, I think one of the coolest things about EverQuest, and I don't think that you could have this experience on another game, is the archaeology of figuring out how things work. Like, if I'm presented with a new project, like a new task or something I need to fix,
Played
or
games,
something
loved
like
it,
that,
learned to build it, got job with company. Yep.
It's not just what is the problem now. It's also what was the intent behind this when it was created, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, right? Like, you have to go back. You have to look at the changes that were made to it over time. You have to kind of try to figure out the intent behind, because
This
when
guy
you
actually
get all
kinda
the
has,
way
like,
back
a
to the beginning,
dissecting
when
answer.
something got introduced for the first time, it made perfect sense, right? The fact that it maybe doesn't make sense now is because something got changed later that nobody realized these two things were connected, right? Like exploration, it's just really, I don't know, rewarding to be able to.
He's just extra nerdy
go
about it.
through that-
Respect,
that
though.
kind
I
of
mean, it's
stuff
still a
and figure
nerd
those things
answer.
out, and I think that's the thing that
He
drives
answered
me
it
the
as
most.
someone who's not super experienced with it.
Lucy? Yeah.
I think there's two main things that keep me going on EQ.
Yeah, decent answer.
One is that because the game keeps changing and having things added to it, which is great, we keep creating new problems that need to be solved. And that's very important to me. And I also think that there's just so many good ideas from players and other developers too.
See, she's had a lot of really good
add
answers.
to the game that it really hasn't gotten boring at all.
She says basically exactly what I would expect.
Kevin.
Some pretty good answers.
Yeah, I got nowhere else to go.
There we go. There's our real answer.
After all this time, yeah, no.
There's a real
and
answer.
I would say the motivations for me have changed a lot as I've aged through the many decades.
She's
of playing here.
Niente.
Right now, it's
100% honest. Yeah.
In the earlier days, we were literally.
Someone told her
figuring out
about the
how
not
we do
priority
this,
comments. Yeah.
And so we came up with some ideas, and right now it's probably one of the most rewarding times for me on the project, as we take on these great new rock stars in training here.
I would
We teach
genuinely
them
feel
what
bad
little we've learned,
if
and
people
then get to
told her
stand
about
back
us
and watch
joking
them
about
just
the not a
blow
priority
us
comments,
away.
though.
So that's really exciting for me. I look forward to that every day.
Very cool. Dave.
For me, working on this title and these games, there's multiple parts. Like, number one, I get to do art for a living. This is something I would probably do whether it was a job or not, so I can't beat that. And then
Highly doubt it's limited to here, though. Yeah,
it'd be
100%.
more for myself. And we get a lot of
We're
say
way
in
too
what we
small
do.
time for it to
We
just be
are
us.
we're the gods of Norath. We get to decide, and that's a big deal.
I would take
about
not a
us
priority of the
keeping on this
dumpster puke
title.
apps or
And then
Nigareth
with
we're
all of
putting
our
out.
fans,
Yeah.
that's why it has the longevity it has. Like,
Never
without
tell
the
your
people
fan
that
base
play
that
our
something
games,
isn't
we
a
don't get to do
priority.
what we want.
Exactly.
So, we have a relationship that coexists together.
And the thing
You
that a
love
lot
playing
of
our
people
games,
I
we
don't
love
think are
making the
thinking
game.
about
That's
it,
what
that
keeps
maybe
it
they're not thinking about,
And we are
is
glad
people
that you all
paid
do that.
money to ask these fucking questions. The AMA were from the
We're
forums.
running at about
People
maybe
paid
8 or so
good,
minutes left, so we've got time
hard-earned
for more
money
questions. So let's
to
go
get
ahead and see what
answers
our
to these
next question
questions. And a
is.
lot of
Can
people
Beast
got
Lords
answers of
get
not a
an
priority.
Assassinate/headshot type ability?
We had a long discussion about this. So the conclusion we came to is no.
What?
But
What?
if we can find a way to make it make sense and be balanced.
To get shrugged off after paying money for
Sure,
a question is
probably.
pretty bad.
But
That's my fucking
right now we
perspective.
don't see a path to
Those tickets were anywhere
can
from
only
$50 to
headshot animals.
$250, and a lot of
No,
people
I know
paid it
there's
willingly.
groans from the audience here. I know. Let's go to the next question to see
That's
what we have.
perspective. I really wish there'd been some more
Would it be
heart put
possible
into some
to
of those
redo
answers.
the itemization or at least adjust the stats of items in the Warrens, the tutorial, so that it can be live when a new TLP server starts? That's a very interesting question.
So the response is that's an interesting question.
The strict answer, is it possible? Well, yes. The question is that something we want to spend our resources on?
Abster just looks angry.
Doesn't
Yeah.
sound like a horrible idea. We would just need to find a time that we can fit something like that in, because again, it's going to sacrifice something. It's
But
going to be
so many people see
you
it
know,
though. So would it not
one
be
less
worth it?
2 or 3 less missions or one less raid for an expansion to maybe do this.
Trying to say no
doing
without
just
saying
the
no, yeah.
itemization, maybe a few less items somewhere.
If what you're doing is going
so
to
it always
affect a
comes
new
with a
player
sacrifice to do
experience, is it not
stuff like
worth
this.
it though? Yes, the player base who's going to be here
Okay, next
regardless
question.
might get one less raid.
Are there any plans to revive, expand, update, or add members to the Community Resource Council?
Yes.
Oh, yes. What the
It
fuck?
is a project we're actually working on. We got a little busy planning this event. And because of that, it got a little delayed. But we do plan on looking at the current members, deciding if everybody is working as we would like them to work.
See, our TLP are the moneymakers. A
whether
lot of
they're
people haven't played in a long time. Yeah.
Etc. And we'll decide from there.
Okay.
Interesting.
Next question.
Tutorial.
Will
Yeah.
we ever see encounter locking
New tutorial.
applied to other servers than Oakwind?
That's a good answer. That's a good question.
Probable. Just don't have an exact target.
And easier onboarding for new players would be great.
Any
It would be.
expansion of that from anyone
How many
else
of you
on
guys
the,
have introduced a friend or a coworker or a family member to EverQuest and they see it
I
and they're
don't
just
like
like,
getting
nope.
trained and kill stuff. So I hope we do use it again.
And you were involved in helping to develop part of that system. Is that correct?
Yes, it was really Miko's project, one of our
Who
wonderful
has
new
friends? I've
programmers.
refused to introduce people to EverQuest. That's fair too.
Yes. I enjoyed
Who
the
has
system
friends?
as well.
Played
I
for
know
a day
there
in the
are a lot of
Nopers.
different types of players in NORAD. Let's go to the next question here. Faction has essentially been missing for several expansions now, even though it adds the realism
Oxygen
of the
thieves,
game.
yeah.
Adds to the realism of the game. Is Faction now a thing of the past?
Even just coming to FV,
So this sort of
there were
falls in
things I had to
some
relearn and
categories,
figure out.
Languages. Right? It's definitely. I'm sort of against making a faction that doesn't mean anything. Like reading a text thing that says your faction was so and so went down. If it
Please
doesn't
let faction
mean
be a
anything,
thing of the past. It's
kind
just
of
a
pointless, and
roleplay
you're already
perspective.
gonna
I think it should stay
aggravate
there.
everybody anyway.
It should stay in the
You
past.
kind of already know that. It's a little more challenging to come up with a way to use faction in a way that is meaningful to content, that doesn't lock some people out or.
If I want role
whatever.
playing, I'll log
Again,
into
it's nothing that-
FF14
it's
and
a
I'll
tool we
go
have, and
to
we should use it.
an inn
It's
in
finding
Limsa Lumensa.
an easy and good way to make it meaningful without wasting our time.
Last person I introduced to the game was my ex to WoW. She left me for a
Absolutely.
female gnome rogue.
It's always about
Aw.
time management. The thing that's always the answer.
I don't
for
like the
just about
DON style factioning and or VOL style languaging. Yeah, horrible. No, thank you.
And I guess sort of to expand
Easy
on
way
it,
to
I
gatekeep
am thinking
loop.
a
Yep.
little bit of the future, and this isn't really giving anything away, but there's theoretically no way to make peace with what's with the people coming in the next expansion. So why should we have a faction for the same thing? Because they're always
He left
going
his
to
last
hate you. You
girlfriend for a
cannot
male
improve it.
gnome rogue named
So
Sliver.
what's the
It's
point?
true.
All right. A little bit of
Ominous
an
is the
expansion
super
tease we
secret
got there,
top.
Sort of. Let's go to the next question.
All I hear is people too lazy to do the work.
How can the guide program be improved to create more participation opportunities?
Oh, same thing they talked about earlier.
Is there a way to do this?
Can you help us there? Yeah, if you guys have ideas, we'd be interested in listening. Again,
We're
whether we
interested
can
in
implement-
listening so we can respond with not a priority. Thank you. Come again.
And if
Anything
they have
else?
ideas, the forums again are the place to go to add to those ideas.
We really like
we have
to.
time for a few more
we
questions.
want you to ask us so we can tell you not a
Let's see if we
priority.
have the
Thank
next
you. Come
question
again.
here. The idea that rogues suffer due to lack of weapons and options in the early game is often discussed. Has there ever been talk about giving rogues kick along with their backstab, much like monks' kicks and punches?
That's a great fucking question. I'm all ears.
Not specifically that. We've talked about the problem where it's just get behind monster and auto attack and auto skill until dead.
Okay. So?
Yeah, that's not the best gameplay, which is why we changed it later. So yeah, going back and tinkering with the way it plays, the way classes play in older expansions is very fraught. And yes, many dragons be there, as we say. So
I would never direct people to the forums.
so
Those
it's
boards
not
are so
likely,
toxic.
but it's also
Yes.
not something that we
Super toxic.
are unaware of. And if we come across a solution, I'm sure it'll make its way into the game.
What?
Okay, I think this may be our
So that's
last
just an
question.
indirect
Let's see what
no.
the question is.
So we're aware,
And this
but
is
we're
gonna
not
be
doing
one, I
anything
think,
about
for
it.
all of you. What is your most favorite and treasured memory after working on EQ for over 2 decades? Yeah, that's a question for each of you. Let's start.
Oh,
on
that's a
this
fucking
line,
paid
into
comment
the
right
line,
there. That's a
and go
paid
down.
fluff comment.
Most favorite, yes. It's the correct. Not
That
correct
that's
way
a
to say
fluff question if I've ever heard one.
I think one of my favorite times was actually in. I mentioned this before.
I'll
but
continue to
in
avoid rogue, unfortunately.
creating the Alarans themselves.
Way to end it in a
throughout the whole
non-question.
expansion, I
Someone
just
is a
really loved
bottom.
creating
Yeah.
the Alarans themselves. It started with a technical issue that
Rip
we
my
then
97 rogue. That's a shame, dude.
built
What the
into
fuck?
a whole way, a whole race, a whole way they could be.
It's not even a
and
question, really. It's
it was
basically
so
just
much
a,
fun creating the
let's give
language for them,
everyone was about
and
low-level rogues.
I just loved
True. It was, to be fair, it was mostly about classic rogues.
Alan?
97 rogue is not super bad, but they're still underperforming
There's
compared to
been a
others.
lot, and almost all of them relate to working with a specific person. Currently, I do a lot of stuff all by myself, and it's really.
I
not
missed
as
the
much
rogue
fun as-
question. Oh,
I used to sit next to a guy. in
basically,
Indiana.
is there a way to
Hi, Ian,
improve
if you're out
low-level
there.
classic rogues because they're so
Between the
weapon
two of us, we
dependent? And
spent
they
a lot
said
of
they're
time
aware that
coming
it's a
up with
problem,
really
but
weird
no.
ways to interact
Basically.
with players during raid situations. How we can link two players together so that when we fling one of them out of the
More
zone,
that they
the
just
other
don't
one
care.
has to
Yeah.
fight to stay in the zone and keep that person in the zone. Just the weirdest things we could think of.
That's a
how to
shame.
implement them.
It's not a priority.
This- the
They think the
Wild
problem
West
was that
days
it's not
back,
enjoyable to stand behind the
15,
mob.
20
Yeah,
years
that's the
ago.
reason
So,
they think that's a problem.
being able to iterate, we're sitting
Throw his
across a
hands up,
cubicle
yeah.
wall, shouting stupid ideas at each other. That sort of thing is what I really remember the most, and like being.
Ooh.
I don't know if any of it ever even got.
As a
in.
rogue main, my heart
What is the
hurts.
dumbest thing you can come up with, and we fight each over to see who could win the dumbest contest.
That's a shame.
That sort of thing is what I really enjoy. Is
I love
feeding off
backstabbing, but
of,
not getting
somebody
demolished in a
else
few
doing
hits.
something fun.
That's a shame.
All right. Ed?
It's difficult to pick one, but I think the first time when my first raid went in the game, and it was
Rogues should do
something
more
I
DPS than monks, but currently do less in
I,
classic. Yep.
Blew my schedule by over a month.
And they technically
putting
do
it
less,
in.
I think, in the end game right now,
And,
quickly.
But seeing that it worked and it was super challenging but not unfair was just felt. It was the first time
From my
I felt,
TLP perspective,
okay,
they either need to crank
can
the
kinda do
backstab
this.
modifiers to stupid
And
levels
what raid
early
was
to
that?
revamp
That
or make
was
poisons really good
the,
for damage
Brother
utility.
Zek.
Just make daggers better. I mean, that's a simple
I
fix,
guess,
too. On live, I believe monks maybe. Yeah, I'm pretty
some
sure
of
monks on live
my
are still
most favorite
better.
Experiences, treasured memories, I guess. I love when we are pitching new expansions for this game.
Make
It's like
poison
one
a
of my
freaking
favorite
skill.
times of the year.
Well, I mean, poison making is, but it
it's
would be
just
nice if
like
it just automatically
the
procced.
craziest ideas
Better
get
rogue only
thrown out
dagger
there
wouldn't
and
help
then
while
immediately
leveling.
get shot down.
It wouldn't,
Which
but
is
it'd be a
great. Like,
band-aid fix.
There have been numerous. I have one pitch. I keep bringing it back up, like year after year.
You make the
after year. I'm like,
daggers
"Listen,
just
one of
flat
these
better
years
than
you
you'd
guys
have
are gonna let me
warriors
have
instead
it,
of
right?"
take them, which is
Probably
not ideal.
That's okay. It's still my
Oh,
my
skills like
favorite
spells,
part
psycho.
of the yearly sort of process that is like making this game.
It would make it would be better if it
yeah.
was just better at the lower levels.
There's been a lot of like fun, good memories of fixing things and like really satisfying stuff.
Fuck this
from a
QA. Let's go
programming
back to talking about how
perspective,
hot
but
Amber Heard is. Oh
and
god,
I
we're gonna
hope this
summon
doesn't
creeping
sound
if
too
we keep
cheesy,
talking
but this
like that.
event has been the most fun for me. I
She's
never
not
got
hot.
to go to a fanfare.
Completely
and I talked
disagreed.
so much
She's so
yesterday. I mean, I
unattractive.
don't really talk a
She's
lot,
got the
but
personality
I
of
talked so
a
much
rotten
yesterday, I
potato.
almost lost my voice, and I was just like, wow, like it's been such a pleasure meeting and getting to talk to so many EQ players and hearing their thoughts and ideas about things.
She can come
It's
gluck
been a
gluck me
fantastic
anytime.
event. Kevin.
My most treasured memory happens every year. It's in the fall because we start the year and I look at these giant schedules of all these things we're going to accomplish, and I'm convinced there isn't a chance in hell that will ever get done. I'm pretty sure that when we go through planning week, someone or someone's is sniffing glue. So I see that.
That's a great fucking
and
response,
all year long,
actually.
it just weighs on me. And then at the end of the year, we all go to the video suite, and they cut the trailer, and it's all there. All that stuff that I thought was impossible.
What's that,
to do.
rhinos?
And without exception, every year, as I sit there watching that playback, I think I have witnessed yet another miracle. That's my favorite memory.
But I'm like 95% vegetarian. I'm not spending my 5% on a
Dave, you
meat
get the
bag.
last word.
For me, it's hard to break down just to like
Showing that
one
age with the
memory,
glue
'cause
sniffing
it's a
comment, for
constant
sure.
Process every day. I'm taught, you know, love working with everybody I work with, and just figuring things out and getting things done. And then I just sit there. I'm like, man, we are making video games for a living. How cool is this? This is so awesome. Like I can't beat it. So it's hard to break down. And then even like Lucy was saying, like this event, I was like, as we're seeing like fan art.
That
and stuff,
comment
like, I
was
forget all the
picked.
stuff we've
I
done.
bet
And
that
I'll
comment wasn't
see
even
my
really
stuff
asked.
on
It was just
boxes or
added at
whatever,
the
and I
end
see
so we could have
fan
like a
art, and I'm
nice
like,
little feels
oh my
good
God,
fluff
they
moment.
took what I made and they used some
You're all just
ideas
mad
of
you're
their
not rich
own
enough to get a
stuff.
woman that hot?
It's just really cool to see that,
Gross.
to see the connection that people have with us. And so it's not just
I'd
work,
rather
this
just
is
stick with EverQuest for the rest of my
lifetime
life.
of creating
At least EverQuest makes me feel good after it
Thank you
treats me like
all
shit.
for creating this game and continuing to develop and steward it. Round of applause for our entire panel.
I can
Adam
poop my
Bell,
own bed,
Alan
yeah.
Van Koovering, Ed
Yeah.
Harden, Ryan Shannon, Lucy McLaurin, Kevin Leidy, and Dave Brown. Thank you very much. Now, we have our EQ2 panel that is coming up, but first, we talked a little bit about some of those creators. Also, streamers are a big part of the EverQuest community. Let's hear a little bit more about those.
Creator highlights. Great. I can't
At
wait to
Fippy Fest,
see
we've been
what
talking
this is
about how
about.
the community is the most important aspect of what makes EverQuest so special.
If you,
And part of that
if you have to have
community
money to
is
get a girl
in
like that, then girl is
content
wrong, girl.
creation.
Yep.
YouTubers and streamers that
Yep.
are getting out all types of different content, from the lore of the games to starting on the new TLP servers to what's new and what's coming for EverQuest in the future. There are a lot of content creators out there. And one of the ones that we had a chance to sit down with is It's Kuvani. She's relatively new to streaming, but she's very quickly gained a following in the EverQuest community.
So I started playing EverQuest when I was, 3 to 5 years old. I say playing loosely, with my dad, because he started when the game came out. So in about
Starting on the new TLP servers. Oh, this guy understands the community. People start on them, but they don't stay on them.
So I just played casually.
Peak
I made
comment
characters
right there
on a whole
quickly.
bunch of live servers. And
Highlight fucking
I
comment.
made like 4 or 5 characters, 6, none of them max level.
Shock.
And
Let's
it wasn't
interview the
until
chick from ROI.
Early 2011, I just became hooked. And that is when Kuvani was born.
When did that turn into wanting to create streaming content?
You get so close to the people online. They become...
You didn't get an interview. You're single-handedly
build
keeping
genuine
players
connections.
going to FE from Twitch.
And you want to tell people about your life. The more
Yeah,
I
I'm still a
opened up
nobody.
my life, the more people were like, you should stream.
Even though Oak went is far
And
superior.
I'm
True.
not really interested in that,
I'm
especially at
still
that age,
super
and,
small in the grand scheme of things.
and I put it off for a really long time until
They should have interviewed Russian Raids. A
beginning
full
of
Zoomer watching her
2023 is
play
when I really
EverQuest
got
was
into streaming,
rage-inducing.
last year. And I had a couple streams at the very end of 2022, but the beginning of 2023 is when I was like, this is actually kind of fun.
And what is it? What would you say is the most remarkable?
I think
thing,
Omens
the
of
thing
War
that sticks
drops
out the
next
most
week
about
quickly.
The EverQuest community.
How supportive they've been. You know, when I started streaming, one of the things that I was hesitant to the reason I was hesitant to stream was when you stream, you really put yourself out there in a lot of ways. And I was very nervous to stream, and everyone just continues to show me
Yeah, if
so
only
much
we
love and
could.
support. And I'm not going to say, although my stream is positive and fun, of course, you open the door to some degree for some toxicity and hate that just is naturally online. But it's so seldom, and I am just surrounded by the
We're barely
best
hitting
people. And
300 peak,
anytime
but we
something
wager
has
that's
happened,
double.
which again is so
That'll double
rare,
next Thursday.
I have the best support system.
Whenever
and I
Relax
am
Drew Box
just so
pops
grateful
in, and I'm
awe.
excited for that.
I want to ask you very quickly about your streaming for Extra Life. Talk about what
Next stop,
that is
Vexar.
and what
True.
that means and why it's important.
We basically are raising money for children's hospitals, and EverQuest or Darkpaw had partnered with Extra Life to try and raise money for that. And EverQuest is the game that I love, so again, it was a no-brainer for me to try and raise money. And my original goal was $500, I believe, and we ended up blowing past my final $10,000 goal in the end. But on game day, we raised over $5,000 in a little less than 12 hours.
And that's just you. That's just you,
right?
Right.
That's just me. I mean, Darkpaw, obviously, they raised as a total way more than that. But I mean, that's incredible to me. I mean, when I really think about that, that's a lot of money.
It's a good thing to raise
a
money
great
for
cause.
sure.
This anniversary, EverQuest has just passed a milestone. EverQuest 2 approaching a milestone. That's pretty impressive in the gaming community. What does this anniversary and this celebration of EverQuest mean to you?
For me, when EverQuest has these milestones, I mean, you have to understand EverQuest is almost as old as I am. It's right there. So
I wasn't going to ask the question that way, but I thought about it.
No, I mean, it's the truth, though. EverQuest is almost as old as I am.
We had
And
to
for me,
interview
I'm
the
like, wow,
the Zoomer, the actual Zoomer.
I grew up with this game.
She just
I
made me feel
mean,
old. Yeah.
Genuinely, I know that's the same for a lot of people, but I remember I'll run into people, especially from streaming, right? I started streaming again, and people will be like, I played with you back on Vulak when I was like, oh goodness, sorry, I don't know what I said when I was 13 years old, but so for me, I'm like, wow, I've been playing EverQuest quite literally my entire life.
Jesus.
So yeah,
that's what it means to me.
Thank you so much, Kuvani. It was a pleasure to chat with her. And
I agree with a lot of what she said, though. I'm a little bit older than she is, but I agree with a lot of what she said.
Some of you may know Redbeard Flynn. He's quite popular on the internet and on YouTube. He's got a great following, has a ton of great content.
I was 25 when I got EverQuest.
Fippy Fest, but he wanted to send these words along.
My name is Redbeard Flynn, and I have been a content creator for EverQuest for about 3 years now. Though I've played EverQuest since long before I had any knee pain. I miss those days. That's the nostalgia I have. Being able to walk up the stairs and not hearing crackling. But this video might not be exactly what Darkpaw was wanting, because I actually did not stream much EverQuest. I still haven't streamed much EverQuest. I don't have epic tales of all the things all the great raids that we went on together on stream, all the challenges we overcame, and all the great funny group things that happened. Although I did get to bring some people that have never played EverQuest before and have them get to experience firsthand the terrifying fear of a young Kodiak in the Common Lands. And that was just great.
For the aura.
Hang on.
Jason, oh, now we've got a lot of stuff.
To you.
Oh, God.
Okay, I will take responsibility for the bears and the wolf.
Just everything attacks.
Oh my god. Wait, no, run with direction.
Remember being scared running through Kithakor? Dude, Kithakor was terrifying back in the day, man. That was some good shit.
Oh my god.
That was some good shit.
And that was just great. Instead, my story about EverQuest and the content I make is over on YouTube, and how really it kind of came about
The whole Misty
kind of
Commons
same way
run,
a lot
yep.
of us return to EverQuest so much. Because it was the comfort place, because it was home. When I first made my YouTube channel, I was at a loss for what I would make. I knew I wanted to make video game content, but I wasn't sure how or what. So I went with what I knew, EverQuest. I
Good old
started with a
Action Gate,
handful
too.
of videos talking about personal experiences with EverQuest, how it helped me deal with social anxiety growing up, giving me a place to call home. I talked about the lifelong friends I'd made and why I thought EverQuest and the way the game was built was key to putting just
Saw someone
enough
locked out
in-game
behind the gate,
friction
nostalgia.
to encourage you to work together and form bonds. EverQuest helped me become who I am. it's one of those things that it allowed me.
Dude, EverQuest fucking basically
It allowed
raised
me
me
to find who I
online
was and
because
who
I
I
was like
wanted to
13 and
be
14 dealing with a whole
and
bunch of
who I
boomers.
could be if I was not scared to be that person.
Equestrial ate
But
my
the
ass
first
running
video,
from
the first
running
video
to Miss
that
War when we were
really
playing
took
on
off
Teak.
for me. It was an EverQuest video.
I mean, you are what you
It was
eat.
a video where I tried to get EverQuest players to play a little bit beyond Planes of Power.
Hey,
to see
Psycho,
some of
thanks
the
for hanging out, buddy.
fantastic expansions, like House of Thule,
Take it
which is
easy.
one of my absolute favorites. And even later expansions like Broken Mirror, which introduced me to so many new different types of skills and things, and a lot of really fun raids. Really, I
Enjoy
wanted
your
to show
Saturday.
that EverQuest was more than just that core experience that a
You
lot
started
of
with
people
Ultima
get to
Online?
play through. And that video ended up with about 17,000
I never
views,
played that,
which was,
actually.
at the time, far more than I'd ever had on any EverQuest video before, or any video before. Fast forward to now, and of the 7 million views on my channel, there's probably several million of those that are strictly related to EverQuest. Perhaps largely helped by the covering of the whole thing with the unkillable boss, Sleeper's Tomb, Carafirm. That was just a cool story and so much fun to talk about. But the thing is,
I have
all of
not
that
super.
is in part because I think that EverQuest
was great until
is
they
deserving of an
brought in
even
non-PvP
larger
mirror
audience than it currently
world and
has.
ruined it.
Because it's a game that will always have a place in my heart for many, many reasons.
People actually still
EverQuest, for
stream
many,
it?
myself included, is more
I don't
than
know
a
why I'm
game.
surprised.
It's a source of inspiration.
We're
and
over here
growth,
streaming EverQuest.
both personal and professional. Through EverQuest, I gained a love of lore and exploration. The deities which were so expertly crafted, and the world that evoked so much emotion, even without a primary narrative to follow. That convinced me to read more.
It's far
First
different
with
than what I
Greek
played.
mythology,
I
then
think there was a
later with
big emo,
fantasy. It led
emulated
me to
release
write my
on
own
Ultima Online.
books,
There were
books
like
in
400
which
people
the
watching.
thesaurus they slammed into
It's more than
spell
EverQuest
names like
usually.
trepidation, conflagration, and malaise made me look things up that I otherwise wouldn't have, because I wanted to know what those names meant. We don't have to mention the fact that while doing all these things, like looking up EverQuest lore, I spent a lot of my childhood not paying attention in classes because I was more interested in finding out what happened to Inaruk than learning Spanish.
76, let's go.
And how that's, made life difficult. But hey, EverQuest
Ultima
is
Online
great.
private server.
We also the other thing is we really don't have to mention that because EverQuest came about in a time when there wasn't really voice and stuff like that, and how I followed that by pronouncing melee for about 30 years, and veal, and then got bullied on the internet for it. By
Fucking
making videos. That was
relatable.
a
I still do that.
fun thing. And it
Veal,
was an EverQuest video
veal.
too. Veil of Alaris that I called Veal of Alaris.
How'd you get a level ahead of me? I was 2 up when we
times.
started. I've had a
EverQuest
potion
provided
going
me
this
some
whole
of the
time.
most impactful memories I've had throughout my life. It showed me the benefits of working together, working towards common goals, communicating together, and just really finding ways to overcome things. It allowed me to make lifelong friends, some of whom were actually part of my wedding and served as best men for me. Making content for EverQuest just felt right, because it felt like
Oh, it's
returning
definitely
to
drying
home.
up, dude.
In this thing that
We're
was
still only getting
big
like
and scary
0.9%.
and new and different, EverQuest was a way to find some commonality, to find a community that I knew that I was already a part of, and a community that I knew that I fit into when I was creating content. So congratulations to EverQuest on 25 years. 25 years of content. Just absolutely incredible. My name is Edward Flynn. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Pretty sure we moved away from grinding in RSS and Mischief this second to level 75. Yeah, it's not a good spot really after 75, even with the bonuses. Sounds
And we just
magnificent
heard
right now.
Redbeard Flynn give 25 years of congratulations to EverQuest, but now
Well,
we're
that's
here
with
to
a
talk
50%
about
bonus and a
approaching
75%
20
potion.
years
Or
on
50% potion, sorry.
EverQuest 2. Incredible numbers. So to do that, to answer some questions from the fans, we have a lovely panel
20 years
here.
I
And I
found.
want to introduce them all if you do not
dude,
know them.
it's Lucklin and not
Kyle Malik,
Looselin.
creative
Oh my
director
god.
for EverQuest 2. A round of applause.
Lucklin.
Nathan McCall is our lead content designer for EverQuest 2.
Fast forward past EverQuest 2. If only we could. How'd you get a
Dan
50% pot?
Hosford,
It is
our
from
engineering manager
the Fippy
for
Dark Paw
EverQuest 2.
Fest ticket. I got 10 50% potions.
Tim Heidelar, our art director for EverQuest
Both wrong. It's
2.
Lukelin. Where's my click remote?
And you
Yeah.
heard a little bit about EverQuest from Dave Brown in the
You
previous
can also buy them from the
panel,
store,
but now you're
Jeff.
going to hear a little bit more about EverQuest 2 from Dave Brown, the art
Lukelin,
director
gross.
for Darkpaw. So we have questions, obviously, that both our in-person Fippy Fest attendees have asked, also our digital Fippy Fest attendees that have asked regarding EverQuest 2. So we're going to try to go through those in this next hour or so of panel. Let's start with the first question and
Luke
see where
banged
that
his
ends up
sister,
taking us.
Lynn,
So
yeah.
both games have very different design
Okay.
philosophy.
So
play
I do think
styles.
I'm going to sign off,
What is
guys,
the
because I'm not
studio's
really interested in the
approach to
EverQuest 2 stuff.
adopting and sharing the ideas across
I think I'm going to
the
hop off for now.
games?
We've been streaming for just about 6 hours,
for
and I am
story,
tired.
There isn't a studio
So-
approach. It's my approach.
Yeah, take it easy. I appreciate you guys. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out,
I can only
for
speak to
sticking
that,
around.
and this is actually part of what makes what I do.
I appreciate y'all.
just
It's been good.
amazing to me, is that I am given that freedom.
We're also
work at
tired of you.
another
Thank you, Super.
company,
Love you too,
work for
buddy.
some other video games,
Retro,